Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning. Hello.
What's going on, everybody? Let me see if my hat, if I can square it up. Oh, maybe. No, that way.
Yeah.
Got to balance the hat. Going on.
Good morning, yo. Happy Thursday. Best day of the week. What up, Dr. David?
Let's see. Are we going to start way early again today? Are we implementing James and Kyle take over the world?
No. Morning, Katrina. What up, Spencer? That's all right, Soren. I sent it out late.
Yeah.
Michigan, what up, dog? You've been gone a while? I feel like you've been gone a while. What up, Mac?
Zabo.
Morning, Warren. Zabo.
Miss Mac. Yeah, look at that. Miss Mac and Katrina right there.
Plaid and hat. I wear a hat every day, though, so. That's wild. Holy shit. That's nuts. Don't.
I think John Bull had a whole idea around that.
Yeah, well, I'm out.
And you're going to punch him in the face.
That's a no on Mike Brown getting a contract.
I don't really
here we go.
consider this plaid.
Grab your plaid, grab your flannel, grab your hat. It's the best day of the week. It's a Thursday, and you are listening to The Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube for sponsoring the program. We have, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I think I think most people will typically most radio hosts will go, hey, we got a huge show, jam-packed show. Not really a jam-packed show today. Not a lot on the docket. I'm not going to lie. No, there's not. We have things to talk about. We have 2 hours to fill. We're going to fill it.
We're just in neutral. We're just going to coast through this day.
Yeah, not even that.
No, we're not.
No, but look, there are days. Look, if I called today a jam-packed show, if I went, yo, we have so much to get to, more wide receivers are getting paid. We've got the Kings worry meter. We're talking NBA playoffs. We got all this. If I did that, what do I call it when it's Monday during football season and the 49ers just played the Chiefs and the Kings just beat the Celtics and we have so much to get to? What do I call that? That's a jam-packed show.
Yeah. I think every day is a jam-packed show. Like, I think we maximize 2 hours the best we can.
Yeah, no,
except for when we riff about weird things.
No, that's maximizing 2 hours.
Yeah,
the riffing is essential. No, but I'm talking about just from a standpoint of what do we have for you today? We have plenty. It's not like we're gonna get to 10:15 and go, you guys should. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Well, that's when we start talking about the guy who was on Zoom driving his car while in court.
That's actually 11:15. That's a good idea or bad idea.
It's on here.
Spoiler alert. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Terrible idea. No, you and I today, we both wore patterns on our shirts. I'm wearing a flannel. You're wearing more of a traditional short sleeve button up.
Yeah.
And somebody said that I converted you to plaid. You've never been anti-plaid.
No,
you were anti-flannel.
Well, I just didn't have a lot of plaid or flannel in my closet for whatever reason.
I think too, it's a little different during basketball season because you're 38 days or whatever it is out of the year, you're going from show to arena.
Oh yeah.
Where you have your basketball attire, your winter attire, just kind of in general, your fall and winter attire is not as pattern heavy.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's what we're
also
seeing.
like even like when we get into fall and the fall like colors come out, I'm usually already in basketball mode. Basketball
Yeah.
starts in October, but really by like mid-September, like full swing. And then, like late September, first week of October, I think now is
Mhm.
training camp. That used to be in September. This last season was weird. They started everything like a week late. It's
Yeah, it's
kind of like
probably
weird.
smart. I think as far as much as the NBA can eat into the summer, I think they should.
Mm.
I've been an advocate for a while now of just literally start the season Christmas Day.
Oh,
Opening day is Christmas Day, and then you
okay.
push everything up where you're now going through, is that August?
Okay. By Christmas Day, I am in full blown like robot mode. Like I am like in the grind. Like typically that
How
so
so?
for
As dad on Christmas or as basketball writer?
no, as basketball writer. Like dad on Christmas, we go all out on
Mhm.
Christmas. It's
Yeah,
our big holiday, but
sure.
like I'm usually in such a mode that by that point, like we're 30 something games in or 25 games in.
Mhm.
So I'm just like in like cruise control mode where I'm just like, trying to stay alive the whole time.
Sure.
Yeah, I think maybe that's more what it is, like survival mode.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're starting the season, then it doesn't have to be on Christmas Day specifically, but December
Okay.
22nd,
Okay.
like end of December, last like third week of December. Just start things there. Push the NBA season through the summer, and then the NBA season ends, and you're in September. All right, football starts. Like, help us.
Yeah, I'd also like if we're also talking about like the NBA and like some of the things that they could change, I would still like to see them like flop the draft and free agency. Like the
Yeah,
start of free agency like 2 weeks before the NBA draft.
yeah. The
Cuz
NFL does it. What, like it's like 6 weeks free
yeah,
agency is before the draft.
yeah. I don't like their free agency period, the NFL. I think it takes too long.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of. There's the like first wave, right? There's
Yeah.
the big deals that get done right away, but then there's there are good players like Justin Simmons, the safety that the Broncos released, still available,
Oh,
just out there.
that's crazy to me.
He's just chilling until training camp. He doesn't want to go to OTAs.
Yeah.
He'll
No, I
just
don't blame him.
he'll see if a team has a starting safety get hurt in OTAs or something, and he'll go get paid and get a starting job. No, but it's actually funny because I've always kind of thought that the NBA should do it like the NFL. You do free agency first and then you do the draft. But Kyle Shanahan this year actually advocated for, like, I wish that the draft was before free agency because then you can do the draft and then you can attack free agency to fill whatever holes you didn't fill in the draft.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's a little bit 6-1, half dozen of the other. But
Yeah, I just think that because the NBA only has 2 rounds
mhm.
and like realistically only the first round is guaranteed to be part of a team 2 years later.
Mhm.
That it just would make more sense that you would be able to do free agency and work all those trades and even like set up where you're making trades in free agency / trade
Mhm.
season building up to the draft.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just think it'd be cool.
That's one of the things I like about Adam Silver as a commissioner.
Mhm.
I think there are people who have some beef with him for sure, and I think that's fine. But I enjoy the fact that he's just kind of open to everything. And the idea of, like, in the NFL will never ever swap how they do free agency in the draft.
No.
Never. Because they are televising combines and pro days, and there is that build up to the final Thursday in April. That is going to be when the NFL draft is, and it may push to May as they add an 18th game and do all that.
Mhm.
So you may see it go later, but they want to drag that out and get as much content out of it as possible. You can't do that if you're putting the draft in the middle of March, because then you have this huge dead period until free agency starts. So they're trying to drag out so the NFL is never going to do that. But if you told me that in 5 years, Adam Silver went, hey, you know what? Given how the new CBA is working and given the new luxury tax penalties and the aprons, we need to switch up how we're doing the offseason. Like, I think that's on the table. I think that's very much a thing the NBA would be open to doing.
Well, I'd even say like over the last couple of years, the NBA has like shrunk down the gap between the draft for draft night and free
Mhm.
agency starting. So
Mhm.
free agency now starts the 30th of June
Mhm.
as opposed to July 1st. That's
Right.
when you can start negotiating. You can't sign a contract until the moratorium is over 6
The
days
legal
later.
negotiating window or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But the draft has been moved to the 26th, and then they're doing the 2-day draft now. So the first round's the 26th, the second round's the 27th. And so there's only a 3-day gap between that and the start of free agency.
We have not talked about this. The 2-day NBA draft.
Eh.
Your thoughts?
Well, like, okay, I am totally fine with the 2-day NBA draft, but I would personally like to see the NBA add add more mechanisms to transfer players back and forth between the G League and the main club.
Yeah.
I would also like to see the draft go to 3 rounds and give some of the players at least a little bit more, like at least you'd have draft rights and stuff like that to
Mhm.
players,
Yeah.
and expand the G League, make the G League a legitimate minor league system.
Yeah.
Like even like this year, I would have loved to have had there be a point in the season where the Kings, without it being a 10-day contract situation, where they could have pulled up a Stanley Johnson, they could have pulled up a, I don't know, Jalen
Scal?
Noel, Scal Labissiere,
Mhm.
who like for stretches of the season really deserved it. I mean, he
Yeah.
played extremely well.
Mhm.
But guys who aren't eligible for 2-way contracts to move back and forth and more freely between the two leagues, even what's his name, Mason Jones.
Yeah.
Like he was in the last possible moment that he's eligible for a 2-way contract. Now, he's not eligible for 2-way contract moving forward. So you're not going to be able,
Tough.
either he's going to be on the main roster or he's not going to be here,
Mhm.
or you can bring him to camp and sign him to a, give him a little bit of money and then cut him and then have him go to your G League. But
Mhm.
again, he can't come up unless you have a roster spot and you sign him to a 10-day. I wish that there was more ability to move players back and forth.
So maybe your roster in this instance is you have 13 or 14 roster spots and then 4 or 5 like flex spots.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
basically you can shuttle guys back and forth.
Yeah, I would like to see like 2 flex spots, and when they do come up, they would get like the version of a 10-day
Yeah,
contract.
that's ostensibly the practice squad in the NFL.
Yeah, yeah. I would love to see it where they can come up and go back down,
Yeah.
but also that other teams can steal that guy and sign him to a main roster.
Right.
They can't do the same thing where they're pulling him up for 10 days or whatever,
Mhm.
but they can, sign him to a main roster type deal.
Right.
Like I think that there would be like just more continuity between the two leagues. It
Mhm.
would strengthen both leagues. It would promote like sending a player down on a short rehab assignment,
Mhm.
which is again something I don't think is done nearly enough.
Mhm.
Like we see players that oh well, they can't really come back on the court because we had 4 games and 6 nights and we haven't practiced, and so we can't really get the guy out here on the court until he
Yeah.
practices a couple of days. Okay, well, why not send him to the G League? Even if he's just going on to practice,
Right.
just send him down. And that's something that doesn't happen on the regular between the two leagues. And it's something that like I really do think that they're so close, but they're missing the boat on the G League.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
I'm totally with you. But with Adam Silver at the helm, I could see them eventually expanding it into that, because
Yeah.
I do think that he will explore every avenue to grow to grow the league, to mitigate some of the problems with you've got NBA players just kind of hanging out in the G League because they can't get brought up.
Yeah.
You see guys losing opportunities. You get more injury. I think it makes sense to do that.
Yeah. Even if we had something like a super 2-way, right?
Oh yeah.
Like for guys who
Mhm.
have aged out of the standard 2-way,
Yeah.
but a super 2-way. And so you can bring guys up who, again, are 28 years old and deserve another shot in the league,
Yeah.
but aren't going to get it because of the contractual things and because you're very limited. Like if you don't
Mhm.
have your roster full, then you run into this, that you don't have enough 2-way contracts or 2-way days.
The Kings would have loved to have given Stanley Johnson
Yeah.
20 minutes one night this year.
Yeah. Why not?
Just to see what it looked like. But you can't,
No.
because you're not going to give him a roster spot.
No.
Man, that's tough.
Very difficult.
Jalen Waddle got paid.
Mm.
Another wide receiver gets a big time deal. What does that mean for the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk? And who is more important to their team long term? Brandon Aiyuk or Malik Monk? We'll talk about that. We've got a Kings worry meter to debut. We'll talk NBA playoffs, which continue tonight. Good idea or bad idea? Plenty coming up. Not a jam-packed show, but plenty coming up over the next couple hours right here on The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Do you see an expansion team in the next 5 years? I don't know if this is.
I broke a minute early.
What's that?
Oh, no, I didn't. We're good.
Yeah, we're at 13.
Tiny bit early, but it's fine.
Okay. If this is the NBA expansion team, yeah, I expect 2 NBA expansion teams in the next 3 years, probably. I mean, as soon as the television deal gets done, that's what's next because there's going to be a lot more money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm going to just put it out there that I think it might even coincide with LeBron James retiring from the game of basketball. I think he'll be the primary owner of a team in Las Vegas, and I think Seattle will get a team. I also think they'll move Memphis. I think it's Memphis. They'll move to the Eastern Conference.
Makes sense.
And balance the conferences up that way. Yeah. I love this. Soren Smith, you bring up a really interesting point here. We'll talk about this during like the dead time of the year, like how much having a player on your fantasy team changes your perspective on them. I think that's a really good and interesting topic. I also think that I want to know people's thoughts on if they play Prize Picks, how their thoughts on specific players change because of Prize Picks, or any daily fantasy sports. I don't know.
Tyrese Halliburton is dead to me.
You're dead to me. Yeah.
I had TJ McConnell less than 15.5 points the other night in game 4 of that series.
Mm.
And he had 15. He had 9 going into the fourth. 6 quick-ass points to open the fourth quarter. And I'm like, you can't. I'm all pissed at the Celtics. I'm like, you can't even stop TJ McConnell. Then he goes up for that. He misses a bunny. Misses a wide-open, 10-foot jumper. And then has the offensive rebound where he gets clobbered in the face by Jaylen Brown. And I'm like, whoop, that's it. That's a flagrant. He's going to get the free throw. He's going to go to 16. I'm going to lose at less than 15.5. And then no flagrant. Yes! Good call. Good call.
That was ridiculous.
That was nutty.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you think it should have been a foul or not, that's been a that's been a flagrant all year.
Yeah.
Crazy. Shut up, Manny.
Oh, that's funny. No, I think it's like a super interesting topic. I know some people, they won't have players from their team on their fantasy team.
Oh, that's dude.
Oh, I'm on Demon Time.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That makes me so happy. That's James. I'm Kyle. Yeah, Jalen Waddle got paid, in case you missed it. 3 years, $84.75 million, $76 million guaranteed. We don't have the structure of the deal yet, so we don't know exactly what it looks like. But $76 million in guarantees is $24 million more in guarantees than any other receiver has gotten ever. But again, I don't know if those are full guarantees or guaranteed for injury or what.
Yeah.
Because the initial numbers reported are always just massive. So it's unclear at this time. But what is becoming apparent is that every day that goes by that Brandon Aiyuk doesn't get a contract extension, it gets a little more pricey.
Yeah, it's not like someone's going to all of a sudden sign like a $18 million a year deal and bring the market back down.
No.
They're just not going to.
No.
And so, like, I think the Niners may have hurt themselves by waiting and not just getting something done.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know what that means. Like, maybe it's possible that Aiyuk's people are like, hey, we're just going to hang out and wait.
Yeah.
And see how this market, fully figures itself out.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll go from there. But yeah, these are big contract numbers and difficult things for the 49ers to like envision when they're building out their team for the next 5 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of maneuvering they're going to have to do.
Oh, totally.
And that's why, I see the question, and frankly, it's a question I've had too, where you're kind of asking, like, why aren't the Niners giving him a deal that he'll sign? But it's because of this. Because you had Nico Collins, who is extension eligible, and you had Devontae Smith, who was extension eligible, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then you had A.J. Brown, who got his extension. And now you have Justin Jefferson. As much as the 49ers may want to get a deal done, you've also got Brandon Aiyuk, who's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to wait and see what Justin Jefferson gets.
Oh.
So I know the ballpark. He's not going to get more than Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson's full stop a better player.
Yeah, you would hope not.
But he's looking at, okay, Jalen Waddle, that's a nice little comp. 3 1,000-yard seasons for Jalen Waddle so far, 18 touchdowns in 3 years, very impressive. The touchdowns right about on pace with what Brandon Aiyuk has done through 4 years. Aiyuk has 2 1,000-yard seasons, but he's been an all-pro. That's probably in the ballpark, but you're going to wait around and see, okay, hey, where does Justin Jefferson wind up landing? What does that look like? And then I'll go a little bit south of that. I want to see what the going rate is for a young star wide receiver right now, and then I'll judge based on that. And the Niners may have a deal that's $27 million a year with $50 million guaranteed or whatever it is. And he's going, nope. Like, I'll wait.
Yeah, I think at some point, like, you have to figure out what it is you're going to do here and just like push forward. Because what you can't do is keep like hoping that something different will happen if you're the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And Aiyuk, it's like his people, they're smart to wait. Like, at this point, you've seen how the market just, not only has it changed, but it's solidified itself. And I think for me, it's one of those things that, you can't envision this team without him like 3-4 years from now. He's going to be one of the most important players on this team as this team changes its age arc and as guys age out of the league.
And you notice with Devontae Smith and to a lesser extent A.J. Brown, with Jalen Waddle, and to a lesser extent Tyreek Hill, with, who am I missing? Nico Collins.
Oh, yeah.
These are all top receivers for young quarterbacks who are going to get paid or going to be franchise quarterbacks. Tua Tagovailoa, whether you think he's getting paid or not, he's going to get paid. And if you're the 49ers and you're looking at Brandon Aiyuk, you have a young quarterback outside of like Fred Warner. This is the position I'm operating from when I talk about the 49ers need to pay Brandon Aiyuk.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of it, because they're going to pay Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, and Fred Warner for the next 3 years, everybody's expendable to keep Brandon Aiyuk. Flat out. Because if you have a player in Aiyuk who has been an all-pro, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, you have to figure that in the post-Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Trent Williams era, that maybe the 49ers are a little bit more pass-heavy. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's always going to run the ball. That's always going to be a foundation. But in a world where Deebo Samuel's not around, George Kittle's not around, Christian McCaffrey's not around, which is the reality over the next 2 or 3 years, having a superstar wide receiver on the perimeter is going to be really, really helpful, because you don't want to roll out Trent Taylor and Dante Pettis, whoever their starting receivers were in week 1 back in 2020.
Oh, yeah.
That was a mess.
Oh, yeah.
So I just
that you got it right.
You have to pay him.
You got it right with him.
Yeah, you traded up to get him.
Yeah, and not only that, but you hit a home run,
Mhm.
and he's a guy that you kind of feel wants to be here, and so it's time. It's time to figure it out,
Yep.
and like we had this segment figured out, like the Malik Monk and Brandon Aiyuk situations.
Mm.
Like there's only so much the Kings can do when it comes to Monk, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All they can do is $17.4 million starting
Like that's
salary.
literally the ceiling. That's not a like, well, they would have to pay more like, no, that's as much as they can offer them by
Yeah,
rule.
no, totally,
That's the
totally. But
max.
but I agree with sort of the premise that these are players that you have to move forward with if you're these particular clubs.
Mhm.
You look at If you look at Monk, you look at Aiyuk. These are like centerpiece players. Whether they're again, McCaffrey is a star, just like De'Aaron
Yeah.
Fox is a star, and Sabonis is a star, just like
Mhm.
I'd even say like Trent Williams is a star,
Sure.
or even Bosa. Like there's a way you look at these things, and you can, even though the NFL has so many more players and all this
Mhm.
stuff, but you also have to have these other secondary players who can evolve into something even more. And I think it's both of these franchises, they don't know how close they are to like destruction. Like without these
Mhm.
guys, these are players that mean so incredibly much to what they're trying to do.
Who would be who which loss would be easier to overcome if Malik Monk walks or if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't stay?
I hate to say it, but I think the Niners would figure it out. They've got a young receiver they drafted. They've got Jawan Jennings. They've got Debo. It would hurt and it would be a
Mhm.
huge mistake.
Mhm.
But I think that because the NFL and the way that offense is built, and the other pieces, you might be able to survive that. I don't know how the Kings would survive not only losing Monk the player, but Monk the personality. And then
Mhm.
where do you go from there? Because you're entering an offseason where you don't have a bunch of mechanisms to add additional players.
Yeah.
You can package and trade players and trade picks and all that stuff, but you don't have like cap space. You don't have a bunch of exceptions that you can just go
Mhm.
crazy and sign a bunch of dudes all over the place. So I think it just puts you in a weird situation if you're the Kings. And also you're losing one of your top three players. How do you find another guy who's going to fit in the top three, maybe top four of your rotation without like gutting half your team? And
Yeah,
that's tough.
I think I'm inclined to agree, but I think I'm basing that off of this year. I would be interested in 2 years to see how I felt about that.
Okay.
Because if Brandon Ayuk is walking and you're getting a just diminished, like Debo Samuel is going to be 30 in a couple years. You're getting a diminished version of Debo Samuel. Um, you're either getting a diminished version of or losing Christian McCaffrey. Like you run the risk if you let Brandon Ayuk walk of having, like I said, Dante Pettis or Danny Gray or Ronnie Bell, like that level of player at receiver for your young quarterback
Yeah, that's
who
tough.
doesn't have Trent Williams on his blind side anymore and doesn't have Christian McCaffrey warping defenses and doesn't have George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk. Like that's the reason I think if you're going to make the case for Aiyuk, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Where you're betting your franchise, you're betting the future of your franchise on Brock Purdy. The Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch thing, they got a pass for the Trey Lance debacle because they fell backwards into Brock Purdy with the last pick of the draft.
Yeah.
And it turns out that Brock Purdy can play a low quarterback. So they got a pass for a move that would have gotten most head coach GM regimes fired. But this time, if you're paying Brock Purdy and that's going to be your $55 million man, that's it. That's your bet.
Mm-hmm.
And you're letting his top target walk? The guy who's going to be with him in 3 or 4 years?
Who's going to be with him the bulk of his career?
Yeah, like that.
While he's establishing himself,
yes,
for the next like 8 years, this is the guy who should be his number one target, his number one reliable player that he's with.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm with you.
Yeah, but to your point, I would trust the 49ers. If let's say they both leave. I would trust the 49ers to figure out their offense in the immediate and in the long term far more than I would the Kings. Not because of Monty McNair or because of Mike Brown, but it's Sacramento. It's hard to get free agents here.
Mm-hmm.
B, the salary cap rules and restrictions are different in the NBA, and I think the Niners would have, just to kind of back up your point, an easier time over the next 2 or 3 years figuring out how to survive without Brandon Aiyuk. Whereas if Malik Monk walks, it's kind of like, well, hope DeAnthony Melton can do something.
If you can get him.
If you can get him, right.
Or can you get Bones Highland?
Yeah. And then you need him to develop into that kind of player. So
yeah,
I think that Malik Monk would be the tougher player to replace. But that's, I mean, I think you could pretty easily make a case for either one. Let's loop Mike Brown into this discussion because that's something we're going to do throughout the offseason. And we'll debut our Kings Worry Meter as well coming up. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
I've got to be honest. In the last 2 days, I don't know if anyone's watched any of this A's Tampa Bay Devil Rays series.
Oh, is that on?
It is, I believe, right now.
Let's go find it.
Yeah, Daz just gunned him. But I have seen Tampa Bay get thrown out on the base paths more than any team I've ever seen. Like yesterday, they got gunned at home 4 times.
Oh, brother, these guys stink.
I mean, how do you get gunned at home 4 times?
That's tough. It's a hard thing to do.
And they still won, but they just got gunned at second. Oh, little Zach Geloff. He's in a slump. He has. I think he's 5 straight games without a hit.
Oh, I know.
Although he almost hit a homer last night.
Hey, he's going yard right here. I feel good about it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think he's gonna flip one to right field. Not fully in the gap, but like it won't get through. But nice little base knock over the second baseman's head.
It is. I'm sorry. It is jarring every time I see the Nike uniforms.
Yeah.
They are so ass. They are shockingly bad.
Wait. You didn't hear my thoughts on Angel Hernandez returning? Is he returning?
That's got to mean retiring.
Oh, retiring. Oh, yeah.
Bro, Leezy, I was thinking about this morning on the way here. Oh, ring him up.
We were wrong. Yeah,
Damn.
he's in a spiral.
Hey, well, he's not Zach Gallen, you know. 2 minutes.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, our thoughts on Mike Brown are well documented. But
yeah,
if you want to get a coach of any kind of quality, you're going to have to pay for him. So
yeah.
I didn't see a single. Here's the yeah, good for them. That series win over the Phillies was big time. This is the thing, is there wasn't even a like contingent of writer that I saw or fan who was like, well, here's all the good things Angel Hernandez did.
No, it was just like, oh, thank you, Jesus.
This umpire who stinks is retiring.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't drink enough water yesterday.
Yeah?
Bad job by me.
I've been drinking water with hydrant in it. Like a hydrating, like, powder.
Oh. Like,
I think it's called hydrant.
Mm.
Like, it's good. It doesn't taste like diet. That's what I can't handle.
I like the, what are those hydration packs called? Help me out.
I don't know.
Liquid IV. Thank you, Drew. Yeah, Liquid IV. Not Prime. Definitely not that. Here we go.
It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Coming out in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. But if you're listening on the radio or on the free Odyssey app, or maybe online, we appreciate you immensely as well. Yeah, big shout out to Liquid IV. Pro tip. I'm not a doctor, but for me and my experience, I'm sorry, somebody was talking right by the door and everybody looked like at me.
At you.
Or it looked like they were looking at me, but it was somebody right next to the door. Anyways, doesn't matter. Oh, there's free things out there. I can't wait to go see what it is.
New free things?
Yeah. It's not. Shout out to Chick-fil-A, by the way. Coach Brad brings in Chick-fil-A, it feels like twice a week. But anyways, Liquid IV. I'm not a doctor, so I can't vouch for what's in it.
Yeah, the authenticity of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I use it and I like it.
Okay.
We were talking about that at the break, and I couldn't remember the name of it, but then everybody hit me with it. So
Okay. I haven't tried that
shout out
one.
to Liquid IV. Yeah, it's a favorite. It's a favorite of mine, and I swear, again, like I said, I'm not a doctor, so I can't say. But for me personally, this is not medical advice. For me personally, it has helped the post drinking hangover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or at least
Got to stay
your
hydrated.
like your consumption of water, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's something that's water based. You're
you
pouring into
pour it
water.
Yep.
Oh,
I mostly drink them though when I'm before, during, and after I've had some alcohol. I also just drink more responsibly now because I'm an adult.
Oh yeah.
Like that's the
Yeah, I have it
that's
on
the
and
other
off
aspect
switch.
of it.
Yeah. Like some people don't, but yeah, I do have an on and off switch. Like, oh, I've had enough. I'm good.
Jim knows what's up. Jim knows exactly what's happening.
There we go.
That would have been a bad time to do our read that we have. I'll do that later. You wrote this down. I think it's really interesting. Are the Brandon Aiyuk and Mike Brown situations similar in any way, where you're looking for an extension, both people looking for an extension, who have 1 year left on their deals? Both of them are looking for market rate for a player / coach of their quality.
Or what they do. Yeah.
And we're sitting here with both going, why are they not hammering this out?
Well, not only that, but I
Pause.
think every single step of the way, the going rate has been solidified, right? So I think that's where I like Aiyuk. There isn't like a star level receiver who decided, hey, to throw caution to the wind and take like a 4-year 60 with 32 million guaranteed. That hasn't happened.
It's just not a thing that happens.
And in the NBA, like we were counting yesterday, we got up to, I think we had Damian and Kenny and I, when I dropped by with D'Lo and Casey, I think we had got up to at least 9 coaches we could count that were making 10 million or more. And it's like just the going rate. Like yesterday, it got solidified again. Ty Lue just got a $14 million a year contract, and a couple of days before that, Jason Kidd, and then a couple of days before that, like Mike Budenholzer. Like you just keep getting the understanding that is the market price.
Yeah.
And so that's where I always kind of like, if you pull back and you say, okay, well then why isn't a deal getting done? That would be because either someone is asking for something outlandish, or someone else isn't fully 100% committed to what's happening. And that's where, like, I think we have to sort of root out and get to the bottom of why is it that we're seeing, the Kings and Mike Brown? Why is one side telling Adrian Wojnarowski that we're done negotiating? Like, why did that happen? And where do we go from here? And do the Kings not know that if it's not Mike Brown, it's going to be somebody else who is asking for a very similar dollar amount, because that's where NBA coaching just went. And that's what, like, again, if the Niners aren't going to bring back Brandon Aiyuk, they're going to have to find somebody else like Brandon Aiyuk 2 years from now and pay that person what they should have just paid Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, or you're taking big swings for
Yeah.
may or may not pan out.
Yeah, totally. No, I think it's interesting.
I was thinking about that on the way here, and Lazy in our YouTube chat in the chatty house asked this question. Wow, sick.
Yeah, there you go.
Go me. Lazy in the chatty house asked this question. He was like, who are you going to get? What coach are you replacing Mike Brown with?
Yeah.
And I think that's question number one. Like, that's anytime a person says, and this is not what's happening with Mike Brown, but follow me. Anytime a person says, well, fire that coach, it's like, and bring in Whomst.
Yeah.
Who's the person that you, because if it's just a bad team, right? When it was the 2015 49ers, it was really clear that Jim Tomsula was not cut out to be a head coach. That team was not going to go where they wanted with Jim Tomsula head coach. So you go fire Jim Tomsula and replace him with who? Literally anyone. Chip Kelly, bad head coach, bad NFL head coach. They went 2-14 with Chip Kelly. And you go fire Chip Kelly, replace him with literally anyone. Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay at the time, but it wound up being Kyle Shanahan. In Mike Brown's case, if you're going to go fire Mike Brown, all right, okay. Or if you're the Kings and you're going, we're going to let Mike Brown walk. Boy, you better make sure you have somebody who's definitely better.
Well, and that's the problem. Like, I think you can find somebody who'll take the job.
Definitely.
Without any question. There's going to be someone who goes, yeah, that's fine. I'll take.
Yeah, 1,000%.
I will take the $8 to $10 million a year that now first-year head coaches are getting.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say that, okay. And they may say, okay, well, we really want to pay you $6 million. Okay, it's my first NBA head coaching gig. Maybe I'll take $6 million.
Uh-huh.
But what are you doing that? Like, why would you start over? Why would you risk continuity? Why would you risk the culture that you've built? Why would you risk the program and the players that you currently have and how fragile this thing is?
I don't.
Because it is. That's what, like, I can point out, like, in the time that I've covered the team, like 6 different times where the Kings could have done something that would have made them make the playoffs. And during the 12 years of the 16-year drought that I covered. Like, you signed Bogdanovich and you match his salary that he got with the Atlanta Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
People forget the Kings missed playoffs by 2 games that year, and they did not replace him at all in free agency. They signed Hassan Whiteside and they signed Glenn Robinson III to replace Kent Bazemore and Alex Len and Bogdanovich, your starting shooting guard.
Mm-hmm.
You missed playoff by 2 games. You know, again, if the bubble never happens, does Vlade Divac lose his job? Does Luke Walton get put in the grinder? Sure. You know, if the pandemic doesn't happen, do the Kings actually make the playoffs? Because they were rolling. They had won. They were like 20-8 or 20-11 over the last 30 games with Bogdanovich starting over Buddy Hield. They were like, we had this heavyweight bout between them and the Pelicans the night that the whole world shuts down. And that would have maybe decided who made it to the playoffs and who didn't as the 8th seed. Like, there's all of these little tiny moments. And my point is that it's not just to drag history back in. It's to say, like, we're at another moment. Like, this is a tiny moment where a good thing can happen, a bad thing can happen. And I don't want to risk a bad thing happening, because that's where you kind of lead yourself to if you're going to just change everything.
Yeah, you feeling good about Kenny Atkinson or Darvin Ham?
No.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I don't know. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. All of that was to say, by the way, the Brandon Aiyuk and Mike Brown contract situation is very similar.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it?
A lot of the same questions.
Where you just keep going, another guy got paid what you're going to have to pay him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Interesting.
It can be done.
Yes.
Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on, man?
This is Big E.
Oh, my bad, Big E. Our call screener got it wrong. What's up?
I actually want to talk some baseball, if that's cool with you guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I know you're both A's fans, but I just wanted to say, how about the Giants? They might have lost yesterday, but they took the series, and that's how you kind of go throughout the season. I haven't been this excited since the season Buster Posey retired. My friend was saying that we should aim for first place, but I think the recipe for success has always been a wild card. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, dude. So when the Giants got hot, they beat the Rockies. I think they swept the Rockies or took 2 out of 3 from the Rockies, and then they went down and they took 2 out of 3. They think they took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates, and then they took 2 out of 3 from the Mets, and they had all these comebacks. And I think there was a sweep in there somewhere as well. They were playing some really, really good baseball. But then you went and looked, and you're like, well, the Rockies might be the worst team in the league, and the Pirates aren't very good, and the Mets are the Mets. So I'm not buying it. But then they go in against Philly.
Yeah.
And they're down in game 1 and wind up beating them 8-4. And then 2 days ago, shut them out through 10 innings in a bullpen game. In a bullpen game, you're hoping to, if you give up 3-4 runs, you're hoping to, oh, good job. Well done, everybody. But you hold a really, really, really good Phillies team to 0 through 10, and then you squeeze out a run. You'll take that 1-0 win. And then yesterday, like Big E said, you take a loss in the series finale. But if you're taking the 2 out of 3 from the Phillies, who are off to a scorching hot start, that's really, really impressive. And to me, it's not a coincidence that the Giants started playing some of their young players and added more electricity and speed and athleticism to their defense, to the base paths. Huh, look at that. They start winning. Shocking how that happens.
Yeah, it's to me, it's really interesting too, because the whole league has kind of waited for them to figure it out. Like they aren't far out of the wild card, like what he's talking about. Actually, I think as of right now, they're like the second wild card team. And it's really, really early. But if I'm the Giants, I at least have that positivity, and it's probably time for your team to go out and start planning on what bat they're going to get, because I don't think they have enough to get them there again. This is what it always feels like with the Giants. They're always at least one big bat away from like being a complete
every year
team. And I mean, the fact that they haven't had a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds? Since Barry Bonds left. That's just crazy.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, the A's stumble into a guy who hits 30 home runs every year. And I mean, you can say, well, their park, it's easier to hit home runs, whatever. Okay. Like, it's the same park that some guy hit 73, like who like set a record for the most home runs. I mean, we can put like a giant asterisk by that, but that doesn't change the fact that like you can't hit home runs.
In modern baseball, not having a player hit 30 home runs is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
for that amount of time.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, good on the Giants. I maybe they push for first place. If you can win the division, I think that's great. But they should, if you keep playing well, you can get in with a wild. It's not getting into a wild card in baseball is just not the same as it is like in the NFL, where now all of a sudden you're on the road for every series, and oh my God, there's all this travel and you don't get a bye, and first place, wild card, whatever. If you're in the tournament, you give yourself a shot. And I think the Giants are playing well enough to get there right now.
Yeah,
sure.
I agree.
Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on? Hey, Don.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, Don, what's up?
Oh, no, this ain't Don. This is Lizzie. What's up?
Oh, my God,
Hey.
Lizzie. I'm sorry. Our call screener messed it up. What's up?
You're good. We on demon time. Hey, guys, I just had a quick comment and a question. My comment was, I don't
I'm
think
on demon
Kenny
time.
Atkinson... I don't think... Yeah, we always on demon time here. I don't think Kenny Atkinson will come here because him and Mike Brown coach together on the Warriors, and if they're doing Mike Brown dirty, Kenny Atkinson might think the same for him. And my question is, do you think if the Kings were to replace Mike Brown, do you think they would maybe hold out for Monty Williams, who the Pistons are kind of on the fence about?
Thanks, Lizzie. Appreciate it.
I think the Pistons, like, they owe Monty Williams like a Brinks truck full of cash, and they can't get out from underneath that. They're not going to do anything with Monty Williams, I don't think. And like, I just got to be honest. Like, did I miss something where Monty Williams was like coaching genius? I'm not sure.
He took the Suns to the finals, and he's a really great guy.
He got fired.
He is a, what's the word I'm looking for? like an A+ human. But I'm with you, man. I think that Pistons brought him in because they thought they were going to win this year. They thought they were going to like compete for a play-in or playoff spot this year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then that went horribly. But now to me, you're committed to that. That's your guy now.
Yeah.
You're going to have all these young players, and then you're just going to pull the plug in year one, and now you're going to have to underpay another coach because you owe Monty Williams $90 million still, or however much insane money it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. And to your point, I don't know if he's an upgrade over Mike Brown.
Well, I mean, he has a career win percentage of .485, and part of that's because he went 14-68 last season.
Yeah.
But in his 4 years in Phoenix, he had a .628 win percentage.
Mm-hmm.
But that was also a really good team, and then they like just bounced him. But before that, with the Pelicans, he had a .439 win percentage.
Yeah.
Like, and we're talking, he had 5 years to get it done, and threw up 2 seasons where he was over 500, his first year and his last year. And again, I don't know.
I don't find him that inspiring of a head coach.
Yeah.
Like if here's the deal, and this is the other thing, just to kind of stick on this. I want to get to what Tom said about Sam Cassell real quick, but any move they make that is beyond that, any move they make in reality,
mm-hmm.
that's in the realm of what's could happen, is going to be underwhelming. There's no, if Eric Spoelstra was going to be a coaching free agent and the Kings could go get Eric Spoelstra, then great. Do that. Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the league, in my opinion. Go and do that. But that's not going to happen. That's not a thing that's going to happen. So anything if they, okay, Mike Brown is the guy this year, but now they're going to move on next year. Okay, James Borrego. Is that Darvin Ham? Is that doing it? Is Kenny Atkinson doing it? Tom L in the chat brought up Sam Cassell. Actually, I actually think Sam Cassell is going to be a good NBA coach. He was a good, heady NBA player, and he's just been on benches for a really long time. And then you hear players talk about him as a coach, and he's gotten nothing but praise from them.
Yeah, but that makes you wonder, like, everyone knows who Sam Cassell is. There's no question about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't got a head coaching job.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that means. Because
I go ahead, sorry.
Well, there are coaches that come along all the time. I mean, Jordi Fernandez just got a head coaching job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sam Cassell is a much more known name. Sam Cassell played in the league. He was a very, very good player.
Mm-hmm.
He's like recognizable. He's been an assistant longer than Jordi Fernandez was an assistant, and he still hasn't gotten a head job.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me, like, kind of makes you wonder, like, what exactly, how does he get a job, and why is it that he's not getting a job? So
I follow that logic for sure, and I think there's something to it. But at the same time, you get guys like Steve Nash who go from player development assistant with the Warriors to head coach of the Nets. And then you've got JJ Redick, who's suddenly in the running to be the head coach of the Lakers. I don't know. Chauncey Billups got a head coaching job with the Blazers. I don't know, man. I'm in on Sam Cassell though as an idea, but to that point, maybe he's not going to be a good coach. You don't know. You know that Mike Brown can coach basketball.
Yeah, I don't know
how
either.
many ways we can say that the Kings should extend Mike Brown.
Yeah, I just know, like, Sam Cassell's been an assistant for, I think it's 14 years, either 14 or 15. Like, he was an assistant in 2010 for the Wizards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 years he's been an assistant.
Jeez.
And this is what I'm talking about. The guy that's right next to him, Charles Lee.
Chuck Lee.
He's been an assistant for 10 years, but a lower level assistant the early part of his career, not like Sam Cassell, who had the cachet of being an NBA player. And Charles Lee, who is on the same staff with Boston, already got the Charlotte job. So like, and he's been one of the guys who's been like in the mix
Right,
for job
right.
after job after job.
Mhm.
Even the Kings job, there was some interest there to at least sit down and talk to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know what it is about him or why it is that he hasn't got a job. Cassell, that is. But we're talking about 16 years as an assistant. He's been around the league forever.
Yeah. Somebody said Mark Jackson. I think it was a bit.
Yeah.
That's a hard no.
Yeah, it's a hard no.
That's a big time no for me. King's worry meter. We're gonna break this out every once in a while, and I think it fits with something that where was it? Stephen McBride said in the chat. He said, if Mike Brown is gone, it's a return to the dark ages in the 916. I don't know if that's the case. It would sure feel like it. That would be the vibe for sure. So let's do Kings worry meter. I have 3 things that are happening with the Kings. How worried are you about these things? You can play along in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Or if you want to give us a call, 916-909-1320. All right, the first thing on the Kings worry meter, Mike Brown extension. How worried are you that a Mike Brown extension is not going to get done?
I think it's 50-50 that it gets done. And I know there isn't a lot of like, from what I've heard, there isn't like a lot of positivity around it getting done. And but these things change quickly. And again, I think at some point players need to say something too. If Mike Brown is the guy they want here, they need to make that known, because the players hold as much power as anyone. And, again, realistically, if Malik Monk is going to sign here or not, based on whether Mike Brown is going to has more than 1 year as a head coach, then you clearly sign Mike Brown. Like that's it. Like if Malik Monk says, "Hey, I'm coming back," if Mike Brown is here, it's over. Like there's no more discussion.
It's no question.
So that's the problem that I have. It's like I don't know, and I don't want to say it's more than 50-50. I would hope that it's better than 50-50, but I can't say that it is.
Man, that's tough. I am 31% concerned.
Okay.
Yeah, that was on accident, but hell yeah.
I love that number.
I am 31% concerned.
Nice.
Thanks. That they're not gonna. I'm still of the mind that there's enough logic in the building.
Yeah.
And B, I think if you're the Kings, because public opinion doesn't always matter, but I think if you're the Kings and you're kind of weighing like, hey, okay, things are kind of going the right direction the last couple of years, we've got the fan base buying back in, we got the fan base excited, and then you turn on the radio or you jump into the chatty house or you jump on social media and you see the reaction to the Woj report that the Kings and Mike Brown are tabling talks. Whew. I don't know how you confidently go, oh yeah, the right thing to do is to let him walk.
Yeah, I mean, if you're crowdsourcing it, you clearly just saw what the crowd wants.
Yes. And I think that's, if it's not universal, it's very, very close. So I am 31% concerned that it will not get done. But like I said, I think there's enough logic and enough happening outside and hopefully inside the building that cooler heads will prevail and they will realize that the right thing to do is to commit to Mike Brown.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at, 31%. Second one, Malik Monk signing, not getting a contract extension, but signing his contract extension with the Kings.
Yeah, I would. Okay, so first of all, the Kings are the one team that can negotiate with him like beforehand, right? So, and they're already putting it all out there, right? Anything they can give him, they're going to give him. At first mark, I was more like 40-60 that he's not going to be here. I've since moved that more to like 35%, 65%, 65% that he'll be here, 35% that he won't. But now I'm probably moving it back to like 50-50 because I do think all of these other things are going to play into it. Like anyone who's going to sign with Sacramento, whether it's Malik Monk or some guy with that the Kings find on the mid-level exception,
Mhm.
they're going to want to know what the path forward is here. Like, because it's not like these guys don't, I mean, they play 2K. They play the game, like, not only like off the court, like on the court. They understand that there has to be improvements, and they're going to want to know that those improvements are coming.
I will give you my answer when we come back because we have to break. But we'll continue talking about Malik Monk. And then there's one more thing we have to get to on the Kings Worry Meter before we start talking about the NBA postseason. Good idea or good, but 3, 2, and 1. Good idea or bad idea is also coming up on the Insiders, plus the handoff coming up in the next hour. Plenty to get to in hour number 2 on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Is it all right if I run? Come right back.
Yeah, just don't hurt yourself.
I've been working out, Kyle. I'm ready for this adventure.
I'm John Lawrence, and the place to be 2 pints of Sam Adams, but I'm working on 3. These red coats don't want it with me, so I'm a pop, chicka pop. These cops still I'm free. Oui, mon ami, je m'appelle Lafayette. The Lancelot of the revolutionary set. I came from afar just to say bonsoir. Yuck! We haven't, but we can. We're both just kind of out on the idea. We can talk about it for sure. Star that one. Tom Elliott starred. Oh, buddy, they're going to announce a tour soon, and I can't wait. Yes, sir. No comment. What's that? What are we talking about? Strip clubs? What in the world? Dude, I swear to God, I don't know why I try and catch up with the Shotty House. It breaks. I take personal offense to this. Oh, okay. I will. We're going to start that one too. This would be my big concern. Like, of all the things. Just if they're not going to commit to Mike Brown, then all of a sudden that's going to be like a... going to be the first domino to fall in a series of not so good dominoes. Oh, bro, like 32%.
What are we, 32%?
Ron Weasley's save percentage. A bad Quidditch player. That's fraudulent. Dude, this is so funny. So, Zabo, I first read Harry Potter when I was a kid, right? I think I started them in 4th grade was when I first got into them, and then I caught up, and then I would read the next book whenever it came out. We'd go to Costco and we'd get it at Costco. And I always remembered Quidditch being such a huge part of the story. But then I went back and read them a couple times as an adult, and you realize that it's a very small piece. It's just such a bunch of like important stuff happens at Quidditch matches, but as far as like Quidditch as a whole, it's just not. It's not very prevalent. There's no way to tell, Manny. Some people say yes, some people say no. I don't know if we'll ever get a firm answer. Oh, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. And then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. I have a couple of things from the chatty house at the break I want to get to, but let's finish up with the Kings worry meter. Just talking about how worried we are about these various Kings storylines. We've done the Mike Brown contract extension, and we were talking about the Malik Monk contract. So you're now leaning towards 50-50.
Yeah, probably that's probably where that something gets done. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I think these things change quickly.
Is there any here real quick before I give my is there any question to you? I know we've talked about the different ways they can kind of structure this deal to ostensibly make it a 4-year, $100 million contract. But is there any doubt in your mind that they're going to give him the maximum amount of money that they can give him?
Oh, no. Like for right now, for the next 2 years, no. Like
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, like that was always a question. Like I would say the first 2 months of the season, like are you going to give him the full 17.4 million? And like the question I think it plays along with, is he worth the more than that or less than that? Like what is it what he's worth? By the end of the season, I think everybody could tell, maybe even like 2/3 of the way through the season is like, oh boy, he's not only is he a $17 million player, but he's probably more than that. He's probably a 20, he might be a 22, it might be a $25 million player.
Yeah.
Like again, he's worth whatever someone's going to pay him. Right. And so I think that's how you always have to look at these things. Like, where do you judge, like, what is a player's worth and all that stuff? And for Sacramento, I mean, he's worth way more than they can possibly pay him.
Yeah.
But there's no question in my mind at this point that they're willing to go the full, whatever they can give him in the first 2 years, even if it's the 4-year deal with, 4-year, $78 million contract with a 2-year, an opt-out after 2.
Right.
They're going to give him that, from what I know, and kind of the tea leaves. That's not going to be a question. The question is whether somebody else just blows that offer away and maybe has a better opportunity for him in some way.
I am 88% concerned that he's going to just get an obscene bag in free agency. I think so much of what we talk about, we talk about it with the Kings, and we talked about it a lot yesterday, the need for shot creation. And if you can have a shot creator who gets into the lane like he does, who can shoot it like he does, and then who can also play make out of the pick and roll as a primary ball handler, whatever it is, like that's a really, really big deal. And I think you saw it time and time again in the playoffs. You saw it with the Cavaliers. You saw it with Orlando. I think at times you saw it with Indiana, although to a lesser extent. I think you're seeing it right now with Minnesota. And I think the value of a player who can handle the basketball, who can make threes, who can get in the lane, who can play above the rim is going to be super, super high this offseason. And I am very, very worried that some team is going to throw him $25 million a year.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, that's what you're going to be up against. It's very possible.
Yeah.
And also, if I'm Malik Monk, I'm very leery of some sort of promise. Like, I know it's been laid out there that, there's a way that he could get 17 million this year, like 18 point something million next year. Next thing you know, that's like a $37 million deal. And then he can opt out and then they'll pay him 30 something and 30 something. And next thing you know, he's got a $100 million deal from Sacramento as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that's just to ignore the fact that not only if you do that, like if you don't make any improvements as of right now, both the Sabonis contract going up, the De'Aaron Fox contract going up, and in that summer, the Keegan Murray contract, you're already going to be like approaching luxury tax.
Yeah.
Like what exactly are the Kings going to just throw 30 million at somebody? And maybe they will, but they can't put it in writing. And if they can't put it in writing, I don't know how I can do that.
It's, you might get 4 years and 100, or you will get 4 years and 100.
Yeah, and you might get 4 years and 100 in California, or you will get 4 years and 100 in Orlando, Florida, where there is no state income tax at 10%.
Whew. That's tough. I'm very, very concerned about that. Also, you brought up the last one is about Monty McNair's ability to close a big deal. I want to put a pin in that because you just brought up Keegan Murray's contract. And this is something I was thinking about a lot. The Keegan Murray contract aspect of all this is endlessly interesting to me, because you run up against a scenario where if Keegan Murray, what would be the max rookie extension for him?
It's going to be
in ballpark
what Fox is making right now, but just the new version of that. So
sure.
First year salary, probably 31 million.
Sure.
It would be like, I think you can do a 5-year deal. Well, you can do a 4-year extension. Like 150, 160. Well, I think Fox's was 5-year 160.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be 5-year 175, 180.
And do you think it's trending toward him getting that?
Oh, I don't know.
And that's the
really
interesting
good
part
question.
For me.
Yeah.
Because if he does, by the time he's due for an extension, if they're like, yep, 5 and 180, here you go, they're probably in a really, really great spot. Where now having 3 max level guys like that with Sabonis and Fox and then Keegan Murray, it matters less because I think the bar of player that you have to bring in is now a little bit lower.
Okay.
But on the other hand, like, you want Keegan Murray to get to that point, but if he's not at that point after next season, well, now you have to kind of worry about what Keegan Murray's ceiling is going to be.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's going to be a discussion point for a long time. We can't do it's all going to be dependent on how he looks next season and what kind of leap he makes in year 3. But that's going to be a really, really interesting piece of all of this as we talk about the Kings moving forward.
Yeah, so for me right now, he's a 480 to 490 player. Like 4
years, got it.
4 years, 80 million to 4 year, 90 million. And again, the cap is going to go up, 10% a year from here on out for a while. So like that, but that's kind of the dollar amount I put him in. But that can change very quickly.
Yeah, no doubt. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the show, I'm going to fit a call in before we go to break. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt in West Sac.
Oh, sorry, Matt. Our call screener got it wrong. What's up?
All good, man. So you were talking about dominoes falling, and I was wondering, I don't want to already start throwing blame around or anything, but does the presumptive blame for all this fall on Monty McNair more than it does Uncle B? A lot of us have kind of sat back and said all right, come on, Vivek, get it done. But is there a rift between Monty McNair that Kings fans aren't seeing? Because we know what kind of past Monty has. We saw what happened during the trade deadline, or what didn't happen. And I was just wondering what you guys thought about what Monty McNair's position and what his role is and all this, and what his relationship is with Mike Brown.
Awesome. Thanks for the call, Matt. James, I will let you answer that.
Well, I would say this, that Monty was able to hire his own coach after a year and a half, 2 years, right? So he inherited Luke Walton's contract, not only year 1, but also had to keep him to start year 2. And then they paid Luke Walton a year after that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he cycled through, went through a bunch of coaches' names. This is a coach he came up with. And you remember he interviewed Steve Clifford, Mike D'Antoni. There are a bunch of coaches that came through Sacramento that were interviewing for this job. This is a guy who got behind. So one way or another, you probably have tied yourself to Mike. Mm-hmm. And I'd also say, look, if the Kings want more offense, Mike Brown did have the #1 rated offense a year before. It's not like they can't crank up the offense.
Mhm.
They can't. They need players to hit shots clearly, but like he already proved that he can be that coach.
They're not playing some archaic style of basketball that doesn't work.
No, this isn't like the like 1950s Celtics that are just
Right.
passing the ball around and
Mhm.
the Kings are scoring like 37 points a game.
Right.
Like that's not where we're at. This is like it's I don't think that there is a rift between Monty and Mike, but I also think that yeah, like a lot of this does fall on like the group of them.
Yeah.
It falls on ownership and management. Somebody has to like if you're not getting your voice heard, you need to fight for him more. Then you need to fight for him more.
Yeah.
If you don't want him there, and like yeah, like there could be multiple people on different levels and stuff, but at some point you have to pick a path and stick to it, and that's what you would hope that they would do in this situation.
You'd hope so, but we'll see. More Monty McNair coming up. We got good idea or bad idea, and then we'll talk some NBA playoffs as well on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. I will be right at the back.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 3.5.
According to the New York Times, the Home Alone home is for sale. The cool one in the nice Chicago neighborhood. I don't know if anyone's interested. Hey, I saw you put this up there earlier. Okay. Like, sure. The Kings need someone who's physical, who length, athleticism. My problem is that Rui, like that's one of like 3 moves. That's not your top tier move. It's not your second move. It's going to be like a third move that you would want to do. So, I don't have 5.4 million to give, Brian. And I'm also slightly concerned if you have a need for 5.4 million. I don't think, like, I disagree with this. Again, those guys averaged like 12 assists a game between the two of them. I also don't agree with this. I don't know that Malik is the leader of the Kings as much as he is like the heart and the soul of the Kings. That's different. That's totally different. Malik keeps things light. One of the leaders of the Kings is Trey Lyles. One of the leaders of the Kings is Harrison Barnes. One of the leaders of the Kings is Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Like those are all like this group does have leaders. They're just, it doesn't mean that they're super vocal leaders. That I don't know that matters all the time. I don't know if Jared Vanderbilt is available, but if he is, he's got to at least be somewhat intriguing. He's got a 4-year deal. And he also, not only is that a 4-year deal, but I think he fits into like the mid-level if you were to make a trade.
I found out what's out there.
What is it?
Snacks and coffee.
Ooh, coffee from where?
I'll tell you during the show.
Oh, you're going to make me wait.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Odyssey coffee.
Oh.
It's like a holiday gift thing.
Oh, okay. How much time do we have?
Less than a minute.
Okay.
30 seconds.
People out there. I have a friend who used to be one of my editors at Cowbell Kingdom. He has a book coming out this month called Baseball Gaijin, which is about a Major League Baseball player who went to Japan to like find his game and made it back to Major League Baseball as like a 32-year-old, and he's done this whole story. So cool book coming out mid-June.
Sick. We'll plug it for sure. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, this is insane. So out in our little kitchen area, because I can see from where I'm standing, over to my right, there's a big window that looks into Studio One where Jesse sits for D-Lo and KC. And then behind Jesse, there's another window so I can see out into our lobby and our kitchen area, just kind of the shared office space that we have here. Open office concept. And on the big kind of kitchen island thing, the corner closest to us on that kitchen island, if there's goodies there, that's typically like, hey, these are up for grabs.
Free for all.
Right. And so I saw a bunch of stuff stacked over there, so I wanted to go see what's up. Part of it is like little snacks, chips, pretzels, things like that. But then there was a stack of coffee cans, like cans of coffee like this. And I went, sweet, big coffee guy, free coffee, I'll take it. So I grabbed this and I look at it, and on one side it says Odyssey Sacramento and Odyssey San Francisco and all the stations listed. Shout out. On the other side, there's some holiday decorations, so they were clearly like holiday party favors. And then I'm like, oh, where's this from? This is from Mountain Brew, and the slogan on it, tastes great naked.
Oh. Wow.
That's insane.
That's a read right there.
That is a wild thing to write on your coffee. That's what it says, though. Mountain Brew, tastes great naked. Can't wait to try it. I'll have a full review whenever I get to this coffee. I have so much coffee at home.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You're a collector of coffee?
No, it's just not an accident, but somebody, a listener, very, very kind around the holidays, dropped off like 2 bags of coffee for me. I ordered some online. I had some when we went to Key West to sell Bustelo coffee.
Okay.
Or Cafe Bustelo. And when I got home, I was like, that was delicious coffee. I want to order some. So I ordered them on Amazon, but it was 6 of them.
Yeah, I remember this.
Right. Yeah, I still owe you one. So I still have like 5 cans of that stuff left. So I have, and then I'd had some other stuff that I bought. So I have so much freaking coffee because I like when I go travel, like we went to Buena Park last summer to visit a friend down there. And I like to go to the local coffee shop when I'm in a new place. Mm-hmm. And when I'm at the local coffee shop, if they have beans there that they roast, I will buy some. And so I just have hella coffee.
You got a lot of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm working on getting through it, though.
All right.
I'm working on having more coffee at home instead of buying it.
I think I have a lot of whiskey at home. I just keep getting new bottles of whiskey, different bottles. And I've kind of made a commitment every time I like go to the Costco, I'm going to grab a bottle. just throw it in the cart.
Terrible idea.
Like, and it's
such a bad idea.
I'm just not drinking it all the time, but now I'm amassing a collection.
Yeah, you do. You have a good collection.
I probably
That's
have,
why I didn't buy you whiskey for your birthday. That's why I went with wine.
Oh yeah, I probably have like 12 different, maybe 15 different whiskeys.
Yeah, that's good. That's very classy. That's very classy. If you're gonna have a full bar like you have, I do not like me. I have maybe 5 or 6 different bourbons and scotches in my little kind of shelf thing where I keep my booze, but it's not a full bar. Yeah. If you have a full bar like yours, you got to class it up with the full lineup.
Oh yeah, totally.
Good for you. Good idea or bad idea. I have a couple of chats starred as well that I want to get to. Won't probably get to them this segment, but I want to get to them. King straight ideas, things of that nature. Good idea or bad idea. This is something we do every day. We take 3 headlines that we're not going to dive all the way into, but want to discuss, and we just discuss whether the thing is a good idea or a bad idea. Number 1, the 49ers are bringing back wide receiver Juwan Jennings on a 2-year deal worth $10.5 million guaranteed. Kind of weird. They announced it as a 1-year extension, but it just got tied in with his restricted free agent tender. So it was a 2-year deal, but a 1-year extension. Juwan Jennings back with the 49ers through 2025.
Great idea.
Good idea.
I think he's a very, very good third wide receiver. And I think there's even potential for him to be a number 2 in certain situations. I also think that if they ever decide to go like a bunch of 2 tight end sets, him and Kittle together would be pretty nasty if you slide him over.
Yeah, you can basically when you work him out of the slot, you can basically crash down as a tight end.
Yeah.
And he does. I'm going to stop talking about this now. No, great idea. Have we talked about this before? Do you know how many catches he had last year?
I would guess like 38.
19.
That's it?
Dude.
Oh man.
Yeah, just a really, really
I'm a big
impactful
fan.
player. Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. It feels like every catch he makes is worth 2 or 3 catches because it's getting a big first down. It's scoring a touchdown. It's breaking a couple of tackles. So yeah, shout out to Juwan Jennings. Good job. Good on the Niners. And this won't affect the Aiyuk contract. It won't affect anything else. That's such a cheap deal. Mets relief pitcher Jorge Lopez got ejected yesterday in the Mets 10-3 loss to the Dodgers. He chucked his glove into the stands, and then after the game said, it sounded like he said, I've been the worst teammate in the entire bleeping MLB. But it also sounded like he said, I'm on the worst team in MLB. So a reporter had him clarify and said, did you say you're on the worst team? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I want to leave out for the good idea or bad idea purposes, he was DFA'd almost immediately. But I want to leave out the interview stuff for good idea, bad idea. That was just the thing that happened because I think a lot of that just got lost in translation. Good idea or bad idea after getting ejected to throw your glove into the stands? Maybe give him a souvenir.
It's not a good idea when your career ERA is not great and you're in your 30s and there isn't a true reason why you're there.
Mm-hmm.
You're there to eat some innings, and if you're going to be a problem, you're clearly not good enough for them to keep that problem around. So bad idea to throw your glove into the stands, although someone made off with a really nice glove, I'm sure.
I don't hate it. If you're going to throw something into the stands, like at least the glove's not going to hurt.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of down with that. Yeah.
Definitely. That was why, though. I know there was the big thing made out of what he said and calling the Mets the worst team in the league and this and that. Like I said, I think a lot of that was a misunderstanding.
Lost in translation thing.
Yeah, for sure. He got DFA'd because he has A, not been great, and B, threw his glove into the stands after getting ejected. You just can't do that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So bad idea on behalf of Jorge Lopez. Hope he lands somewhere, though, and gets his career back on track. Last one. A man was in court for a suspended driver's license, and he went to this court via Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was on Zoom, he was driving. A man in court for a suspended driver's license, got on Zoom while driving his car.
Kyle, this is one of the most ridiculous things. I'm watching the judge's face, and it's so priceless. He's like, is this really happening?
Am I being punked?
The guy's like, he's like, are you stationary, sir? He's like, hang on one sec. I'm pulling into a spot right now. Okay. And then he asked the attorney, like, okay, this is about driving without a license, right? It's like, yeah, that's what this is about. And he is actually driving right now as we speak, right? Yes, Your Honor. That seems to be the case. All right, hey, we'll see you here at 6 p.m. You need to turn yourself in, or there will be a bench warrant, and we're gonna come pick you up. No, you go to jail, directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Bro, come on.
Really tough. I see the chatty out saying he's going to his doctor's appointment. How's he supposed to get there? Friend, family, ride share. Call your lawyer and be like, bro,
don't
I need a ride.
Drive while on Zoom in a court while you're in court.
Or hey, that's it, dude. That's it. If you've got to drive to your doctor's appointment, all right, I got this. I got a court date at noon. My doctor's appointment is at 12:30. Then get where you're going at 11 and be out of the car.
He could have just been a minute late and not been caught doing what he was doing.
He was pulling into like you said, pulling into a spot right now.
And they just shift into the passenger seat. And they're like, sir, are you in a car? Yeah, I'm in the passenger seat. I had a friend drop me. I mean,
easy work.
Yeah, easy work. No. The look on his face is so precious, though. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's just that's one of those.
He doesn't even have a response.
Right, because he's not thinking about it. He's not like, hey, I'm deceived. I genuinely don't think he was trying to be deceitful.
Well, clearly not.
It's not like he was. I don't know, man. That was just poor idea.
It's like if
really
someone like you
poor
have
planning
to
too.
you have to go on a court-ordered Zoom to make sure you're not like doing illicit drugs, and you have to meet with a court order, and you're like sitting there smoking a J while lines of coke are in the background. Like,
right.
what are we doing here?
Yeah,
Hey,
have a little.
is that cocaine? Oh yeah, it's good stuff too. Like,
I'm not even, as long as you're not hurting anybody. If if your license is suspended because you got a DUI or something, that's horrific. But you got to go to a doctor's appointment and you're like, hey, I don't got friends or family who can take me. There's no Uber in my area. I got to drive myself. You know what? Fine. So be it. Just when you're going to get on Zoom for court about having a suspended license, just don't be in the car.
Don't be in the car.
Don't be driving the car.
Don't be driving.
It's
That
all-
I mean, like,
It's
hang
that
on one
easy.
sec, Your Honor. I'm pulling into parking space now. Like,
It's not easy.
yeah.
Bad idea. Bad idea from our guy. I have a couple of starred chats that I want to run by you. James, we'll talk about Game 5 of Mavs Timberwolves tonight, which is airing right here on ESPN 1320. 5 o'clock is when coverage begins. Really, really excited for that one. We'll get into it coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Tay, this is such a good point. He could have been driving and had, like, was it Mr. Toad's Wild Ride as his
Great ride,
backdrop?
one of my favorites.
As his backdrop. Well, he's just like, they're like, are you driving? No, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Have you ever ridden Mr. Toad's Wild Ride?
Yes.
What an insane premise for a ride.
It's weird. There's
Also-
a couple of rides in that area that are very awkward and strange.
In Fantasyland?
Yeah.
Which ones?
I don't,
Those are
because,
called the dark rides.
yeah, they are the dark rides, right?
Yeah.
So isn't there,
Snow
like-
White
Yeah.
is legitimately horrifying. They've changed it a little bit,
Yeah.
but legitimately scary.
It's dark, and
Yeah.
isn't there oh man, there's another one it's something basic like that, that's like super dark inside, like you're like, oh,
There's Alice in Wonderland is over there. Peter Pan is over there.
okay.
Peter Pan is next to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Peter Pan is wonderful though. Let's see. You walk under. You've got the Ferris wheel there. It's Snow White, Pinocchio, very dark.
Pinocchio is
Very
dark.
dark.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
that one's over there too. Peter Pan is great. That's a fun ass ride, dude.
I would do like Kyle and I talked about, what if we just like went to all the amusement parks? So one day we did the show and then went to Disneyland and talked about it, and then the next day we went to like Universal, because we're both Harry Potter guys. Although I haven't read the books. My wife has read the books. The boys have read the books. The wife has read the books to the boys. But it's something I need to maybe I'll do that this summer. I'll read the books.
Which one is this?
Harry Potter.
Yeah, dude.
I haven't read the books,
Bro.
but I've seen the movies like 800 times.
Okay, so the movies are good. I'm not anti Harry Potter movie. There's just some storylines that get changed around a little bit that make them a little less compelling.
Okay.
And some of the overarching kind of themes are dampened a little bit, just because, I mean, you got time constraints. But yeah, I hope you read and enjoy the books.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also I'm not super here for like the reboot they're gonna do of them.
Yeah, I have
I don't know.
I have complicated thoughts with that because of J.K. Rowling, but
Yeah.
I'm interested in it for sure. It's definitely something I'll watch, but I got to see trailers and stuff before I determine whether I'm excited or not.
I've been watching I just busted through new Lord of the Rings. Well, a couple.
I'm not a
years-
Lord of the Rings guy.
Okay, Rings of Power. I just went through that.
Is it good?
It was good. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was really good. Like by the end, I'm like, okay, it's quality.
Is it a reboot of the storylines in the movies, or is
no?
it
It's a prequel.
to The Hobbit?
No, yes, to The Hobbit, I believe, but
Right,
also
okay.
some of the characters that bleed into both Lord of the Rings
Mhm.
and The Hobbit. And then the other one is the prequel to Game of Thrones. I just busted through.
Oh, House of the Dragon.
Yeah, they came out in the
Season-
same exact time, which was a problem.
Damn, that's tough.
And so you kind of got lost between the two of them. Like,
Yeah.
okay, this is too much.
Season 2 of House of the Dragon coming soon.
Yeah, that's
Next
why
month.
I watched them both. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays just got thrown out again on the base pass.
Hilarious. Yeah, maybe Lord of the Rings is better, but I just never got into it, so sorry.
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I don't like that thing you like. It's the
Okay.
worst type of person on the internet. Oh, you like a thing?
Mm.
I like a thing. I like a different thing and don't like your favorite thing.
Oh, that's funny.
Anyways. All right. Before we get to playoffs tonight, I have a couple of chats from the chatty house that I want to get to you. Tom L asks, have you guys discussed Michael Porter Jr. as a possible trade target recently?
No,
not really.
I mean, if we have, I don't really think he's going to be available. And I think that they're going to try to bring back, maybe add a little bit here and there. Like, I think there's a way for them to, we've talked about maybe bring back a Torrey Craig. Maybe if, Bruce Brown if he doesn't pick up his player option, maybe he would come back on some other deal or something. I don't know. I don't think he's going to walk
I think
away
it's a
from.
club option for Bruce Brown.
Oh, it might be. Yeah,
Yeah.
$23 million.
Yeah, which I don't think is getting picked up.
No, I don't think he's getting that picked up either. But I think that they can reinvent themselves, and I'm not sure that I'm trading. If you have a team, again, Jokic is 28, Aaron Gordon is 28, Jamal Murray's 26. I'm not trading like a 25, 26-year-old dude. And if I'm the Kings, I would be leery. He'll be 26 in June. Porter will be. I don't know that I'm trading for a guy at this point that has, he played 81 games this last year, but like that is a ticking time bomb. Like he's had 3 back surgeries before he's I think 21. Like that's tough.
Bottom line for me is if they're moving Michael Porter Jr., it's to add somebody like Keegan Murray instead.
Yeah.
And Keegan Murray's not on the table for MPJ for me.
No.
He's just I'm not 100% sure that he's a better player in a vacuum. B, I'm not 100% sure he makes the team that much better. And I don't, like you said, with his back history, I'm just kind of out on the idea.
Yeah, it's tough. And he's a player who's getting paid. It's 35.9, 38,
Man.
38.3 and 40.8 over the next 3 years. That's really tough because you're gambling on a player with major medical issues.
Mhm.
Like that's a problem. And
Dude,
if his motivation goes away at all in any way, shape, or form, like that could spiral out of control very quickly. I mean, you look at Ben Simmons, who's had 1 back surgery or 1 back procedure, and like still can't get right. So
also, are we certain that he's going to be totally clear in the gambling stuff? Like, are we 100% certain?
I don't know. Like that's a whole nother situation.
Okay.
Like one brother is serving 6 years in prison, right?
Yeah.
For vehicular manslaughter. Another is just picked up a DUI. Another one has been banned from the league for gambling.
Yeah, I don't want to put the actions of his brothers on him.
No.
But the gambling thing specifically with Jonte Porter was the account not in
Colorado. Yeah. There's
And
a lot of things swirling. I would just like for me, I would avoid him.
Yeah.
I think there are going to be other players that are better options or other players that just are different than him.
And I think what he would give your team is ostensibly what Malik Monk gives you in terms of shot creation.
Yeah.
He's not like an awesome defender. He's not an awesome distributor. He shoots the heck out of the ball. He's a flat out one of the best shooters in the league, but I don't see it.
Yeah, he's a good offensive weapon. He's actually developed as a rebounder. But again, like we're talking about a guy who for his career is at 1.2 assists per game. Like I kind of want to see the arc of a guy like Keegan Murray and see where he goes.
Yep, I'm with you. And then Sack Kings Rock asked me to ask you, so I will, about Rui Hachimura for Kevin Huerter. Heard anything about that?
I have not heard anything about that, but like, look, Rui's 6'8". Like he's a versatile 3-4. He doesn't play a lot of defense. He doesn't rebound a lot. He's at 13.6 points per game this last year, 12.7 for his career. He did shoot 42.2% from three. And I think that there should be at least some intrigue there. Like I think that might be a trade that potentially could help both teams.
Yeah.
Like they need a shooter like Huerter. They need as many shooters as possible to go with LeBron James and AD.
Yep.
And then I think Rui, his volume is way lower than a guy like Huerter. It's like 3.4 attempts per game. I like Rui as a player, but like you have to know the limitations of Rui. I like him as maybe even I'd put it this way. If there's some way you brought back Malik Monk, but he was your starter, I could see Rui as a bench version, a big frontline version of the scoring option that Malik gave you off the bench.
Interesting. You wouldn't have him start over Harrison?
I don't know. Like, I don't know that you're upgrading like huge with Rui. Again, the defense is going to be a problem. So a little bit of a black hole, but I don't hate Rui as a player. And like, if they made a move like that, I would be like, okay. Sure. Again, 1.2 assists per game, 0.7 the year before. Like, he's not a guy who creates for others at all.
Yeah. Right on. Mavs Timberwolves tonight. Game 5 of that series. 5 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. We'll bring you all the action. I hate this question, but I'm going to ask it because I think here it might play better than it does in a lot of cases.
Okay.
In this spot where a team was up 3-0 and they lose game 4, and then they have to go on the road for game 5, is the pressure still on Minnesota to make this a series? Or do you feel like if you're the Mavericks, it's like, oh shoot, we cannot let this get to 3-2. You have to close it out tonight, or else things get really dicey?
I don't know. I kind of feel like games just have their own vibe, and one team shows up and one team doesn't a lot of times in these situations.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, overall, this has been a highly competitive series. There's been some game winners. It very easily could be 2-2, right? I just think it's going to be like a quality basketball game. I don't know that there's any pressure on, like, yeah, if you lose, you're done for Minnesota. But I don't know that we're going to see that. We're too deep into a playoff run for all of a sudden pressure to melt somebody. And if it does, okay. I think last game, the pressure was on. It's like winner go home, right? And winner get swept.
Sure.
And I thought Karl Anthony Towns, who is someone who has never been someone that you would rely on in a situation like that, a high pressure situation, who hasn't throughout his career proven that he could step up in the challenge, stepped up and was spectacular. Yeah. And so, like, I don't know who's feeling pressure at this point.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like this series in particular, it's just a battle, and Dallas has a lead right now. I don't know that lead's safe. I think Minnesota's a really, really good team. But if Dallas were to win tonight, I also wouldn't be shocked. I
kind of get the feeling, and I'm often wrong, but this is just the vibe I get. I think Minnesota's going to win comfortably tonight. I just, they're going to be at home. That crowd's going to be insane. They're going to be feeling great. The Mavs probably going in feeling like, all right, up 3-1, should have won, could have won game 4. Like, we still got this. We're the better team. And then I think Minnesota comes out and just has a really, really great game. One where, Naz Reid hits a bunch of threes, maybe Jaden McDaniels hits a couple threes, and they roll. And then I think the Mavs end it in 6.
Okay. I mean, that's very possible, but I'd also say that you have two of the most crazy back-breaking shot makers of all time on your roster.
That's true.
And every time you feel like you're going to pull away from them, they hit some stupid shot that
It's
everyone
so
in the building
annoying.
is like, I can't believe that just happened.
So annoying.
And they hurt your soul every time. If you're the Timberwolves,
Yeah.
those things are like, it's really tough to recover when you play excellent defense for 23 seconds and some dude hits a 1-footed fall away 32-footer over like the defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Like it just is. It's tough. And
Mhm.
so I never count out the Mavs. And like I felt like this series kind of felt like a coin flip. I didn't know who was going to win at all.
Mhm.
And I think that's crazy. We're talking about, a 3 and a 5, right? And what this is a really good series of weird matchups. And, if Lively doesn't play, I think that'll be a problem for Dallas.
Oh, yeah, good point. He's in concussion protocol, apparently.
Well, I would
I
assume.
thought he had a sprained neck.
Yeah, he probably had, he has
But it's
both.
both?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, he got hit really hard.
He got walloped, man.
Yeah, and that wasn't intentional. That was just
No.
like something that happens. But yeah, tough. Especially a neck strain is so difficult for big man. I mean, everything you're doing is up high.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to grab rebounds, you're trying to block shots, you're trying to pivot fast.
Yeah.
Like that's not going to be great.
Can we talk about Prize Picks real quick and how we did yesterday?
Yeah, if you want. It's a pretty short conversation.
We tried. You were
I'm on Demon Time.
You were on Demon Time.
Yeah. I guess so.
It didn't work out.
It did not work out.
So we both had Kyle Harrison and Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Kyle Harrison of the Giants, to not give up a run in the first inning.
Mhm.
And Kyle Schwarber, top of the first, leadoff batter, goes deep. That one was over. But I also had no runs allowed from Chris Flexen and Alek Manoah in the Blue Jays and White Sox game.
Okay.
They didn't allow a run. And then I needed Asia Wilson from the Las Vegas Aces to go more than 11 rebounds. She had 9 going into the fourth quarter. She didn't start the fourth quarter. She came in with like 6.5 minutes left. With 5.5 minutes left, she had not cleared 9 rebounds yet. And then she pulled down like 5 rebounds in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And finished with 15 and got me over the hump. So I got 2 out of 3. I did a little flex play. So I made 1.5 times my money back.
All right.
Hell
yeah. She's really, really impressive.
She is unbelievable.
So I made the mistake, which I will learn from. I promise. I will never. Well, I'm not going to say I'll never do this again because chances are I will. But I made the mistake of going all athletics. Outside of that, Christopher Sanchez and Kyle Harrison first inning thing.
Yeah,
we both chose that. So it was sort of like foreshadowing for what was going to happen the rest of my day.
Mm-hmm.
I had Abraham Toro with more than 0.5 singles. He had a double, no singles.
Mm-hmm.
I had Brett Rooker with 0.5 RBI. Yeah,
he
didn't get there. Daz Cameron. He did play late, but I got a DMP there. So, and I think I had him with walk, and then Zach Geloff I thought would break out of his slump. 0.5 singles, and he got absolutely nothing. So I got nothing right at all. But I would tell you that if I had this same exact thing today, Toro already has a single. Rooker's already driven in a run. Cameron doesn't have a walk yet, but Geloff has a single. I actually would have done okay today.
So Prize Picks is tough.
Yeah.
It's the very next day. You just got no dice. Man. Yeah, I think I don't know, man. I think the Timberwolves are going to win, but I don't think I'd bet on them. I just have no feel for anything in these playoffs.
No.
I said it before, and it's not helping at all.
I think the only thing that we had a feel for truly was that the Celtics were going to be the one who represented the East. That's the only one that I've felt like has proven out to be very accurate from the beginning, that they're just the better team. They're better than everyone in the East, and there wasn't any question about it during the regular season, and they beat everybody by like 12 games in the regular season, and then you see it in the playoffs. They're just way better.
Yep.
Now, I still don't know like what that means. Like when we get to the finals, like they're going to have to show up. I think that they'll be the champion, but I have no idea because they've been here before and hasn't worked out that way.
I've been so annoyed with the analysis of the Celtics through this playoff run.
Yeah.
Because I get why. I get, their path there. They faced an injured, who'd they play in the first round? Miami with no Jimmy Butler. And then they got
Cleveland without
without Jared Allen and Donovan Mitchell. That's right. And then they had the Pacers where Tyrese Halliburton was hurt the last couple of games, and they go to the final. But that doesn't. I don't understand when and where along the lines of sports discourse that we started talking about like the quality of a championship, where all of a sudden, if you didn't win a championship by going through the hardest possible route and without having to climb 6 mountains and overcoming 5 double-digit deficits in 4 games, like that it doesn't, none of that. I don't understand when that happened, that we give a damn about how a team won a title.
I'm with you, man. I don't know. Like, I think a little of it, like the bubble championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
People want to put an asterisk on the Lakers bubble championship. Okay, I don't really care. Like they won.
Hung the banner.
They won. They hung the banner. It's LeBron got another ring. I mean, I don't think at the end of the day when he's sitting there with his SI cover, like, you know, putting his hand on his face with his rings, that we're gonna go, oh, that one, that pinky is a bubble ring.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, that's a bubble ring.
Nobody, when you're going down the list of NBA champions, no one is ever going to go. And again, let's talk in 20 years from now.
Yeah.
Nobody is ever going to go, oh, well, that championship, that was the year they only played this many games. They had to go to the bubble. And so that one actually means less than all the other ones. Kenny Caraway here for the handoff. We're talking about how somewhere along the line, we started talking about quality of the championship. And I think it's come up a lot with this Celtics run.
Yeah.
And how, their path to get there has been so easy and they haven't been tested yet. And if you want to use that as predictive for, hey, like James just said, they've been the best team all year. But it doesn't feel like, man, they have when the 2018 Warriors, 2017 was the year they went 16-1. But that was like, they're 12-0 going into the finals. Like, dang, that is the dominant team. They're really good. I get with the Celtics why you're going to have a little bit of pause, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if they win the title. Nobody's going to go, but their path to get there.
Yeah,
I think it's all. I think it's all so silly.
No, it is silly, especially like how you laid it out in that respect, where they're the best team. Like, it really doesn't matter if those teams would have been healthy or not, or who they would have played in the East. They probably would have beat them.
Yeah,
you know, the Lakers bubble title. See, here's what I will say. I won't take away from their title, but there is something to, like, we were there, like we lived it. It was different. It was different, and there's aspects of it that were harder, and there were aspects of it that were easier.
No doubt.
And it's just part of the story. It's just part of the story. It doesn't mean because there were aspects that were harder. That's why I know me personally, I won't like take away from that title.
Yeah.
But I am there, and I was there. We were all there to say, no, that was different. Like
it was definitely different.
They didn't have to travel. They didn't have to deal with road games. They didn't have to deal, when you talk about like how we talk about this in this playoffs, how the others perform in road games and hostile environments. We didn't have to see that from anybody in those situations. And we didn't have to see, how do you have to do down 3-2 going on the road, all this other stuff. Not to say that.
But every team dealt with those circumstances. It wasn't, if the Lakers were the only team, if the NBA said the Lakers get to play every game at home and there's not going to be fans, but everybody else has to travel and deal with all that, then sure.
Right.
But like everybody dealt with that. It's part of the story. But it doesn't, to me, cheapen the title.
I don't think it cheapens it, but it is different. And it's not exclusive to the Lakers.
Yeah.
That's it. Whoever would have won, in my opinion, would deal with those same questions because of that championship. Now, like I said, those are the things that they didn't have to go through. They were barricaded in a hotel complex for months. A lot of people were away from their families for months and had to deal with we saw teams like the Clippers say, I just don't want to be here anymore. Like, I don't want to live like this. I don't want to be here. Those are things that this year's title teams don't have to deal with. So that's why I say there are things that were positive that they had to go through. There were things that are negative that they had to go through. And we're just here to tell the story. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, people forget Rashawn Holmes got isolated in his room for 10 days
Mhm.
for ordering chicken wings and going to get them like
Man.
right on the
Brutal.
like sidewalk
Yeah.
like of the complex.
Yeah.
10 days in your room, isolated, not being able to do anything. Like they wheeled in a bike, like they brought him weights.
Mhm.
I mean, dude's going stir crazy, like
That
going
is so wild.
absolutely insane. And some of the stories from the media members, like them, like sitting outside their doors, like hanging out,
Mm.
being able to social distance, and then getting in trouble and like wild, like
Yeah, it's
pickleball
crazy.
championships.
The
Yeah.
thing I remember about that bubble playoffs is whatever it felt like, at least whatever it was, you knew immediately, and that's what ended up happening. What I mean by that is if you had, for instance, Blazers Lakers game 1 of their first round series.
Mhm.
I think I can't remember who won or whatever, or how it went down, but it felt like the Lakers beat the Blazers, and it was like, oh well, why do we have to play the rest of these games? Like it's not going to change. And this is what I mean. We're like
Interesting. Yeah.
in a normal series, we're like, all right, well, Blazers lost those first 2 in LA.
Get to go
Let's see
home.
what they can do at home. The crowd's gonna be
Yeah.
crazy. Let's just see. Maybe they won't win the series, but maybe they can extend it to 6 or 7. After like game 2 of these series, it's like this team ain't gonna change nothing.
I have no issue with saying it was different.
Mhm.
My issue is when people go, well, that one doesn't count. Like it does. It does flat out.
Mhm.
In the NBA history books,
Yeah, it's a championship.
it goes Warriors 18, Raptors 19, Lakers 20. That's it.
The only one that doesn't count is that sorry ass Dodger World Series. Now that don't count. I'm gonna promise you that. Now look, the funny thing about that, I joke about that a little bit, but it really is. That's even more different than the NBA title, because they played, what was it, a quarter of the season? They played 60 games.
Yeah.
And then the entire playoffs was in a bubble setting. That one, I joke about it a lot, but that I have more of a problem with that championship than the NBA championship.
But even still, I am totally. But even still, like banner went up for LA.
Oh yeah, that was an AAU
It's all
a tournament.
crooked.
That was an
Hey,
AAU tournament.
who's more of a champion, the 2020 Dodgers or the 2011 49ers?
2011 49ers. At least they played a full season and got to figure some stuff out in a real context.
I love your commitment to giving teams rings that they didn't win. That's my favorite thing. Who wins
Dodgers suck.
Who wins tonight?
I was about to say I don't know who the Dodgers play, but
Dodgers off tonight. They're about to open a series against Colorado.
There we go. Yankees come to town for the Giants too.
Oh,
but
did you know that the Giants were created just to spite the Yankees?
Yeah, that was some
incredible
stuff. Yeah.
Wow.
And the Mets were the Yankees and Giants combined, so to speak. Well, their colors were
Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers and Giants combined. I think Minnesota wins, man. I think we get to game 6.
I do too. I think they're going to kind of win by a lot. I think they're gonna roll tonight.
I've been wrong all playoffs though with a lot of stuff.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Yep.
Who the hell knows?
On that same tip, you got a prediction, James?
No. No, I don't. Coin flip. I keep telling you, I like this. I have no feel for the West.
I don't either, but I'm ready to be wrong.
Yeah.
I hope we get a game 6.
Go Wolves.
I hope we get a game 6.
I want to see history.
I do too.
I want to see history.
Almost saw
go
it
all the way
last year.
back. Yeah.
I want to see it. And I just, for not like any like particular reason, I'd love to see a team blow a 3-0 lead so we can stop talking about teams blowing 3-0. I don't know.
We'll never stop.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. James and I will be back tomorrow. We've been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Everybody have a great Thursday. Woo! Appreciate you, Chatty House. Good show today. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
On. What up, baby?
What up, though?
Kyle don't listen to himself with no volume. Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo! One more time. Nick Will, bring us in on something just for fun, man. Come on.
We in the championship.
It's Thursday. Vibes are up. We got some things to talk about here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Millie.
Meek Mill. Whoop, 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 whoop. Y'all know what it is.
Ain't this what they
Hey, come on now. Y'all know what it is.
Hey.
Y'all hit this line.
Locked on red. Nightmares come true.
It's time to make the game, so they said
Yeah,
I do. What's good, baby?
What up, baby?
Welcome in here to the Thursday, May 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we here.
No,
And we're here.
I'm chuckling a little bit because I don't think we talked about it on the air. We talked about Sexy Red on the air at NXT, but we didn't talk about on the air about Booker T's reaction the whole night.
Booker forgot he was on television.
I did a little something for Casey's Corner about Sexy Red on there, and I had to play. Well, no, I didn't play all the clips, but just watching, they had all the clips of when Sexy Red was on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Booker lost his mind.
Yeah, Book had some explaining to do to Queen Charmel when he got home.
Booker T lost his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. When she came down with Trick and Javon and she did the splits in the middle there, you say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. You see that there? Yeah, sexy.
Yeah. Queen Charmel was waiting at the door when Booker T got home.
Threw him a blanket and told him, you're on that couch, pal.
Well, you was that excited, huh? All right, buddy. Sleep in the guest house.
Oh, but I might have to pull that up during the break, man. That Booker T was wilding, bro.
Book's funny, man. Book just one of us with a microphone. That's
He's just one of us, man.
That's all he is. Shout out Sexy Red. I got love for Sexy Red, man. I thought that was cool. I thought the reaction they gave her was fantastic.
Oh man, she's over, and I didn't know she was hosting their pay-per-view.
Yeah. She's over. Yeah, she's over with the WWE audience, man. That's a good look. Speaking of WWE, we got tickets, front row tickets to be exact, for WWE SmackDown at the Golden One Center. Head over to ESPN1320.com and click on, you'll see it, the WWE banner, and you can enter to win tickets. Just follow the instructions. It's very easy. One winner will get 4 front row tickets, but to be more clear, one winner will get 1 front row ticket, and you could take me, Casey, and Jesse.
That's the move.
That's the move. Sounds fair to me.
Yeah.
Head over to ESPN1320.com to enter to win for your chance to see WWE SmackDown at the Golden One Center September 20th. We've been having fun all week, just kind of easing into the show, getting into these conversations about the Kings. Let's get into it right now.
Okay.
We learned a few things yesterday. We made some calls, sent some texts. I didn't even get a chance to correspond with some of the other people reporting on this story this morning. We didn't find anything, nothing particularly earth-shattering. We found out. Multiple sources confirmed to us that, and James is kind of James has talked about this a little bit. We got a couple of people to kind of put a stamp on it that there appears to be a hang up on years with the contract extension as it pertains to Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings. We also found out, and again, James has been reporting this, that Mike and his group is looking for somewhere between $10 and $12 million. We learned that the Kings opened up with a $7.5 million offer. When talks were, quote, tabled, they had gone up to 8.5. 8.5 to 10 is not a golf, at least not in my mind. 8.5 to 10 is not a golf.
That can be taken care of.
8.5. So if we go on the low end of what Mike and his group are asking for at $10 million, and we'll just do that for the sake of this conversation, it's a $1.5 million difference. That doesn't feel like very much, unless for some reason the Sacramento Kings are only offering a year or two contract extension. Then all of a sudden you have a golf, and the dollar figures add up per year that the Sacramento Kings aren't willing to commit to Mike Brown. So there's a lot of different things at play here. I think if nothing else, the multiple conversations that KC and I had yesterday are that I'm very much of the belief this is going to get done. And it just goes to reiterate, I don't understand why we're here. How did we get to this? Like, why is this out there? This did not need to be out there. No. And given, again, no one thought this was content. No one thought this was anything to be. It doesn't add up. I feel like we might be missing something, and I can't figure out what it is, because this should not have gone to Woj.
What do you mean, like missing something within?
Why did it go to Woj? If we're really talking 8.5 to 10. Again, if you're asking for 10 to 12, you have to understand 10 to 12 could mean 10. Just as much as it could mean 12. If you're starting at 7, if the group you're negotiating with is starting at 7.5, it's going to be a lot harder to get to 12 if they're starting at 7.5.
Right.
If they're starting at 9, maybe you could get closer to 12. Maybe you get to 11. Maybe you get to around there. But if you're entering a negotiation with a dollar figure in mind, a high dollar figure and a low dollar figure, you've got to understand that the low dollar figure is part of the equation.
Right.
So if we're talking 1.5, even if we spread 1.5 over like 2 years, that's $3 million. It's a decent amount. Man, you add a third year to that, and now you're at $4.5 million. Then you start to creep up to like $5 million and $6 million and so on. And then it becomes like, all right, wait a minute. What are we really talking about right here? Are we talking about let's wipe out the mutual option and make it a guaranteed year at 8.5? Because then at that rate, all you're doing is coaching out this season with a guarantee,
being in the same situation again next year.
Right. With the guaranteed year left on your deal that you're going to get no matter what, but we're in the same exact situation again. Now that scenario right there ties in a little bit with the Kings ownership is unhappy with missing the playoffs last year. Almost as if Kings ownership is unhappy with missing the playoffs. Let's make sure Mike's the right guy. Let's make sure he can do this. Let's make sure this wasn't a one-off. And to be clear, 48 wins to 46 wins for a team that won 31 2 years in a row is not a one-off. You missed the playoffs. It sucks. I get that. 48 to 46 is not a one-off. Commit to Mike Brown.
100%. Commit
to Mike Brown for multiple years and let this thing ride out the way that it's supposed to.
100%. 100%, man. And I don't want, nor do I need the Kings to be messing around and playing games right now. I need them to lock in on building something. And you go about building something with securing your head coach. Like, in my opinion, empower him. I talk about this with Mike Brown and Kevin Herter and what he does with the offense and stuff like that. I ask Mike Brown, empower these guys to be the best at what they do while teaching them things that they need to work on, whether it's defense, all this other stuff. But don't deter them from what they do best, and that's score the basketball. Empower them to score the basketball. I'm asking the Kings organization, empower your coach to do what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Empower your head coach. Give him that contract. Make him feel secure in this situation. And I think a lot of this comes down to, I'm a big believer of, if you're going to commit to somebody from the jump, not a renegotiation of contract and all this other stuff, I want to get guys that I trust. I don't have to motivate with stuff like playing time or money or anything else like that. They're motivated people. They want to be great naturally, right? If you're sitting here saying, hey, we gotta dangle a potential contract in him to make him be the best that he can be, and you believe that's the case, then you didn't hire the right guy in the first place. If you hired the guy thinking he was going to be, hell bent on getting this team where they need to go, and that was his single motivation, that was the most important thing into what he's doing as a coach, then you don't need to do that. He's already motivated. You don't need to dangle, hey, we need you to make the playoffs to show that you can be the guy for the job. Man, let him cook. Let him do what he's going to do. Because when you originally hired him, you brought him in believing that he was committed to that process, regardless of the dollar amount, regardless of the years on the contract. That's what he brought in to do. And that's what he sold you on was the most important thing for him. So you don't need to dangle, you didn't make it last year, you need to show us if we're going to give you a contract. Like, no, we don't need to do that. Give him the contract, let him cook, and let's build something.
Getting this out to the media was a terrible miscalculation on someone's part.
Horrible. Well, look, I'll tell you like this. If it's on the Kings side, a terrible miscalculation. If it's on Mike Brown's representation side, it achieved what it was meant to do. It got in the court of public opinion, and we all see how the public feels about this. It would be ridiculous not to take care of them. If the Kings, which some of the things that I think we're both hearing might be behind putting this out, that is just a foul, an absolute foul. If that's how that went down, that's a miscalculation, like you said.
I have a little pushback on the Mike Brown front.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Well, you heard the man. He said we'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Oh, by the way, Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress.
Yes.
The Memorial Day sale, it's still happening.
It's still going on.
It's going on right now.
Day is over, but it's still going down.
Not only is the Matthews Mattress sale going on right now, it's going on for days.
Come on, man.
I think it's going on for like another week and a half.
Hey, Matthews Mattress, they always looking out.
They're like,
hey, always looking out.
Hey, this weekend was cooking, man. Let's go ahead and keep the party going, like DL said, back on Comic View. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. There's 10 of them. There's one out by KC and Elk Grove. Mm-hmm. There's one out right here by us, by me in Roseville.
Where the big money is.
Everything, stop it. Everything that we talked about, the special 60 months financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments, that's still happening right now.
Yes.
You didn't get the opportunity to get out because you were grilling, because you were entertaining. Mm-hmm. You can get to Matthews Mattress and take advantage of those Memorial Day sales right now.
Don't sleep on it.
Or
don't sleep on the deal.
Don't sleep on the deal. There you go.
Sleep on the mattress. Don't sleep on the deal.
That's the slogan. Don't sleep on the deal. Sleep on the mattress. We'll come back. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Getting all our stuff in here in the first segment.
Shout out to HR in the building. I told them about Kim.
I saw HR. I was like, hey, what are you doing here? Then we had a wonderful conversation. I looked for manila folders. I was like, I don't see anything. We're good. Walked in. What'd you hear? What'd the Chatty House tell you? Yeah, they got pillows. Absolutely, they got pillows. Most definitely. They got pillows. They got frames. They got all that stuff, man. Sally Sell indeed.
Mattress. Don't sleep on the deal so you can sleep on the mattress.
There it is.
Ramsey, Arizona State is in the building today.
Mm-hmm.
Got my man Devin in the house. Forks up. I guess I'm not an Arizona State fan, but I don't have a problem with them. But I know Ramsey would be happy.
You got family.
Yeah, shout out.
Shout out Sky River Casino on the TV right in front of us.
Big ups.
Oh boy. Well, I don't think Kenny has gold-laced headboards. That's ridiculous, Dr. David. You do have to take an elevator to get to his bed, though. You can't just like climb. Like there's a platform bed, and then there's this. If Kenny fell off the bed, it looked like Mankind in '98. Like, good God Almighty, as God is my witness, he's broken in half.
We actually changed that.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jazz didn't like it. I was for it, but
did you? It was like really high.
Yeah. So
did you have
was high, and the what are they called? The box springs were high.
Oh, okay. So did you have something to like a ladder?
Little steps.
Yeah.
A little step.
Stool.
It's not a step stool. It's just one step.
Oh, okay.
To get up
yeah. So Kenny had stairs to his bed. So when they say stairway to heaven, boy, yeah. Hey, man, happy birthday to Dr. David, by the way.
Dr. David's birthday?
Yeah, yesterday was Dr. David's birthday.
Oh, man. Hey,
I don't think Dr. David said it, and if he did, I missed it.
Dr. David.
But I was, laying around being chill after the show, and I saw the kids post. I was like, hey, yo, what?
Shout out Dr. David.
Dr. David's birthday?
25 years old.
Yes, indeed. Dr. David ain't aged a bit.
So what's kind of crazy, what's kind of hilarious is these foxes really have taken over Trista's house.
Yeah.
So this is our house now.
Yep. Hey, right on. Hey, Will Z's back. I saw Will Z in there.
Will Z
back from the wilderness. Probably got a beard down to here. Man, happy birthday to Kennedy. That's good stuff, man. Good couple days for birthdays here. I like it. That's funny. Where'd it go? Yeah, the foxes say, hey, look, there's Trista.
Jesse, how much time we got? I no, I shouldn't say. I'm just
Casey over here cracking up and won't even tell the class what's going on. We're just looking around like, all right. No, it's all right. Finish your Chick-fil-A first.
Yeah, you can't just say something to like, oh, I'm not gonna. I got something funny, but I'm not gonna tell you guys.
This dude just ate like a Chick-fil-A biscuit whole. He's struggling here, like we're not doing. No, it's good. It's good.
Have you ever seen anybody do the? No, this name,
bro. You gotta finish. You gotta finish eating that damn biscuit.
No,
you're gonna die.
The name of this is crazy, but I'm just saying what it's called.
Hold on, let me get my flag. Hold on.
No flag necessary. Have you seen somebody do the cracker challenge?
Okay, you can't say that, sir.
No,
sir, you can't say that.
No, but that's what it is.
You can't.
Well, guys, we love being on the show. Talking to you guys for 4 years. It was a good run.
Wow.
Where somebody takes as many crackers as they can and tries to eat them without like drinking water or anything else like that. I think one time somebody actually.
We could have come up with a better name for it.
Well, you're eating crackers. So I don't know what else you're supposed to say.
Hey, HR's right there. Go tell her. go ask her if she's done the cracker challenge. No, go ask her.
We call it the saltine
She's
challenge.
right there.
Maybe the Ritz challenge.
No, literally, just pop the door open.
Those are name brands.
Hey, Stacy, can we do the cracker challenge?
That's what it's called. I've seen somebody at Sherry's try to do it, and the way I guess I don't know what
were you just trying to reenact it with that biscuit you were eating?
No,
from Chick-fil-A?
but it was close. That's what I'm saying. That's what reminded me of it. But no, what I was really laughing at though was, did you see the video, the press conference about, I think the guy was a reverend, but about the Houston teacher?
You said reverend. I thought it was the one that married the 19-year-old girl, but no,
I don't know what this guy did. But so there was a Houston teacher.
Okay.
That I don't know exactly what happened. Like if she should have lost her job, but I don't know. But she was, how do I put this? She was making content in the classroom. Kids weren't there, but she was making content in the classroom. And that's ridiculous enough. But when you get a chance, matter of fact, maybe during the break, you gotta hear this pastor like talk about how she should be in jail. It is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I would even say, a matter of fact, I'm gonna send it to Jesse. Maybe Jess can listen to it during the break. And we won't play this on the show. But no, it's hilarious.
Shout out to our guy Devin. So he's like, "This is a sports show, right?"
No, it's cool. It's cool, Devin.
Came across my timeline. It is just it's hilarious. For anybody that's seen it, they know how funny it is.
Just talking to my man Devin, who's in the studio with Jesse right now. No, we do plan a show. Like we work tirelessly to put this together, but KC, I don't know what happens, dog. Like the light goes on, and KC wants to talk about cracker challenges and pastors. Like I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure how it happens every day. That's the wild part.
These
like
things just come up on the timeline, man. It comes up on the timeline.
Our rundown is really whatever's on KC's Twitter timeline. That's pretty much what it is.
That was crazy.
We're supposed to be talking about who the Cavs are interviewing right now.
Our show makes way more sense on paper than it does in execution. On paper, Danny in San Francisco smiling.
Oh man, he loved it.
In execution, he's throwing his radio
Which
across the
show
room.
you think get better ratings? The paper show or the
This one. This one. Everybody could do a paper show. Nobody can do a Kenny Twitter timeline show.
This was the
Hey, that's a shoot though. E85. KC algorithm is crazy. That is a shoot.
No, this is well, maybe this is a black Twitter thing. This has been all over the timeline. This is hilarious. No, it's hilarious. The actual what the lady was getting in trouble for, I ain't seen that. But the press conference that this pastor had is, oh man, it is some funny stuff. But yeah, we'll talk about that. But I had a well, you were about to, we were talking about Mike Brown, and you were about to have a pushback a little bit about, I think it was me saying that the representation of Mike Brown, if they were the ones behind getting this out, that it served its purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to push back on that a little bit.
Well, I think the only pushback I have, and it's not, and Mike has done a fantastic job in his 2 years as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And I think Mike is a fantastic coach, period. His resume shows as such. But I've said this since Tuesday. Mike has his detractors. And if you're Mike Brown's group and you're like, you know what, Kings aren't negotiating in the way we expected them to, let's get this, let's put this out there. There's going to sure, the Kings fan base may feel a certain way, though I think Mike has his detractors within the fan base. League-wide, though, I think there would be more of a just shaking of your head regarding Mike Brown. Because for some reason, Mike gets no credit for that 609 win percentage he has. It's that 609 percentage belongs to LeBron James. And the failure it's spectacular how this works. The 60 win seasons, plural, that Mike Brown has, those belong to LeBron James. The playoff failures, though, damn, those are Mike Brown's fault.
So here's the
Which is fascinating to me. The success belongs to LeBron James. The failure belongs to Mike Brown. LeBron don't catch smoke for that.
Well,
the Cavs don't catch smoke for that. Oh, that's Mike Brown's fault.
Yeah,
Mike Brown doesn't know what he's doing offensively. He's not utilizing LeBron James properly. He needs to. He practices these guys too long.
Yes and no. LeBron catches heat.
I don't think he does.
I think
Mike,
he was also pretty young too, so maybe he doesn't catch as much heat. But I mean,
so was Mike.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, he doesn't catch as much heat. But
Mike,
I
don't might have been in his 30s.
I don't think. How do I put this?
No, you're gonna crap on Mike Brown. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I don't think he gets. I don't think anybody really gets a lot of heat for Cleveland. That first net. I think it's just.
I disagree. I strongly disagree.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Now this may be a little unfair because I've had a front row seat to this situation, but I can only go off of what the perception I had before he got here. This is Mike Brown's best coaching job. We can talk about the win percentage and all this other stuff. What he's done in the 2 years in Sacramento, I believe, is his best coaching job of his career. And he's gone to the finals. He's had #1 seeds and all this other stuff. But I think this is his best coaching job. You think that's crazy to say since he's had success in Cleveland and all this other stuff?
Man. I won't fight you. I won't take a hard stance against it. I thought he had some really, really good seasons in Cleveland. Like really good seasons in Cleveland. But again, I won't push back against what you said. De'Aaron and Domas are phenomenal. They're not LeBron James. They're not 24-year-old LeBron James either, 23-year-old LeBron James. So I won't fight that.
So I only say that to say, maybe the repetition was a little unfair, a lot unfair based off the win percentage and what he was able to do and accomplish in his career. But this is his best work to a lot of people. You know what I mean? And I think that they'll look at that more than they look at the win percentage. That what he's done here in Sacramento may lead them to look at the win percentage and say, oh man, he actually probably has been pretty good. But I don't think the win percentage alone will have people looking at, oh, Mike Brown's a hell of a coach. He needs this respect. I think what he accomplished in Sacramento will lead that charge.
What do you think when people around the league, within the league, decision makers within the league, when they discuss Mike Brown, if they were discuss Mike Brown today, right now, do you think they're discussing more what he did in Sacramento or more of what he did, 2000, early 2000s again, as the Cleveland Cavaliers head coach?
Sacramento. The selling point for front offices, and if somebody were to hire him and for the fan base, will be, look what he did in Sacramento. Look what he was able to do to that franchise, with that franchise that hadn't won anything in decades or a decade plus. Look what he's going to come here and do the same thing, maybe even more. I don't even think they'll talk about what he did before. I don't
agree with that.
I think what
I'm trying to decide if I agree with any of it because I don't think I do.
I think what he's done here has given him another life.
I don't think I agree with
You
that
think
either.
you think if Mike Brown came here to Sacramento and they didn't make the playoffs in 3 or 4 years and he was fired, he would get another job?
I do not.
So this has rejuvenated his career. What he's done here.
I'm not
He'd have the same or close to the same type of win percentage we're talking about right now.
Mhm.
He'd have the same resume he had right now. He wouldn't get another job. But because of what he's done here, he's extended his coaching life if he leaves here.
I'm not sure that that's accurate
Mm.
because I feel like there's more Jordys and Will Hardys, and that doesn't mean any of them are. Take names off of it. Young coaches. That doesn't mean any of these young coaches are better than Mike Brown.
Mhm.
It means sometimes the unknown is better than the known flaws, and they're going to find. Look, if we're really picking apart Mike Brown here, they'll point to the Kevin Huerter situation. For those that were paying attention,
Mhm.
and I do believe people in the league pay attention. Maybe the people that cover it don't, but the people in the league do. Maybe they'll point to the Kevin Huerter situation with Chris Duarte. Maybe they'll point to the Chris Duarte situation in the actual, like, really trying to force him out there. Like, it's maybe he wasn't healthy. Maybe he wasn't ready. Maybe he didn't understand his role. Maybe you didn't. Maybe they'll look as to, like, why did you not start playing Davion until midway through the season? Look how good he was for you at the end. Why was Keon in and out of the lineup when clearly he was a defensive difference maker for you out there on the floor with those starters? How were you not able to recognize this stuff? I feel like those things will be brought up as much as, hey, in the situation of what we've seen the last 2 years, Monty might get more credit than Mike does. Fair or not, I feel like Monty might get more credit than Mike does.
Yeah,
Or
I disagree.
what if Jordy's successful in Brooklyn? Jordy might get some credit for what Sacramento was. Hell, Jay might get credit. Like, I don't know what this is. Like, for some reason, I feel like Mike is I don't know if he's a coach, like, people are unsure about if he's a coach that I feel like maybe this is too much and y'all can just happily disagree. I feel like Mike, his perception still wears LeBron James dramatically walking off the floor, taking off his stupid Cleveland Cavaliers jersey and throwing it in the basket in one of the most orchestrated post-playoff game moments we've ever seen in history. I feel like he wears that. I'll give you a name drop. It's happened one time in my life. Absolutely one singular time. The All-Star game in 2000, I think it was 8. Where was it? Phoenix. I was just looking at it. 2009, U.S. Airways Center. 2009, Phoenix. Got invited over to Mike Wilbon's house. Remember, this is 2009. At that house, obviously, is Mike, it's John Barry, Stuart Scott, and it's Michael Jordan. And eventually, one of the great things about John Barry being an agitator is he agitates everybody, including Michael Jordan. So Michael is just talking. He's having a fine time. There's no phones. It's a very small group. He's just talking. JB asked him about LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers. And the first thing out his mouth is about Mike Brown. It's like, I think Mike Brown is a good coach, but he's missing something that LeBron James needs, and I can't put my finger on it. And he goes on in a question that was about LeBron James. He goes on to talk about Mike Brown. And I feel like because of how old LeBron was at that time, because of the success, they were successful. To the success that the Cleveland Cavaliers had, the failures are put on Mike Brown rather than LeBron James or that team or that general manager. It sits on the shoulders of a coach who I think at the time was like 30-something years old. He had to have been. We said he was 54 yesterday. 2008, he had to have been like 38, 39, something like that. I feel like he still, for whatever reason, wears a lot of that. And then you get the Lakers follow-up, which is essentially in and out, despite the fact he didn't fail.
So you said that this conversation was when?
2009. February of 2009.
And he was I'll concede to you on this one because you've actually had conversations about in depth about that Cleveland team and breaking it down. I will say some of that might have been because everybody was in the moment. Like that's what was to talk about because that's what was going on at that time. I've never had a conversation about Mike Brown in Cleveland. I've never.
Well, I've had a lot of them.
Yeah. But I think that I believe that time gets swept under the rug, and I think it kind of gets. I think it kind of gets overshadowed to a certain degree because LeBron left and felt like he couldn't win in Cleveland. Not couldn't win with Mike Brown. Not couldn't win there. He couldn't. The narrative I think looking back is he couldn't get the talent around him he needed in Cleveland, so he had to leave. And everybody's like in agreement with that. What do they always say? He tried to get Chris Bosh and them to come to Cleveland. They wouldn't come to Cleveland. It wasn't he had bad coaching, and that's why he lost. At the time, maybe. But looking back, now we're 10, 12 years removed, is he couldn't get nobody was going to come to Cleveland, so he had to leave. And I feel like that is the conversation about those Cavs teams, not Mike Brown wasn't a good coach. But like I said, you've had conversations with people who've had that. Who say that. I haven't had those conversations. So
well, one thing I think you're 100% right is the moment. Because it was like that was LeBron's world at the time. Mm-hmm. Like it's still to a certain degree LeBron James' world, the NBA. But like think back to those years of LeBron at Cleveland where you're starting to get now into that was right before he left. Mm-hmm. So you're now into like year 5 and 6 and 7, and now you're starting to see a 20-something-year-old matured basketball player who was really, really good the second he stepped on the floor in Sacramento. I don't know how many are aware that LeBron James played his first game in Sacramento. But he was very mature the second he did that and got better and better and better and better and better to the point where it was like, ooh, man, this team's winning 60 games, but they're not winning championships. How are they falling short in the playoffs? Rarely is that stuff put on the players.
Yeah, I look back, that team wasn't good enough.
Oh, I 100% agree.
And I think that's what people like when people look back, they're like, he's starting two guard with Sasha Pavlovich.
But that's how we look at it now. That was at least the last season. I think it was a 61-win team.
But that's
no one was. They didn't exist yet, but no, that wasn't the Hawks,
right?
A couple years ago,
but
or however many
my point.
Years ago.
I don't think nobody's blaming it. Like now, today, I don't think nobody's blaming him or LeBron. They're not really blaming anybody. I don't know who the GM was. They're just looking at like, that wasn't good enough. They had Candace Parker's brother playing major minutes. Like they weren't good enough.
Anthony.
So I don't think that they're looking at like the coach wasn't good enough or anything like that.
I was trying to find. It's tough because Mike was fired twice by Cleveland. So I was trying to find like a reaction article to Mike being fired the first time, but it's difficult to search Mike Brown fired by Cleveland Cavaliers and not get the second firing. I did find something interesting though, or not interesting, but like this is May 12th, 2014. Almost to the day, 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. Mike Brown's second contract with Cleveland was 4 years, $20 million. That's $5 million per year. Think about the conversation we're having right now.
Man.
That was 10 years ago. Now, I say that because look at player salaries.
Mhm.
Look at what a max contract was 10 years ago. Look at what a rookie extension was 10 years ago. Look at all of these different metrics from 10 years ago and know that 10 years ago, damn near to the day, Mike Brown signed a contract for the Cleveland Cavaliers, or actually it signed it in, this was 2014. That means he signed it in 2013. That was for 4 years, $20 million. That's $5 per year. We think he's in the vicinity somewhere of $6 million this year. We just talked yesterday. We went over exhaustively different coaching salaries. Darvin Ham in the vicinity of $5 million. Rick Carlisle, championship coach, $7.5 million. Coaching salaries have not changed much in the last decade.
And if they're changing, it's just now.
It's just now changing. Yeah.
It's like literally the last two, maybe this offseason. Well, Monty Williams, like that's one thing.
Monty Williams might have been the because Steve Kerr just got his.
Mhm.
And help me with that. Kerr was in the last year of his deal.
Yeah. Just curious. I don't know if it proves anything or anything like that, but while he's not in NBA circles, but the conversations that you had about Mike Brown, outside of Wilbon, Michael Jordan, and Dr. J, whoever else was there. I mean, this guy was just talking to everybody at that
Stuart Scott.
Well, that's
I wrote an article one year for a different media entity about how my Michael Jordan story became my Stuart Scott story. I'll tell you about it. Go ahead, finish your point.
But would you say the person that you talk to on the regular about Mike, would you say he would say this is his best job?
Oh, I have no idea. We can ask him. I think if Mike Brown went 82-0 and then went 4-4-4, he'd be like, I don't know. I guess. Like, it's really because of De'Aaron. Like, I think that's what he would do. Like, he's not a Mike Brown fan at all.
I don't know why.
He
do.
He does. He didn't like in truth. He didn't like Mike Brown then. Going back all those years, he's a huge, to this day, is a huge Cleveland Cavaliers fan.
If we're being fair, I mean, I think Mike does have some holes in his game, but I think he's a hell of a coach, and I think he needs to stay here, and he's worth whatever he's asking for, or on the at the very least the bottom scale, reportedly what he's asking for.
We'll come back. I might have Jesse call him.
Hey, let's do it. Let's do it.
It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It is absolutely appalling, shameful, and frightening that these are the type of educators that are in an elementary school teaching our children. But now we got a teacher in the classroom on school hours, stripping down butt naked, bending over, and showing everything on the video, and all you could see was cellulite hanging in pubic hair. This is a disgrace and a shame that this is the type of educator and teacher that is in the classroom. And she made multiple videos. Yes, the district was unaware until we brought this to their attention.
Who's the young lady standing next to him?
I think it's his comrade. I don't know.
This woman obviously had lost her damn mind. She needs psychotropic medication. She pulls out her breasts and she's juggling them. It's like she's about to fall over. Then she bends over and pulls down her panties. Spreads her cheeks.
All right, sir. All right. What is this?
They said he researched the hell out of that video before he spoke.
Oh, man.
They said he researched the hell out of that video.
That's hella funny. That's terrible. Oh. Music dropping at midnight?
Eminem, right?
Single. Yeah. Houdini's dropping. 5 a.m. in Philly? Meek Mill?
What you talking about, Meek? What you talking about, Meek? Devin, you a Meek Mill fan?
Can you hear me?
No.
I mean, I'm not really. That's kind of a little bit older than me.
Damn.
Like just a
what?
little, just a little bit.
The hell?
Just a little bit. Ooh, he kind of washed out now. I can't lie. The Diddy stuff, it kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I don't associate Meek with that. You know, I mean, there's stories in room, but I'm not gonna do that to me because
Mill is like Meek Mill's like old, like young old head music. Like it's what a
Hey,
old head would listen to.
hey,
yo,
hey,
I'm saying like young, but it's stuff that old head would like, and then say that they listen.
No, say old head again. No, say old head again. Man, Meek. Hey,
I think I'm with you guys now.
Man,
Jesse's a young old head.
That's hella funny.
Do you know? Yo, I found out who the guy was. Oh,
Man, just getting disrespected.
that was a funny break.
I do not. This is gonna sound. This is ridiculous. This is just all absurd. I can't stand the video stream today because I feel like I look weird on camera in a short sleeve shirt.
What you talking about?
I feel like I haven't worn a short sleeve shirt in here in months, or at least not a baggy one. They're gonna start saying my shirt's too small, like they do you.
Well, you know, like I said, you got to mix it up.
Well,
sometimes.
actually,
Sometimes
no
I
one
go
said
with
that. It was Jasmine. To be fair,
Said what?
she said your shirt was too small.
They always be hating.
It was
when-
Jasmine and Kimberly.
They always be hating when my sleeves. You know, I can't help it if I got these 30-inch pythons. I can't help them.
All right, brother.
They always hating on me.
That's all right. You persevering. We did just get called old. Like,
Man,
it was wild. We got called old for liking Meek Mill. That's a new one. It's not like we said big.
So he said you call us young old heads.
Yeah, young old head.
That's wild.
And then he said, Meek Mill is the guy the old heads listen to act like they're listening to new hip hop.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yo, that's
crazy.
wild.
That's tough. I wouldn't listen to Meek Mill if I was you
That
guys.
is wild. Man.
Hey, you know who Young Gravy is? Oh yeah, he didn't say it convincingly. I know who Young Gravy is. He didn't say it convincingly. I think I know a little bit more than him. No, look, I saw him for the first time yesterday. I was like, yo.
Young Gravy?
Yeah.
Is Young Gravy the tall guy?
I don't know how tall he is, but he's a white guy.
Like 6'4", 6'5".
White guy. He looks like Lil Dicky.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but he like same style, like look like Jack Harlow.
Okay.
Type deal.
I guess that's
I heard
the
his
vibe
song.
right
Though.
now.
His song was kind of funny.
I guess that's what they do. Lil Dicky's funny.
Lil Dicky is funny. He's a full-on comedian now, ain't he?
I think he did the show.
Actor,
he did the show. I don't know if it's still on or not. I never really got into it, but yeah, he did the show. I text my guy from Cleveland.
So you pulling up on us?
Well, no, you know how he is. He could be with Dr. Flo right now. He could be passing legislature right now. He could be like showing Gavin Newsom around. Like who knows? I just hit him and said, hey, if my producer called you, could you pick up? And all we would just ask him like, hey, you hate Mike Brown, right? He'd be like, yeah. Yeah,
that's cool, man. Mike Brown. Hey, Mike, if you listen to, you're a good coach, man. Don't listen to.
Oh no, 100%. No,
don't listen to
Mike Brown. If you're listening, you're a great coach.
Great coach.
And Sacramento Kings, if you're listening, stop this.
Yeah,
get this done.
Stop playing.
Like everybody's losing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Get this deal done. Let's get the offseason going. Let's keep it moving, and let's just pretend that this didn't happen. Hey, appreciate the content.
Thank you.
Hey, salute.
Thank you, especially since potentially we were looking at 70 days without basketball. So
72. Well, now it's only 68 because we got a game to be played tonight.
We might be going game 7.
I'm not gonna lie. If
Boy,
not for
go
the
ahead.
Wolves winning game 4 and Mike Brown and the Kings doing this, we might have been in a little bit of trouble.
Oh my God! That would have been crazy.
Yeah, no. If Mike Brown didn't happen over the weekend, that would have been kind of.
You imagine doing a half hour on Juwan Jennings in his 2-year deal?
We would have been more likely to discuss like why Hulk Hogan was the villain in the WrestleMania 5 storyline than we would have the Juwan Jennings 2-year deal.
Yeah, we probably would have dove deeper into Sexy Red's appearance.
Yeah,
on,
or Shawn Michaels' behavior, or Booker T's behavior. Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels.
Wild boy.
Shawn Michaels had a plan that night.
Oh, he did. Hey, salute.
So look, I was doing an article and Kyle Shanahan Michaels, because Sexy Red was on there unveiling the new belt for, I guess, the women's division in NXT or whatever, and they're having like it's like a Money in the Bank ladder match, but it's for the belt.
Mm-hmm.
And the little article pointed out, they're like, yeah, Sexy Red was introducing the belt for a ladder match for background or whatever, battleground or whatever the case may be, where ironically 5 of the 6 competitors are black. That's like Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, man.
Shawn got a type.
Michaels. Kyle Shanahan Michaels.
I wonder. I hope Shawn and his former Nitro Girl wife are in a good place.
He was married to a Nitro Girl?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I forgot what.
I don't know.
I forgot which one it was. I forgot what her name was. But yeah, he was married to a Nitro Girl. I think that he is. The only thing that gave me pause was I was watching one of those A&E biography things, and they were using archived stuff of Rebecca. I think her name was Rebecca. And I was like, that's weird. Like, why isn't she on this? Like, she's a big part of his story. And then I hope they're in a good place.
Okay.
Internet says they're happily married since 1999.
Good.
There we go.
Good.
I love.
Good.
Love to see that. Hey, it was Kimberly Page like the first internet wrestling star?
No, I think that was Sonny.
True.
Sonny was different.
No, Sonny was.
And
Sonny
Kimberly
was
Page
different.
was afterwards. Yeah. Sonny's different today.
Well,
she's not in the best shape.
No, not at all.
And I don't mean physically. I mean she
better not never go to Cell Block 1.
No, I think that's exactly where
might be
she
at summer
is.
camp right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where Sonny is. But yeah, I think Sonny was the first one, then Sable.
Sonny was,
and then it just kind of went crazy after Sonny.
I just remember Kim Page on
well, I
AOL.
believe Kim was the first one to I believe Kimberly was the first one to bear all.
Really? Yeah.
I think so.
Kimberly Page was fine.
But it was like WCW, so like no one really cared.
Right.
And then Sable did it, and everybody cared. Then China did it, and
took off too. Don't do that. To
got an autograph. Well, I got an autographed copy of that.
Wow. All
right. Never opened it.
You really got like the most interesting autograph, whatever collection or whatever you want to call it, or stories.
Do I? No, I don't.
Well, you got the one where that's Beyonce's one signature, and then right next to his Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, that's pretty fire.
Yeah, true.
That's pretty fire. I framed that one. That's pretty dope.
This guy's lived a life.
Hasn't been bad.
Do you didn't what's her name do Playboy? Stacy Keibler?
She didn't.
She didn't do it.
Stacy did not.
What was the other one?
Tori
Wilson
did it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Tori Wilson did it. China did it. Sable did it a couple times. And I'm sure there were like others, but like in the boom of wrestling, those were the ones that did it.
Oh, is Playboy still in business?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Not in magazine form.
I don't know.
I don't know how they get their content out anymore. I mean, I guess their website, but I don't know. It's a different day and time.
I mean, Rolling Stone is still in business.
Yeah,
Rolling Stone magazine is still in business, but I don't know if it's an actual physical magazine anymore. I read Rolling Stone on my iPad.
Yeah, I think I don't know because like I said, I don't even know if they're in business anymore. But didn't Playboy start leaning more towards like being like a GQ? Like they still had their regular content, but they would have Tom Brady article in there or something like that.
Well, I think they've always done that.
Oh, okay.
I think what changed is, the the material that's synonymous with Playboy was just readily available.
That's why I wonder if they're even
like I think so. So I think that the this is weird. The written work that they did, it started to get more attention because people were like, well, we could get this other stuff anywhere. Yo, this is a really good article. And you'd have to point to like an article about so-and-so from Playboy magazine.
Yeah, that's a good point. Polo L in the Matthews Mattress chatting line. I'm with him. Melina was a one of one. That was my girl.
Oh, I like Melina too.
That was my girl. She came back like a year or two ago, huh?
Yeah, I think for one of the Royal Rumbles, she was there.
Yeah, wasn't there long. Yes, Devin, this is a sports show.
This show,
young
Bro,
Devin
we're a
here.
vibe show. We don't even talk. We're a vibe
this,
show. That's
this
what
show
we are.
really is about vibes. It's really about whatever we want it to be. Shout out to CJ. CJ says, I read them articles. We got you. We got you. No doubt.
Oh man.
No doubt. Shout out to my girl Stephanie. Stephanie was she was a designer, a stylist here in Sacramento.
Okay.
And she was a Playboy playmate. Okay. And like she styled obviously I worked with her. She styled Katie Christensen, Kara Lawson when they were doing I mean obviously Katie still does it. But she styled with them. And I swear to you, I searched the internet so hard for those pictures. And I could not find them. Because Stephanie's like, she might be like, if you guess Stephanie's age, add maybe 15 to 20 years to it.
Wow.
Like
she got blessed with them genes.
Just doesn't. That's like your mom. Your mom looks like she's your sister.
She tries to tell people she's my sister too. Like, don't do that.
Well, I mean, like, I got a mom.
Works. I got a mom.
Well, yeah, no, to you, she's your mom, but to us, no, that's Casey's sister, Cheryl. D-Lo, this is D-Lo and Casey. This is the biggest show in all of California. That's why I love your mom. She will big up D-Lo and Casey.
She will. Then she'll try to book the show. She's like, oh,
well,
I buy shoes from this guy in Nordstrom. I told him you can come on your show.
I think I think your mom has booked shows, appearances, remotes. Oh yeah, your mom has booked us into some events over the years for sure.
She's good at what she does, though. She's good at what she does.
Well, she does know everyone.
She does.
Like your mother, like when she saw Chris Webber, like Chris greeted her like they had known each other for 40 years. It was incredible. Kevin Johnson treated her like they had, you know.
Oh yeah, her and KJ, yeah, she know KJ.
See, well, your mom knows everybody. Yeah. We did a Juneteenth celebration last year, and everyone came up to your mother.
She's like, "What are you doing over here?"
Well, yeah. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You could be a part of the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. So I text my boy over on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. I said, yo, if my producer called you, could you pick up? He said, sure. Could you give me 10 minutes? Not in a place to pick up right now. The great part is he didn't even ask why. Like he doesn't like he's just like, yeah, go ahead. Vibes, baby.
Vibes.
No, it's funny. I want to hear what he has to say.
I do
Mike
too.
Brown. Well, now mind you, that's a lie. I know what he thinks. I want you to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear
what he thinks about Mike Brown.
I want to hear. He's got a Kamara like vibe. So I want to hear what he got to say. Or what would you say? It's kind of Kamara.
Nah, he's not as overly negative as Kamara is. Kamara is like the sky is almost always falling with Kamara. Like almost always.
Kamara ain't never sent us a happy text.
Kamara is preemptively angry about everything.
Kamara ain't never during the basketball season sent us a let's go.
Never. No, never.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten a call since this Mike Brown thing.
Well, I think he sent us a text. He did. I think he sent us a text over the weekend.
He was mad that it got to this point.
Yeah, he definitely
Then he sent the
was.
text about Kyrie's shoes. I wasn't
He
ignoring
did.
my Mike Brown thing. I was just kind of out of the loop over the weekend. But
I like those Kyrie shoes. I mean, I couldn't wear them, but I like them.
Yeah.
I thought those were hot.
You could wear them, dog.
I can't wear dark shoes. You know that. Apparently, I can't wear dark shoes or short sleeve shirts on camera.
Stop.
Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, he's not pleased. It's funny. No, this is why he doesn't call us anymore. It's funny when you look at the text thread because it's just Kamara, just looking for a single response. Kamara. A lot of times I'm just digesting what Kamara.
That's all it is. And some of it I don't want to say because I'll say it on the show.
And then there's an occasional 4:59 a.m. message. 3:20 a.m. message. All right, man, my brain isn't ready to process this.
Yeah, man.
That's my guy, though. That's my guy. Speaking of Cleveland, not so reports came out yesterday. What was the line? Well, I think it was Woj. Woj got a playbook. Woj got a playbook. He hit us with the extensive coaching search that's coming up for Cleveland. But they're interviewing James Borrega and Kenny Atkinson. And Jesse made note because we were kind of venturing around these waters yesterday looking at coaching openings and really trying to figure out what these new hires would get in terms of a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Atkinson, James Borrega, those feel like $10 million a year guys to you?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Me either. Kenny Atkinson is a fascinating one because to me, Kenny Atkinson's probably really close, far less accomplished, but closer to what Mike was when he took the Kings job. Again, far less accomplished, but had the run, things with Brooklyn, people really bought into.
Yeah.
And then goes the route of the assistant, conveniently, with Golden State as well, who I guess is talking to Darvin Ham about adding him to their staff. And, it has been a name in hiring cycles for a little while now. And with Mike, I don't feel like Mike ever really truly put himself out there in some of the hiring cycles. It was never. I don't feel like Mike Brown's name was mentioned over and over and over and over again until Sacramento became available, which leads me to believe Mike was a bit selective and didn't just want a Charlotte job. With all due respect to Charlotte, he didn't want a clearly bad job.
Yeah.
And one, it speaks to the work Monty McNair was doing and that Mike was willing to buy into that and saw that a franchise that had been historically bad was on the turnaround. But we also think that Mike got in the vicinity of $6 million for this first couple of year run with Sacramento. That leads, I feel like that's where Kenny Atkinson is going to be, in that $6 million range. James Borrega might be a little bit lower, but I think both of them, if we're being honest, is probably in that $6 to $7 million range.
Yeah.
Unless JJ signs first.
Well,
and
hey,
then all bets might be off.
They need to sign Mike Brown now before that JJ. If they were smart, sign Mike Brown now before that JJ Redick contract comes out.
You imagine, and again, we're 100% making this up.
Yeah.
If JJ Redick signed, and we speculated, like, it doesn't feel like JJ would make $5 million like Darvin Ham did. So would he make like 7 to 8? Imagine he signs for 8, and the Kings offer to Mike Brown is 8.5.
I don't think it's the craziest thing. JJ gets 8.
I don't think it is either.
So. I don't think so either.
I feel like that's honestly kind of realistic.
For a first-year head coach, it seems outrageous, but I don't feel like that it is.
JJ Redick kind of feels different the way it's been reported. Just I don't know. That feels kind of like an outlier type. Like that feels like that's the Lakers guy. It's been like we want JJ Redick.
Right. And for them to, I don't know, maybe JJ is, thirsty enough to go, do this, but it almost feels like for them to go get him away from where he's at, they gotta pay a little bit more. Because he may be like, man, I'm good broadcasting. I'm good. I got my podcast or whatever. Now I'm linked up
That's
with
a
the
good
King.
point. Yeah, he's on the finals team right now.
Yeah. Okay, that's nothing. I'm about to get back.
Said that yesterday too. Just saying.
Don't worry.
I'm just saying.
Don't worry about that.
JJ Redick, the former number 11 overall pick out of Duke University.
Yeah, out of Duke.
15 years in the National Basketball Association. 15 years. The former number 11 overall pick in the 2006 NBA draft. It should be noted. JJ Redick's peak as we discuss his potential coaching contract earnings. JJ's peak career earnings were in 2017. He made $23 million
in one season
with the Philadelphia 76ers. By far the most money he made in a single season.
Appreciate that.
By far the most money that JJ made in a singular NBA season, $23 million. With Jesse bringing this thing even at 17 apiece yesterday. That means the winner.
Why he always the lead? Why he always the lead?
Number one.
It's 17-17, and he was our last winner. Which means the winner today takes control of the series. Kenny Caraway, you're up first.
I just need the particulars one more time.
I
I got
you.
the 23 being the highest by far. How many seasons in the league?
The former number 11 overall pick from the 2006 NBA draft. 15 years in the league for JJ Redick. A peak career earning year in 2017 at $23 million that season. By far the most he earned in a single season. KC, these are tough waters to navigate for potentially the next head coach of your Los Angeles Lakers, Kenny Caraway.
Okay, Lake Show. Chill,
Career.
bro.
This is your guy.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Are we gonna get that saying when he signs with the Lakers?
No, I only did that because Melo signed. Don't do that. Melo's my boy.
Kenny Caraway, career earnings for the 15-year NBA vet, the lead analyst on the NBA Finals, and perhaps the future head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. JJ Redick is what?
I'm going to go with $87 million.
$87 million for Kenny Caraway right there. Jesse, you're up.
It's a good guess right there, Kenny.
Winner
I'm not even gonna lie.
takes control.
I don't know if
Put
I
that
want to.
pressure on him.
Go
Put
80,
that
if I want to go
pressure on
90.
him. Put that pressure on him.
Jesse Tapia, 15 NBA seasons for JJ Redick, the former number 11 overall pick in the 2006 NBA draft. Peak earnings, $23 million in 2017.
Give me 87. 87 million.
Wait, what number did you say?
I thought I said 87.
You did say
Oh,
87.
I'll go 88. I'll go 88. I'm going above. I'm going above. I'm taking the over.
That's it. It's over.
I'm taking the over.
It's over.
I thought you said 86.
No, it's over. I win.
Ow.
You can't
That's a
double
tie,
up.
if anything.
You can't double up.
No, he's got
You
a.
can't double up the answer. That's the automatic no.
He's got a big.
automatic.
What are you
No.
waving at?
I'm going 88. I'm going 88.
Sir, sit down.
He's making a mockery of the game I love.
You're going 88 million. Man, I have never seen two individuals this unsure. But the answer is 116,423,821
Come on, man.
for, I believe, the third straight victory.
I'm not gonna lie. You psyched me out with
I
that
was
guess
hoping
too.
he was gonna go lower. Damn.
I would have been shocked if you went lower, but you guys both, that 23 million really does kind of throw things off because we're talking about potentially earning 8 million as a head coach. He earned over $8 million in his career 3 times, and it was the final 3 years of his career. It was the 23 million that we referenced, 12.2, and then 12.6. Prior to that Philadelphia contract in 2017, he never cracked anything over 7 million, which makes the idea of the $8 million contract per year, $8 million per year, fascinating.
That isn't.
Should he become the Los Angeles Lakers head coach? I don't feel like we have a good grasp of what high-end podcasters make. I think, do you remember? I don't remember what Joe said. Joe gave a number.
I don't remember either.
It was millions, but it was over the life of the pod.
Right.
So it was nothing
Not
that
this
averaged
contract,
$1 million per year.
Yeah.
So even if we went on the high end and say, yeah, JJ might earn $1 million per year, that's probably on the high end for the podcast.
You think combined with all the things he does, he makes $1 million, 1.5? You
Counting broadcasting?
Yeah.
Oh, no. He makes, I'm confident he makes millions.
You think
broadcasting?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
per year?
For his position on ESPN?
Yeah.
Like as the, yeah, he probably, I would think he's probably at least in the range of $3 million. There were probably some contract renegotiations that went on after he signed his original contract. I'd say in total, if I were to guess, it's a complete guess. We're pocket watching here. That's what we do. I'd go 4 to 5 is what he makes with all of that stuff.
Wow. So yeah, to get me off the booth, we talking 6 to start.
I think you'd have to.
Yeah, that's how you even get me to pick up the phone.
Because here's a difference though. That 4 to 5 is going to grow. That 6, man, that 6 getting higher is dictated on what happens over the next 4 years. You know, the position that JJ Redick is in right now as a podcaster and as a broadcaster, he knows if our number is even remotely accurate, that we'll say it's 5 million. It's going to grow to 6, 7, 8, especially if he continues in this 3-man booth in the NBA Finals with Mike Breen and Doris Burke. If he's that voice, that's big money for him. That means he's a prominent ESPN personality. They pay for those, including the podcast. Now you have to do math over the next 4 years. What am I going to earn over the next 4 years doing this versus what I'm going to earn over the next 4 years as the Los Angeles Lakers head coach? CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. We'll come back. We're going to check in with my Cleveland insider.
Oh, let's go.
Get his thoughts on Mike Brown when we return here on ESPN 1320. Is that what I said? Did I say ESPN 1320?
I thought you did.
Oh. Donald Trump used racial slur on The Apprentice. Boy, that's stunning. Didn't he use a racial slur in the State of the Union once? Like, what? Yeah, wait, y'all reporting this as if it's news? Don't they have him on video? Is this game live? This is a wild ass baseball game.
Yeah, my boy Mason Miller gave up a game tying home run in the night. I don't think anybody's gotten a hit off him. And
didn't that happen to the A's yesterday? Didn't they get walked off yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I've been wanting to go there for a while. That's a tough place to get in at. That's a tough place to get in at.
Yeah, man. I ain't been there yet either. I gotta get there.
I've been wanting to do that.
I think my mom's been there. I ain't been there.
Your mom probably cut the ribbon there. Kamara got that text and probably was like, I got to tune on the show. What are they doing?
We love you, Kamara. We love you, dog.
Hey, remember when KC used to screenshot contacts and send them to us?
Well, sometimes that's how you got to do.
Jesse ain't even listening to me on the phone. Mitch better have my money.
Hey.
Pay me what you want me. Bitch better have my money. What? We might have. I think so. Yeah, I think we did. I remember Ramsey telling me he didn't like this. I think when we were at one of the games. But like you said, Ramsey doesn't like anything.
Uh-oh.
You know what would be the coolest thing is if Ramsey just called, guys, I love ...
Oh, it's on and popping. My girl coming out with a new album.
Sexy Red?
No, that's my girl, though. But this is my girl. My girl, Marsha Ambrose.
No.
New album, June 28th. Marsha be game spitting.
Man, this was this pocket watching was tough. It was a tough one.
Yeah, that damn JJ.
His contracts are kind of all over the place. It's like he had multiple front-loaded deals.
They just found a way to keep paying him until you $100-some million.
So
let's see. Wait a minute. I got an issue. We're gonna talk about it when we come back. I'm gonna save it till we come back. We're gonna talk about it. Nah, bro. Nah. The last pocket watching that just went down. I need this to be reviewed.
Okay.
This needs to be under protest because there was trash cans being hit in center field. There was trash cans being hit in center field here. We got Dave Garcia talking about go higher, Jesse. You know what I mean? We got who's the other one? Tyler Jennings, go 88, Jesse. Trash cans were being hit, bro. Nah, man. Nah. Somebody got to review this.
Review it if you want. I'll say for myself, honor system. I don't look at the chat. I try to keep it. I don't do math or anything. I don't go to Spot Track. I don't say, hey, I looked up Luka Doncic or whatever the other night and say, hey, I tried to play this one or whoever we did last time. I don't do stuff like that.
No, you know
I've never
what?
been accused of I've never actually cheated before.
You know who you sound like right now? You know who you sound like? Jose Altuve. That's what you sound like right now. They out here hitting trash cans, man, and you sound like Altuve.
Nah, I won't stand for this. You've actually tried to ruin the integrity of the game. I'm just collecting dubs out here. It's 3 in a row.
Send this to the board. Send this game to the board.
So you got the same chat I do, by the way.
They don't tell me nothing. They don't tell me where to go. They're telling Jesse to go higher. No. Send this to the board.
there's good news. I'm the board. I'm the Roger Goodell here. And I will review it. And much like when things get reviewed with Roger Goodell, they go nowhere. The victory is upheld. The Boston Tapias are up 18-17.
This is an outrage. And Zabo, change that damn logo on my on my video. You see a logo he got for that? Get that out of here.
You're more of a Minneapolis Laker guy or instead of LA? Or?
No, put the Kings there. I'm a Kings fan.
There's like There's been like 5 of these Zay videos put out there, and you're just now getting worked up. I think the pressure of losing is getting to you.
Stop it. Like I said, I'll be back on top by Friday. It's nothing.
That second 9-game losing streak is in sight.
We thought it was about me. It wasn't. Kyle not in the chat saying Kenny's acting like a Warriors fan. I'm being accused of using the chatty house as a weapon right now.
Kenny Myers sending film to the league. Man.
JJ Reddick going on first take. You guys see what they're doing? How they're letting them play?
Pocket watching has been constructed so KC can't win.
This is not fair. What did he say? This is not fair. This is just not fair how they're allowing them to play.
Epic.
Stop it.
Absolutely epic. Oh man. Let's get Mitch in here.
Hey.
916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch? What's up, Mitch?
How we doing? I hope Dallas wins that game tonight so we can give it to the Celtics. Sorry, Jets. They got 17 championships. Enough is enough.
Well,
all right.
Settle down. I mean, I don't like the Celtics, but let's not start.
You know what, Mitch? It's fine. Good luck to the Mavericks.
No, they've won one in like 40 years. It's not like we're being overwhelmed by Celtics championships.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, I hope they got to sign Brown. Got to keep him. They want to start all over again.
Jalen?
He's making twice as much as JJ Redick, though. If he does
twice as much, Mitch, that'll be $16 million a year potentially.
Well, it's a tax write-off.
Oh, Mike Brown. I was confused. He went from the Celtics. He said Brown. I was like, Mitch, they signed Jalen. Like, he makes like $300 million. No, it's good. Go ahead, Mitch. You're cooking.
I know. I'm talking about Coach Mike Brown.
Got you. Yep.
There we go.
He should be make twice as much as JJ Redick. He's a rookie. He's a private, in terms of coaches.
So what?
Okay. Well, that's one way of calling it. That's fine.
Then you call him a pilot, like TV show episodes, I think.
He's a pilot.
Oh, I think he called him a private. Like in the
private, like
military.
Is that a lower rank? I'm not familiar.
Yes. Yes. But I don't know. I'm not the Mitch Whisperer. I don't know. Katrina thought he said a pirate.
I thought he said that too at first, but
he's a pirate.
I heard pilot.
So we heard pilot.
Private makes sense though.
Private does make sense.
Mitch said private.
Okay,
that's
fine.
Mitch, tweet me, bro. Tweet me. Mitch,
he will
on Twitter.
He will. Can you call Mom? Can you call Ayo?
Yeah, can I get that number?
Yeah, I sent it. I think I sent it. I think it's in the group chat. Yeah, it's in the group chat. We'll see if he picks up. He'll have to break. He's probably having like an $800 lunch with God knows who.
Someone said in the chat, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah. Gavin Newsom. What was the other one?
Booty
Giuliani. Hey. That's what it is.
Booty Giuliani.
That's what it is.
Oh man.
Did you see this? This is just all bad for the Lakers. Did you see the story in the LA Times that there's talks of they want to add Rajon Rondo to the coach? Which there's nothing wrong with that, right. But like, why are you doing that when you don't have a head coach yet? So my man Ayo is on the phone with us.
Okay, shout out to my dog.
Ayo is the guy who I often refer to as our Cleveland insider. He's from Cleveland. He's a lifelong Browns fan and Cavs fan.
Ohio State.
That's true. That's true.
We didn't beat the hell out of Ohio State for, I think, this whole decade. To be honest with you.
No, like you're like 2 and like
this whole decade
or something.
No, what are you talking about? This whole decade, we just
all right.
Be smacking them boys up. It's just because Harbaugh's gone. Ain't nothing gonna change.
You hear this?
I hear it.
Hey, so I was trying
two wins. You got 2 wins, and
we got 3 wins, sir. 3 wins and a natty.
Oh man, it took like 30 years. I think that's their first full natty like ever, though, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh.
We are the creme de la creme of college football for a reason.
Okay. This is
All right.
this has gotten to be. Hey, so I was explaining to everybody that you hate Mike Brown. Can you explain to everyone what you have like explained to me for like 15 years about how you're disgusted with. So now let me be fair, because there are people with the Kings that listen to this broadcast. So let me be fair.
Well,
what
real
we're
quick,
talking about.
when you said I'll explain to everybody how you hate Mike Brown, he didn't say no, don't do that, don't do that. He just like, yeah, keep going.
So
Had a little smirk.
I was explaining to people how I think Mike still wears a lot of what happened in that first stint with Cleveland. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with it. I mean, when you have a player of LeBron's caliber, you don't win a championship, they kind of hold it against you, you know? But to answer your question, what I hold against Mike Brown, I feel like roles aren't fully defined with Mike Brown. Offense has always been a problem. I do give him some credit. He brought in Jordy, who was like the offensive coordinator here in Sacramento. So we've had a prolific offense here with him as head coach, but we'll see how that is moving forward without Jordy being here. So I think for me, a lot of it kind of centers around players knowing their roles. It seems as if players don't respect him after a few years, you know, and his troubles on offense.
Yeah, I mean that's unfair though. I mean they were trotting out Sasha and Iron Newble and Mo Williams. We need you to be a Scottie Pippen.
What about Booby?
The Booby was out the league. That's not fair to Mike Brown.
I hear you. What about in LA though? I know Kobe was older.
That was a different type of team
it's
though.
The same thing that happened in LA that happened in Cleveland. You know, he got fired after making the playoffs and got fired early in the season. I think it was after 4 games. So,
yeah.
You know, I mean, whatever is trailing him is trailing him wherever he's coached.
See, and that was my point, because we were talking about the story about the Kings and them tabling contract conversations with Mike Brown, and you know who's leaking it, who benefits from it. And my point was, and I always made this point as a guy who loves the Cleveland Cavaliers, I think this stuff still follows him, and I don't think it was shed 2 years with Sacramento.
The conversation that's being had though, I think is 2 different conversations, and I think the Kings should look at it the way I'm about to say. I think they should. I think people are asking if Mike Brown is a championship coach, and if he's a guy that you can have success with, moderate success with. I think there's no doubt in anybody's mind, there shouldn't be at least, that you can have success with Mike Brown. Is he a championship head coach? That's yet to be proven. I think he can be, but that's something that hasn't been proven. But the Kings need to worry about making the playoffs in back-to-back seasons before they're worried about firing somebody because they're not a championship head coach.
I think there's some truth between what both of you guys are saying, right? Mike Brown may not be a championship head coach, and he may be good for the middle of the pack. The problem with what you're saying, Casey, is the sample size of the teams like Sacramento is really small. You know, he had a second stint in Cleveland where, you know, he got fired after 1 year, right? So was last year with the Kings the anomaly? Or, you know, the sample size is really small with him. So he's been coaching teams that have had championship aspirations. So I think we would know more about Mike Brown next year. But I think there could be some truth in the middle of what both of you guys are saying.
All right, I'll let you go, bro. Are you eating with like a mayor right now, or a governor, or a future president, or something like that? Are you?
I hear you.
Are you passing legislature that's going to affect all our lives? Is that what you're doing right now?
At some point, yes, but not right now.
We sit here and we talk on vibes for 4 hours, and this dude out here making laws for the state of California.
Hey, I got somebody that
man, I'm just trying to hoop with KC so KC and I could be on the same basketball team. I've been trying to recruit this dude for 2 years. And
I don't remember that.
I see him on the court on another team. I'm like, what's up, man? I'm not good enough to be on the same team.
Not the case at all. I don't remember this recruiting process going down. Shout out to my man Jay Cliff. We got a game Sunday, going up against Sac City.
Well, clearly
it's a game of the two undefeated teams in the league. So, it's going to be prime time. It's going to be prime time. But I think Io's team is right there, like 3-1, right?
We were 3-1. We've had the best record 2 years in a row. Would have had you. Would have won the title last season.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I think we play Io the following week.
I called you Kevin Durant. He said he was going to come here. We would have just kept winning titles.
Hey, look, because people think we're capping. I think we have somebody on the line that can confirm the estate that is the Barling estate.
Oh, stop. Actually, I haven't been to the house yet.
Oh, well, we'll call in after you go. Yeah, call in after you go. It is, it's going to take a while. It's kind of like Rick Ross's house. You got to drive a little while to get into the front yard. But, bro, for real.
Did you see the grapes growing in the backyard?
Hey, I didn't see that.
Wow.
I didn't see.
Wow.
Did you see that, Jesse?
I missed the grapes.
Yo,
Wow.
that's crazy.
All right, fellas.
Appreciate you, dog.
All
Thank
right,
you,
big
brother.
dog.
Like, that's a shoot. Like, the dude probably is like passing a law right now, man. This dude, I told you, we lost our seat at the table because he was like, yeah, just some people came and sat down and weren't supposed to be here. Now, I'm convinced it was President Wood. Like, all right, sir, I get you the president of Sac State, but you're in my seat.
Yeah, watch out, man.
And probably wasn't. Could have been Dr. Flo.
Did you have to stand the whole time?
No, no.
Say, man,
I went and
get you
sat
dirty.
with my other crew at the.
They sat him at the kids' table.
Pretty much. Yeah, we was goofing.
It'd be
around.
tough. Like Damien just standing up with his plate.
Well, yeah, hey,
funny.
hey, y'all ain't been to a party until you've been to a Taylor party. The food is, oh man, that food is absolutely spectacular. They had a committee to put this. The party I went to over the weekend was his dad's retirement from Sac State. Oh, there ain't nothing like a Taylor party.
Oh, man.
I mean, people flew in from different continents to be here.
Come on, man. That's next level.
It's incredible.
It's next level.
Absolutely. I was just waiting for Burna Boy to come out. I think that's the only thing that didn't happen.
His kid come out.
Yeah, I might not have stayed long enough for that to happen. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Titus in here. Titus, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up with it? How y'all doing today?
We good, Titus. What's up with you, bro?
Yeah, hey, I got two things. What's y'all relationship with the insiders? Because they said something that was like blasphemy.
We never heard of him.
Jackson, like, why wouldn't you want Mark Jackson? First, I got two things, but I want to get a response on that.
Got you. Well, no, go ahead. Get your second question. We'll get to the Mark Jackson thing because we talk about
always yeah, and the insiders, because I feel like they might have to be drug tested.
No, don't do that.
Okay. Well, I know Kyle wouldn't pass, so I know for sure Kyle wouldn't pass. I'll have to check on James, but yeah, Kyle's failing that test.
Yeah, okay, because man, he tripped out. It's 5 seconds, and then it's like Mark Jackson never. But anyway, let me get to my second one. So I'm saying, are we Mike Brown fans or are we Sacramento Kings fans? Because I was at the store today. This female wearing a white beater. It's hot. So she's seeing my Kings tattoo, and she's like, "Oh man, you really a Sacramento fan?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm really a Kings fan." Then she seen a name that was real small, and then she spoke on that. And I was like, "Well, actually, I really love the Kings, and that name that you see, I hate that one."
She was trying to get at you, Titus. She was trying to get at you, dog. Man, you give her a little play, Titus. You exchange numbers. She was trying to get at you.
I was good.
Titus, we appreciate you. I think we're all Kings fans, but I think a lot of people, but I'll speak for me. I think Mike Brown is in the best one. Okay, let's be clear. I'm a Kings fan, absolutely, but I am a fan of Mike Brown, and I think Mike Brown is in the best interest of the Sacramento Kings. There'll be a time, it happens everywhere, where you have to have a discussion about whether this is the right coach for you moving forward. And you have to have conversations that you believe are in the best interest of the team that you cover or the team that you're a fan of, however you want to phrase this. Mike is the guy.
I agree.
Like, these things aren't separate. Like, Mike is the coach that is in the best interest of the Sacramento Kings' success moving forward.
I agree.
So to answer, they're one and the same.
100%, 100%. And like you just laid out, I mean, having Mike Brown here in this particular situation is best for the Kings, in my opinion. It's best for what the Kings are trying to build, where they're trying to get to. So, like you, I like Mike Brown regardless, like outside of being with the Kings. I'm a Mike Brown fan, but I also realize it's the best for both entities to be together and to continue to grow together.
Yeah.
So, as far as the Mark Jackson situation,
What about Mike Jackson?
I think to the King of Pop.
No.
That is something that I want to say is polarizing, but I don't know
Yeah,
if it's
that's
polarizing.
what it is. I think that's what it is.
Because when I think of polarizing, I feel like 50-50, you got people opposed and against.
I think
opposed and for. I don't know if it is 50-50.
I think it's extreme opinions one way or the other.
Got you. True.
And it's almost like we call DeMarcus polarizing because the people who hate DeMarcus Cousins hate him for whatever reason. They hate him. The people who love DeMarcus Cousins love him. Like you can't change their mind. I feel like it's a similar conversation with Mark Jackson. You either hate everything he stands for, or you love what he could do for your team.
And a lot of the stuff with Mark Jackson, I remember going through it when he was a candidate. There's a lot of hearsay with Mark Jackson. There's also what I felt for him was there's not an opportunity to learn from your mistakes. I think people pin whatever mistakes he made in his time with Golden State and say that's just who you are and you should never get another opportunity. And I don't think that's fair. And it's, to me, I feel like for whatever reason, people aren't giving him a second chance. You know what I mean? And I don't want to sit up here and claim that he's being blackballed or anything else like that. But there's coaches who were far less successful than he was, who get true interviews and true second opportunities to run a team and to have an opportunity to coach. And Mark Jackson not even getting any of those opportunities or any of those real looks. It speaks volumes to me. Not in the same way as his detractors say it speaks volumes to them. To me, it says there's something going on there that isn't necessarily fair, in my opinion.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to word what I want to say. Like, I feel like there's let's just work through this together. Is there a Colin Kaepernick comparison here? In that I think Colin Kaepernick was just flat out, he's not ever being in our league again. But what they would do with Cap is they would say, well, it's not worth the distraction. It's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Oh, too much comes with it. In that regard, I think that's a lot of the conversation with Mark Jackson. Maybe Mark can be a good coach, but it might not be worth what comes with that. You talk about learning from mistakes. We talked about Tom Thibodeau yesterday, how Tom Thibodeau had to learn, and he might not have learned until he got to New York, and it might have taken like a year or two in New York before he adjusted we knew like Tom Thibodeau was going to coach. He was going to practice every day. He was going to practice for hours. You were going to play his way, and you weren't going to stop playing until you started playing his way. Like it was going to be like a high school team. He was going to drill this in. He had to learn to adjust that. That is a change in the way you coach. I think part of the issue with Mark is you're asking someone to change who they are.
Yes and no. Because in those situations, like I think,
because Mark has not shied away from who he is.
But that's what he'd be So, for instance, the things that people don't like, and I see in the Matthews Matthews Chatty House, they be like, he'd run off sponsors and all this other stuff. We don't know.
It's potentially, it's possible.
Yeah,
but
we don't know if Mike, I'm about to say Mike Brown, but Mark Jackson got another job, would he keep the basketball, the basketball arena basketball? So some of the things that he was outspoken on before, he doesn't have to necessarily change who he is. But if they ask him about it, be like, I'm not here to talk about those things. I'm here to be the head coach of Team X, and we can talk about basketball in some of the ways, some of the things I believe about in basketball. I'm not here to have those conversations. I've learned from before, those conversations aren't necessarily meant to be had in every space. And I'm not going to be here to have that conversation right now. He doesn't even get the chance to have that type of moment potentially.
I hear you.
It doesn't change who he is and what he believes, but understand this, it's not the time and a place at a shoot around session to have that conversation. I had to learn that the hard way. The first time I lost my job, and partly because of that. I'm not going to make that same mistake this time around.
59 years old and has not coached in 10 years.
And I know a lot of people talk about, well, he hasn't, he should go be an assistant or whatever the case may be. I mean, JJ Redick should go be an assistant, but he's about to go get a job. That's not a prerequisite for everybody. So why does it have to be a prerequisite for Mark Jackson?
I don't know, but I might be able to answer that question for those that feel like that. Because I tend to lean towards like Steve Nash didn't have to be. Like Mark's been a coach, and I'd argue he's been a successful one.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if it's more get back in the league, get back around players, get back to, as you're an assistant, you're not really in front of microphones, you're not really in front of the media. But get back in the league. Yeah. There was always a thing that, why isn't Kareem around? Well, because Kareem's an ass. That's changed. But there was, those questions were asked, like, why isn't Kareem around? Why isn't he on the staff? Why isn't he helping these people? It's because he didn't relate well to people. He didn't communicate well with people. And then he got around the league and essentially softened up his image a little bit. Maybe that's what they're asking for as regards those people who are asking him to do that are asking for in regards to Mark Jackson.
And to be perfectly fair, if I was a friend of Mark Jackson or I was advising him in any way, I would probably tell him, hey man, if you really want to get in the league, like maybe you should consider that, because your way hasn't worked.
Yeah.
So if you really want to be a part of this, maybe you should consider being on somebody's bench, or at the very least being a visible consultant or something like that. Like if you really want to do this, I understand it's not about right and wrong, because I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, it hasn't worked. If you really want to get in the league, maybe you got to do some things a little different.
To present another side, to take on that role, you have to be invited.
Well, there's that too.
We don't know that he ever has. We don't know that he's ever turned down or at least I don't. If anyone does share, I don't know of an opportunity that Mark Jackson has turned down to be an assistant coach. We'll come back. We see a couple you want to talk about this. Ralph, hang tight. Maddie, we'll get to you right after the break. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Chris, Mark has gotten interviews besides the Sacramento one. He absolutely has. He's gotten a few, but they've never turned into anything. Kyle, I think he was asking if anyone else besides Sacramento did. AD, that's a slight stretch. You are correct. He was a player development coach, but it's not like he wasn't a player development coach like the guys you see with the Kings. He wasn't around every game. He was essentially around for like training camp. and he'd work with specific players. He was like a workout coach almost. Like I don't think he was a true on the coaching staff guy. I could be wrong about that. I don't think I am, but he wasn't exactly that. But I hear you.
And this is the thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit is like and not to get anybody or anything like that, but like the comment that was just made that he just had up there, AD had on there, like why are people fighting so hard not for him to be in the league? Like, why are you coming up with so many arguments as to say why he's not deserving? You know, that's what it feels like. It's like, he hadn't even done that. Steve Nash did it. All right, cool. Like, does that mean he shouldn't be in the league or he shouldn't be a coach? There's people that are, once again, we're talking about JJ Redick. He has a podcast and he's about to get a job, and nobody.
We think.
Yeah.
Well, I think AD was just responding to the remark I made about Steve Nash.
Right.
Not necessarily about.
Right. Very fair. But it comes off as if people are so that they want to talk so loudly about why he does not deserve another opportunity.
Well, and that's why I talk about polarizing.
That.
That's what I talk about.
Yeah.
People feel passionately one way or another about him. Like the people who want him to get a job want him to get that opportunity, and the people that don't fight against it. It's never, let's see what happens. It's like like I was saying with DeMarcus Cousins. No one ever goes, he was fine. Literally, no one has ever said that. It's been, oh my God, I love him, or oh my God, F him. I think I really think one of the biggest issues is no one really talks about what went wrong with Mark in Golden State. And I think, at least publicly, and I think part of that is, despite the fact that for some reason the Warriors people like trashed him after he left, or they would make smart ass remarks about him. They never actually said what went on.
Right.
Okay. Let's get to these phone lines, man. 916-909-1320. Let's start with our man, Ralph. Ralph, what's going on, brother?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man? First of all, man, hey, look. Why Mark Jackson can't get a job, man? Opposed to all these other coaches that got jobs. And then who, JJ Redick? Man, he ain't done nothing yet.
Well, you're right. You're right, Ralph. To be fair, you're 100% right. JJ has not been hired for a job yet. Now, we all think that he's going to be, but we certainly don't know. Like, JJ does not have a job.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Ralph. And to answer your first question, I don't know why Mark can't get a job. I think part of it was we started to talk about during the commercial break. No one has ever flat out said on the record what went on with Mark Jackson in Golden State. And I think it is talked about. I was going to say it's not even whispered about. It's pretty much openly talked about within NBA circles what happened, the variety of things that happened. That's probably, in terms of a hiring process, all that matters. But it does create a bit of confusion because, again, none of this stuff has been stated on the record.
Right.
I'm sure you've been told things. I've been told things. James Hams have been told things. We've all been told things off the record. But you mean I can't attribute what you just said to me is incredibly valuable. Right. I can't attribute this to and say it.
Right.
Like that. Maybe the picture would be clearer. Maybe it would be muddier, but it would provide more context to this conversation if someone would say, yo, what happened?
Yeah.
Like, don't dance around it. Tell us what you're telling everyone across the league. Because one of my annoying, and Maddie, hang on 1 second. One of my annoying things in the hiring process is, and not just NBA, just in like life, is you work somewhere and you could be bad at your job. and you know what? This isn't really working out. But you have experience here, whether it's a year, 2 years, whatever. It doesn't work out. And you put your boss's name as you're filling out resumes, and no one wants to keep you from getting another job, right? And so when someone calls, when a potential employee, hey, how was such and such as an employer? I remember a place that I worked before. It was 1140. I hated the old program director there. Like I told you that, so I thought he was awful. But I remember having a conversation with the general manager there about, someone called from Denver and we gave him a good recommendation. Like, you did? You put your name on that? He was terrible. But so many people don't want to prevent other people from getting employed, which I understand. Yeah. But if I'm in the league and I'm with the Golden State Warriors and someone calls me and asks me, hey, what happened with Mark Jackson? I'm telling you all of the stuff that we've been told behind the scenes, because I'm not putting my name on that. I'm not saying, oh, no, it was fine. It's been blown out of proportion. He was actually really good. No, I'm telling you, there's a reason he was fired. And I'm telling you that reason because I'm not going to put my name on you hiring this person. And I'm using my own personal example rather than Mark Jackson. I feel like they're telling people, I feel like they're doing what I would want someone to do. The Warriors are telling people what happened. And that's why he's not getting a job. Because those people feel like maybe that's not something we can get past, or it's weighing, is he better than this coach? We'll use the Kings example. Is knowing that and having him as the head coach better than hiring Mike Brown? And you could take Mike Brown's name out and insert James Borrega, Steve Clifford, JJ Redick, whoever you want to. And I think that's what he's stuck with.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point. I do think it's kind of whack that at this point it's just a bunch of alluding to the fact of all this other stuff and not somebody saying this is what it is.
Yep.
I mean, hell, Brian Scalabrine will talk about everything in the world, but he'll only allude to that. He won't. He'll allude to why Mark shouldn't get a job.
Yeah, Brian Scalabrine also full of crap.
Yeah, but he won't sit up there and say, "No, this is
Get
what
your
happened."
boy.
Yeah, it is your boy. That is your.
Now
boy.
you got to
Whoa,
own that.
whoa, no, hell no, he's not.
One,
No,
pal.
no, he stood up this show.
boy,
He's
yeah.
anti-D'Lo, like he's anti-me, anti-all of us. He's not my guy.
Yeah, but I do with something this high profile and something that has gone on for this long. And hell, maybe they're just saying it's been so long ago. Like I want to just move on from it.
Very well, yeah.
But
now he's not in the league anymore. Like he's off of the broad. Like he doesn't have an association with the league at all anymore.
But and here's the other thing that I would say about Mark Jackson. I used to talk about this when we were talking about him being a potential coach. And a lot of people try to crap on Mark Jackson and talk about why he's not in the league and he needs to do this and that and all the stories that they didn't heard and all this other stuff. And I would also point out there's a lot of people that respect the hell out of Mark Jackson and respect their time they spent with him. Steph Curry being one of them. Steph Curry was the one I remember vividly when Joe Lacob, the light years Joe, was sitting up here running the same playbook when he had to get rid of Mark Jackson that we talked about Ishbia doing and the guy doing in Cleveland. He was running the same playbook for Mark Jackson. He extended it way past the point of firing. They had hired Steve Kerr and he was still doing it. I remember vividly Steph Curry said, "Yo, we need to cut this out.
Yeah.
Like you need to stop this. Stop talking about this man. Stop putting these things out about this man. You got your coach. We're moving on. Everybody's moving on. But stop bad-mouthing this dude. Like it's gone too far at this point. And I don't think a lot of people look at that side as well. As bad as they think Mark Jackson was and the things that he did was bad or whatever. There's a lot of people that have a lot of respect for Mark Jackson and as a coach and as a man. So those sides are valid as well, I think.
Let's get Maddie in here, 916-909-1320. Maddie, appreciate your holding, man. What's going on, brother?
Light years Joe is crazy, but I miss y'all, man. I was out in Vegas, speaking of calling y'all, but I was always about 5 shots deep and didn't want to take any.
What was you doing in Vegas, man? What was you doing out there?
I had my birthday this weekend. So
Hey, salute. Happy birthday, bro.
So yeah, I say double or nothing. I was out there for that show.
Oh, word.
That's what's
Okay.
up.
So you was
I thought that's how he was living
you
out
was
there.
watching,
Double or nothing.
Yeah, you was watching AEW wrestlers get set on fire and all that stuff.
That too though.
No doubt.
Hey, real quick, honestly though, I did spend some time at the sports books, and nobody cares about the A's out there coming. So that's crazy that they got all this planned. But I just want to run something by y'all, because I don't know if this perspective has kind of been taken yet with the Mike Brown and the Kings situation going on right now. But hypothetically, like if the Kings miss the postseason or miss the playoffs this upcoming season, at that point, it kind of sets something up, right? Because I think at that point, half of the fan base would probably want him gone, and probably ownership would want him gone at that point. So if we're in a point where they're unsure if they want him to be their head coach for the next 4 or 5 years, whatever they're talking about extending him to, wouldn't it make sense that there hasn't gotten done yet? Don't you guys think that?
Yeah, it feels like that's part of the discussion. Is I think there's a level of uncertainty. Like, oh, wait, was that a one-off with Mike? But you asked if the Kings missed the playoffs again. Context is important. It sucks that the Kings missed the playoffs this year. That's why we're here. But the context of the season is important. Monty didn't do a good enough of a job. The players didn't do a good enough of a job. And it's fine to say that Mike Brown didn't do a good enough of a job. This is a collective that caused them to be a whopping 2 games worse than the year before. Again, still collective. Monty didn't do a good enough job. Mike didn't do a good enough of a job. The players didn't do a good enough of a job. If that's the case again next season, and you can point to all 3 of those entities, you probably have bigger problems than who your head coach is. If De'Aaron goes to the exit meetings and goes, man, if we had just made layups, we would have been a 50-win team. Okay, last year it was free throws. This year it's layups. The problem is the players.
So you're not wrong.
Context is important. Was my point.
You're not wrong at all. But I'll ask this question. I'm trying to think about this on the fly, and I don't put this because I don't want to say it's necessarily right, but it's also the nature of the beast. Is there anybody outside of championship winning coaches that could survive not making the playoffs 2 straight years? Like
2 straight years.
Listen, hear me out.
Okay.
If Memphis don't make the playoffs next year, you think Taylor Jenkins is going to have a job the following year? Or do you I won't even ask you that. Isn't it fair to say he might at least be on the hot seat?
Yes.
Like that, and he's had more success than Mike Brown. I'm not even saying it's right.
I don't think that he has, but
no, I'm talking about in that style. He's, in Memphis, he's made the playoffs 3 straight years or something like that. This was the first year he didn't make the playoffs because of a bunch of different circumstances. But I'm not even saying it's right.
He missed the playoffs his first year also.
Okay, got you. Yeah, that was Ja's first year, I think, too.
Yeah, 33 and 49, made the playoffs the next 3 years, and then
and it would and I think it would be crazy to say his job might be in jeopardy.
I agree.
But
that's the problem, though. What you just said, who can survive, missing the playoffs 2 years in a row? That's a problem. That's a league-wide issue.
I agree, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So I'm not saying you should move on from him right here, but I think me and Jesse were talking about this a couple weeks back. Like, they don't make the playoffs next year, those guys are on the hot seat.
Yeah,
that's the league.
That's and that's fine, but you shouldn't be now.
No, and I don't think he's on the hot seat now. But what they're trying to,
and you shouldn't be fired. It's fine to say, well, them seat warmers, that's fine.
I agree, but I think, and I think once again, I want to reiterate, the Kings should come to an agreement with Mike Brown. I still say $10 million a year. Give him what he deserves in that respect. Give him the security, because much like you, I don't think the way things go now is how you should build a franchise. Like, I don't think Taylor Jenkins should be on the hot seat if they miss next year. I don't think Ime should be on the hot seat if they miss next year. Nothing like that. I think you got to give these things time and have continuity in your franchise.
Well,
I don't think Mike Brown should be an issue. But
I was going to say, let's go to everybody's beloved Michael Malone. He missed the playoffs his first 3 years in Denver.
And they stayed with him, and you see what happens, right?
That's
You see
like,
what
but that's the thing about all of this that drives me nuts. Y'all love Michael Malone. And I know Kings fans do. I'm talking about the people who cover this league. Y'all been drooling over the Denver Nuggets for 3 freaking years now. But yet, anytime someone who is 2 years into something fails, or 3 years into something, y'all don't point to the Denver Nuggets and go, man, look at what the Nuggets did with Michael Malone. You go, yeah, got to get JB's punk ass out of here. Like, yo, what? What do you do? Wait a minute. Why aren't you pointing to your beloved Denver Nuggets? Why aren't you talking about Michael Malone? We cherry pick when we want to take something from a group like Denver. Oh, Michael Malone's such a great coach. Okay, well, why did it work? Well, he failed for 3 straight years. Well, yeah, Taylor Jenkins failed 2 years in a row. You're gonna need a new guy to lead that Memphis Grizzlies group.
I agree.
Oh, what?
I agree.
Now, to your point, though, to your and Jesse's point, Michael Malone was on the hot seat. Like, I disagreed with that. Michael Malone's been on the hot seat a couple of times in Denver, and it's fine for the seat to be hot as long as that thing don't catch fire and you throw him out of there. And Michael Malone is an example of that.
And a lot of those guys, it catches fires, and a lot of those guys get thrown out.
That's right.
That's just what happens.
Right.
So once again, not saying it's right, but that's I'm looking at what the Kings are faced with right now. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're thinking, because that's the way the league goes. Mike Brown misses. If you re-sign Mike Brown this year and he misses the playoffs again, it's like, bro, wait, what? What?
That's
2
tough.
straight years
Yeah,
without
that's
the
tough.
playoffs?
Absolutely, that's tough.
And we just gave you some money. So I feel like they're saying, all right, man, you got to a certain degree, they're like, you got to give us something to work with here, make the playoffs again or whatever. I would advise the Kings, just stop playing. Give the man a contract, and regardless of what happens next year, look to build something. Trust this guy to turn some things around. That's how I would go about it. But I think that's how these guys go. Also, when what you talked about with like the coaches and all this other stuff, it works on the reverse too, because and this is to where the KC hates coaches thing comes around.
No, it's true.
When you get good players, you start winning, and they give credit to the coach. Did the coach get better? Or did he get better talent? You know what I'm saying? Like, did Michael Malone get better as a coach, or did Jokic and Murray and Aaron Gordon come along and all this other stuff?
I think when you win, you share in the wealth. When you lose, you have to place blame. It's Mike Brown in Cleveland. That's what we were talking about earlier. Cleveland wins 1 title. 1, Mike's certified forever, because we know that that's how it works in sports. But the wealth is shared. Oh, Mike learned to, did he? Did he really do something? Did he become an offensive genius in the middle of the second round? No, you're 100% right. But it's all narrative. It's all what we decide to talk about that day.
And it's also like,
except here, because Mike Brown was a culture setter, or he helped set a culture. That was something that was desperately needed last year. And that was, to your point, something that came up at the end of last season. What we just experienced should never, ever happen again. Now we're settling into being a normal franchise, a normal basketball team, where your expectations and your feelings are going to be a lot different. 46 wins wasn't good enough.
You're right. And hear me when I say this. I'm just having a conversation and talking about it. Did Mike Brown do a much better job than Luke Walton? Or did Mike Brown get to play or get to coach Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Malik, and all these guys?
Both. Michael
I think
Malone.
I think Mike Brown did a better job than
Mike
Luke
Brown
Walton.
is a better coach.
But
than
Luke Walton didn't have anywhere near this type of roster.
You're 100% right.
The roster.
You're
time.
You're 100% right. And look, we've taken this to the extreme before. Would Buddy Hield work on this group with this coach? How would things different? What if Tyrese was still here? How would things be different if it was Tyrese and De'Aaron and then there's obviously a lot of other things that go into play. What other move would Monty McNair have made if it wasn't Domantas Sabonis? Like, I understand that kid's how would some of these guys that we've rolled our eyes at the past, whether it be Marvin or whoever, how would they have worked if Mike Brown was their coach instead of just a churning rotation of Dave Yeager, Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry? Like, no, this is Mike. He is our pillar, and this is where we're going. Would it have been different? And you're 100% right. But I still think there's enough evidence to say Mike Brown is a better coach than Luke Walton.
I'm in agreement. Even though I don't hate Luke
Let's
Walton
ask
the
your
way
mother.
you do. And
Don't do that.
And Jesse and everybody else hates Luke. I don't hate Luke.
The only person that hates Luke Walton is in your family. I just get Luke Walton jokes off every once in a while, and Luke obviously, we're obviously thinking our man Luke Walton.
My favorite Luke Walton moment was the press conference. He
The
came
happy-
on
all
all
of them.
happy. Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, that was the best.
And we all watched it like, yeah, this guy got some good news today.
That was that was like the Zoom era press conference. Hi, hey Luke. Hi James. Hey pal. Every other press conference. Hi James.
Came out joking. Hey James, got your running shoes on today.
we joke. The best, my favorite part about that is we joked that day. Oh, Luke got some good news today.
I sent the text the moment he started smiling. Like, yes, they talked to him.
And what was it like? 3 hours later, Adrian Wojnarowski.
Oh,
Yeah, Luke Walton.
Whenever our show ended.
Well, that's.
Remember that bit?
Let's get Lewis in here. He's been waiting patiently. Lewis, always good to hear from you, my man. What's going on?
Oh boy, I'm not sure you're gonna want to hear this today.
Talk to us, Lewis. Talk to us, man.
All right. Listen, this is what I feel like I'm seeing. As a Kings fan, we've been beat up so much. We've been criticized unfairly so often. Our accomplishments have been so overlooked. I think we may have trickled into an area where we're a bit hypersensitive to any sort of criticism or critique. When we look at the NBA, we're okay saying, the Clippers, if only Kawhi had played more, right? We can talk about different players. We can talk about different coaches that are around the league. But it seems to me as if we try to suggest any change in path, any change in anything associated with the Kings, there's this negative cloud that comes about it, and it's like you're bad, you're bad. And here's where I'm going with this.
Well, before you go any further, as Ramsey would say, no, I got you, Lewis. No, I just want to be clear. As Ramsey would say, so
Transman, bro.
Ralph
Oh, he hit us with a sensitivity. Girl, I know it's been hard.
1 second.
Oh man, excuse me. Man.
So
My bad.
So Mike Brown chose to leave his third best player, in my opinion, Malik Monk, and bring him off the bench. That was his choice. And so I just feel like there needs to be, in some respect, at least an accountability or at least a discussion about if we get Malik back, is that going to be the plan? Is that what we're going to do?
Well,
And
Lewis,
also-
we've talked about that though.
And Lewis, don't leave him because I want him to answer. Lewis, they were in the playoffs all year until Malik got hurt, coming off the bench.
That was probably in the best interest of the team. I think most people think it was in the best interest of the team.
And were we in the third spot, or were we?
It doesn't
tallying around the play-in, and that's where we were.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
they were fifth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They were trying to make the playoffs. The Kings, the reports say the Kings were upset because they didn't make the playoffs. If Malik Monk doesn't get hurt and may make the playoffs, we're not even having this conversation. So it's not a fact of whether or not he was starting or not. They were successful with him in the role that he was in, that Mike Brown put him in.
So am I a bad person by saying, hey, Coach Brown, maybe next year try playing your third best player to start the game?
You're not a bad person. You're not a bad person.
You're a
for
wonderful
that.
human being.
You're not a bad person.
Even though
for
you
that.
told me to shut the hell up. You're
Yeah,
a wonderful
Lewis,
human being,
come on.
Lewis. You're wonderful, Lewis. I think Mike was doing what was in the best interest of the team. Now, to Lewis's other question or point or statement, yeah, we wonder if Malik's back, if it's different next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Malik didn't raise a fuss about not starting, but I think he said, like, yeah, of course I want to start.
Yeah.
But he didn't, like, kick and scream, like, start me, start me, start me.
Right.
But we did ask, like, hey, if he's back, is it with, the idea, like, hey, he's the starting two guard now? Or is he back in Sacramento being a 30-minute per game guy coming off the bench? I don't think the Kings' shortcomings last year were because Malik came off the bench versus starting.
Right. And
had Malik played 20 minutes per game last year,
exactly,
that's a shortcoming.
Exactly.
That's Mike's fault.
I don't know. I don't think he's playing. Maybe he is playing more minutes if he starts or whatever the case may be. But then there's a bunch of things that you don't know. You don't know if he's going to have the same level of production if he starts. You don't know if maybe he's got to.
You mean when De'Aaron is shooting?
Yeah.
Or Keegan?
Or he's got a different defensive matchup that he's got to deal with, or maybe he's shooting more and maybe that's not conducive to being just as effective. We don't know.
26 minutes per game last year.
Yeah, maybe he's at 30 if he plays. I don't have any problem. You, Lewis, and everybody else, you know who you're talking to, one of the biggest Malik Monk supporters in the last 10 years. So I have no problem with Malik Monk starting. I understood, though, why Mike Brown was bringing him off the bench. I didn't think he was doing a disservice to the team by having him come off the bench.
This dude was found guilty on all 34 charges.
That's crazy. What does that mean, though?
I don't think it means anything.
Because I was about to say, I don't know if he's going to prison, is he?
I don't think. I honest to God think it means nothing.
Should he not?
It means,
would he not be able to run for president?
No, it means the next president of the United States is a criminal. We knew that before today. Can someone explain this? Like, does this mean anything?
That's
crazy. I honest to God think this means nothing. You know what's worse than him getting reelected? Being the guy who loses to him.
Oh.
People are so frustrated with you. You lost to a dude who's a criminal. Like, there ain't even any, like, tiptoeing around this at this point.
That's crazy.
Someone explain what this means.
Yeah, I need to know, because it feels like it feels like he should not be able to run for president.
Bro's been impeached twice. Think about this. He's been impeached twice. He was just found guilty on 34 different counts. And at no point is anyone going, he can't run for president.
Bro,
he's also like 80.
And tell me if I'm wrong. I want to make sure I'm right. Convicted felons can't even vote.
Unless.
Let alone run for president.
Well, you can't vote, but you can run. Whew. Boy, America. Oh, man. We'll come back. What a day.
Oh, what a day.
Lewis was not.
What a day.
He was not pleased.
He said, can I get a minute?
Why is Lewis always mad at us? We gonna be showing love for Lewis.
Nobody get more leeway on the phones than Lewis. Man.
Lewis stay mad at us. We got love for Lewis, man. He always mad at us.
We'll come back. Anyone else want to call and yell at us, man, feel free. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bow, bow, bow. No, kicking it with KC today.
Show everybody what shoes you're wearing today?
You wearing it, dog?
I'm wearing Air Force One.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Devin, what's up, man? What you thinking, man? Easy work?
Yo, other than Lewis calling in and yelling at you about Malik Monk not starting, because that's not how basketball works. But other than that,
you get a lot of people that call in and yell at you about stuff they don't know. They don't know what they're talking about. Comes with the territory. You just got to make sure you don't curse them out.
Be professionals.
That's it. And sometimes they get yelled at. Sometimes they do. Like I told you earlier, it depends on the day. If you catch me on the wrong day, I might yell at you. I like Lewis though. Like the thing about it is, you embrace, for me, you embrace all these guys. You embrace the Lewises. You embrace the Mitches. You embrace the Leezys and anybody else who calls, man, because everybody's got their own different POV, and they all provide something to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I may disagree, but I want to hear what everybody got to say. That's the radio that I like. Not everybody likes that. Some people get annoyed with it, but I like hearing from everybody, and I'll tell you why I think you're right or wrong or whatever the case may be. But I like the conversation aspect.
I was just saying 4 or 3 hour. Wait, how long is this show? Till 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
They break at 3.
No, there's never the way we go about things. There's no break. Like, so we made like the next commercial break. I'll go get up and like use the bathroom or get something like that. But that's it, because we unlike pretty much every other show in the country. Like, when we take a commercial break, we're still on our stream. We still talking. We still engaging with people. Yeah, that's the uniqueness of our show. No breaks.
That would have been funny though if you hit Lewis. Like, am I a bad person for thinking Malik Monk should start? Yes, Lewis, you're the worst person on the planet.
What TC? What you talking about, TC? Oh no, TC, you know you get loved up. I mean, look. I mean, on the days that TC decides to talk to us, sometimes TC want to talk to other people.
So I've been told. That's what I've heard.
Whatever. You know what I mean? You know we got love for you, TC.
TC hits him. What's up with my two buddies?
Bow, bow, bow. Oh, is that right, John? Hey, they trying to recruit. Oh.
All right, man.
They trying to recruit. Oh, damn, that's crazy. I don't know, securing the Monk. I don't know. TC talked to both of them. He talked to both of them. And it's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. TC always got a home here, man. He always show love, man. Everybody's snitching on TC.
What's up? This is TC, and you're listening to. We love you, TC.
Hey, this is TC, and anytime I want to listen to my two brothers, I'm locked in.
I got a question though. How y'all know?
That's what the chat is saying.
That's what the chatty out said. But look, I tell you all the time, I listen to everything. I got to know everything that's going on. Everything.
Not me.
Bow, bow, bow.
I mind my damn business. That's what I do.
Hey, did you see the college coach that tried to snitch on Coach Prime, but it was a fake Twitter.
Oh, he got destroyed on. So did he delete that yet?
I don't know.
I saw it this morning, so I was up as of this morning.
I have never seen someone get eviscerated on social media the way that he did.
Let me see if this bum's still up here because I had quoted. I called him a rat. Let's see if he's it's still there. Coach Vigil.
Tagged the NCAA and everything, right?
He tagged everybody. Tagged the Big 12.
Take a lap, nerd.
Rats.
The funny thing to me was reading the screenshot of the tweet where he said Colorado University. Bro, what?
Somebody clearly doesn't know how to use Twitter.
Come on, man. Y'all look stupid.
Hey, we got one of the young homies, Devin. He's with us today.
I can't believe he hasn't left.
I asked him how he's doing. He's like, no, I ain't gonna say because that's my boy. I ain't gonna say what he said.
He was like, "This is what y'all do.
We need our P1s.
Y'all do this every day." All right.
But shout out Devin. He just seeing how we do things. He went to Arizona State. Did you go to the Colorado game last year? Hold on, my bad. I got him talking. He ain't even by the mic right now. My bad. That's my fault.
No, it's good. You'll figure this out one day.
Colorado versus ASU.
Yeah.
I had something else going on that day, but I had obviously a lot of friends that
it looked like it was popping. It was looking like the closest thing the West Coast get to HBCU when Colorado come to town, boy.
ASU and USC got a lot of people there too. Everybody wanted to see Caleb Williams.
That one always get there. But Colorado, my mom went to go see Colorado. She went to Colorado versus UCLA without me. Every time I watched Colorado, it looked like Jackson State was being represented in the crowd. Can't wait for this year. Can't wait for the game either.
Sorry, just following up on some other non-sports stories that are going on out there.
The Reverend?
Can Trump still run for president if he's convicted? Yes.
Okay.
The only requirements to run for president are being 35 or older, being a natural-born citizen, and being a resident of the United States for 14 years. The nation's founders did not stipulate that Americans convicted of felonies related to paying a porn star to keep quiet about an alleged affair cannot run for president.
Ankle monitor in the White House is crazy.
Yo, house arrest in the White House is crazy.
So
Donald, you can't go past this lawn right here.
Let me repeat part of this. Can Trump still run for president if he's convicted, which he has been? The answer is yes. Can Trump vote for president if he's convicted? Probably.
What?
Trump is registered to vote in Florida, and convicted felons can only vote in Florida after they completed their sentence, which could mean serving time or simply paying a fine. Trump is unlikely to have completed his sentence by election time for a variety of reasons.
This guy can't even vote for himself.
Trump wasn't convicted in Florida, though, and Florida honors the voting eligibility laws of the state where the conviction occurs. New York only prohibits felons from voting when they are incarcerated. So unless Trump is behind bars on election day, which is unlikely, he'll be able to vote for himself in Florida. This is amazing.
This system.
Will Trump go to prison? Maybe down the road.
Yo, going to prison during your term is crazy.
But it's unlikely Trump will wind up behind bars as a result of a guilty conviction in the hush money case. Did we just forget about the insurrection?
Yeah, we did. That just went away.
It's funny. Time does heal all wounds. Like they were out there trying to hang Mike Pence, and he's like, "Nah, it's cool. It's forgotten. It's cool. Go get him, big guy."
Oh man, this is a lot.
This is amazing. But what if he does go to prison? There's nothing in the Constitution saying someone in prison can't be elected president.
Maybe he's just calling the shots from his cell.
This is an amazing country, man.
Calling the shots from his cell like he's Avon Barksdale. And they're playing PS5.
I just want to remind everybody. The Constitution has been in operation since 1789. That is the document in which this country operates on. 1789. All right, dude. All right, man.
Crazy.
Y'all are fighting the wrong battles. Let's get our man TC in here. Do we need theme music? What are we supposed to do?
Hey, do we have a drop? Do we need a drop? Do we get a drop?
What do we got to do?
What's up?
I don't know how we're supposed to bring TC in here to the show. What up, boy?
Hey, man, what's up with my two brothers, man?
What
Man,
up,
hold on, man. Caddy House, everybody, man, y'all calm down, man. This is first row, man. Hey, look, it's Kings fans everywhere. The real Kings fans is on this station. I'm talking to the Chatty House, man. Look, check it out, man.
I know.
Man, and I try to tell everybody about themselves, but first and foremost, this is home right here with D-Ron and KC.
Hey, look,
TC, you could be anywhere that makes you happy, my brother. We're happy.
TC done got himself an intro over here too, because we gonna chop that up and put that on. Coming back from commercial.
Hey, look, check it out. Hey, listen, I can't argue with what people be doing, man, because I be coming with fire.
Let them know, TC. Let them know, TC. Let them know.
Hey, I be coming with fire, so they be like, man, you know. But at the same time, look, I just want to tap in and make, Kitty. Hey, you opened a bag of words, and it was too much going on in the chatty and John Paul, everybody. I'm like, come on, man, y'all cutting up.
TC, you know you are a dog, man.
That's all I had.
You know it's love always, man. Shout out TC. One of my favorite moments of this show is when TC pulled up on us the first time at the
Sky River. 32 Brews.
Some guy just runs through here. He's like, "What's up, man?" Show's over. He's like, "What's up, man?"
I think he slid in for the picture and then left.
Yeah.
And people were like, "Wait, was that TC?"
I was legit talking to someone. It might have been Drew Down or someone. I was like, yeah, I think that was TC.
I was like, what? He came up. He's like, "What's up, dog?" I said, "Well, what's up, baby? How you doing, man? Appreciate you coming through." "Hey, it's TC, man." I said, "Oh, snap, yo." I think Dame was there. I said, "Dame, yo, it's TC right here, bro. It's TC."
You know what my favorite moment was the last one. Well, I think it was the last one where we were at the Humidor.
Yeah.
Or it might have been the one before that where we were at the Humidor. And we took Leezy over with us to the Humidor. And I was like, "Hey, Leezy, come out here." Someone, because we knew TC was there and TC wanted to meet Leezy. So I run back into the Humidor and say, "Hey, someone wants to meet you," but I didn't tell him who. And you should have heard Leezy. Leezy went from Leland to Leezy quick. He was like, hey, what's up, man? And TC goes, "Yo, it's TC. Hey, what's up, Kimbo?" And goes into the whole lead, like he snapped into character like immediately. Oh, it was amazing.
"What's up, Kimbo?" "Nothing, man. Slap me some skin."
Hit me on the other side, brother.
Black hand side.
TC was born out of a 70s sitcom, man.
Those are our dudes, man. Those are our dudes, man. Salute, man. We were just having a good old time, man.
Zabo said, "Leezy keeping kayfabe alive." That's for real. Slap me some skin. Oh man, if Leezy don't come walking into the next appearance like the Jeffersons. What was his name? George? Was it George Jefferson?
It was George. Yo, man, I didn't even go put this on the screen. Stop it, Ramsey.
Yeah. That was when the biggest heel and the biggest baby face met.
Ramsey, the biggest hater. Ramsey is the epitome of the Kendrick Lamar line.
That was Roman Cody right there.
"I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress."
Ramsey a fool for that comment, man. Stop, bro.
Thankfully, he got Katrina, and Katrina's nothing but love, so he balances that silly stuff out.
Oh, man. Good times. Game 5 tonight in Minnesota.
I still think about Devin. Like, I always crack up when people come in here to see what we do for a living.
They be like, "That's all you do?
You idiots."
This is easy.
We had a guy on the phone passing legislature that matters for the whole state, and our dumbasses have been in here arguing about Mark Jackson for no reason whatsoever.
We're gonna start have people come in like during the season or something like that when we're actually serious.
Yeah, they
what are we though?
They come in during the
for
summer.
Maybe about 2 hours of it.
We'll during the summer we be trying to get through. Like I said, we talked about it earlier. Thank God for Woj and Mark Stein and whoever put that story.
Woj might have put that story out there. Like, hey, let's take care of D'Lo and KC.
Good looking. Good looking. I don't know what's gonna happen next week unless we get a Game 7 would be
ready
on.
For the. You know what I forgot?
Thursday, Saturday, Monday. Game 7 will be on Monday. I think.
You know what I was I forgot. I was going over like the upcoming calendar with someone yesterday. January 6th or June 6th, excuse me. Well, January 6th.
What's going on that day?
Fresh on the mind here.
I'm going to be at work that day. I'm not going anywhere that day. I'll tell you that.
January 6th, very fresh on the mind here as I have CNN.com in front of me. June 6th is the start of the finals.
Mm-hmm.
We got to work that day.
We'll have to work that day. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I think we're working for the first 2 days, maybe.
I know one for sure. Yeah. So Matt's not with us today.
Yeah.
Matt George is in he's at Disneyland. But we'll be on with Matt and I assume Kevin immediately following game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, man.
Over on ABC.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which always feels weird to say because we have such a close relationship with Sarah and Jake.
Yeah, man, those are our people too, man. You see Sarah at the Indy 500?
I did.
I was like, what? Go to the Indy 500.
She be outside, dude. like her frequent flyer miles are no joke. Like she be outside out. I told them like at the beginning of the month, I was like, hey guys, I gotta tear down my studio, so I'm gonna be unavailable for the next 2 weeks, but I'll be ready on May 15th or whatever it was. I ain't heard from him since.
Nah, I ain't heard from him either.
I was gonna shoot him a text. Hey, maybe you misunderstood what I was saying.
D'Lo said he's shutting down the studio forever.
No, it's not. No, it was literally. I gave you the date I was gonna be back. I ain't heard from him.
Yeah, man, they didn't kick this to the
Jake
corner.
probably out there on a yacht somewhere.
Oh, Jake is somewhere in the Mediterranean.
I saw the funniest thing. A song popped up on TikTok. You know how we always talk about like what's the black people's version of bump but Sweet Caroline?
Sweet Caroline, yeah.
So there was this video on TikTok of and I don't remember what song it was, but I was like, hey, this is hot. But these white people were singing it. And there was one black dude and he was singing his heart out too. But it showed up on my TikTok and I was like, what like did I heart that popped this up in my algorithm? But I gotta find the song because they was getting it.
I gotta know what song it is too.
But I was like, why did this pop up? And I looked down in the corner. I was like, oh, Jake Gaden reposted it. That's why it popped up. My man Jake. I wonder if I can go to Jake's. I didn't even know you could repost. Like TikTok is just not.
Yeah,
I'm not there.
At the first of the year, I said I was going to be better at TikTok, and
Liar.
I have not done.
I didn't even know you could repost like that, like a retweet type deal. Mm-hmm. There's Jake Gaden. Like, do you have a timeline? There's my man Jake. I really want to know what this song was because man, they was getting it. I don't.
If it ain't Sweet Caroline, I don't know what it is.
Well, or that,
or it might be. They were playing the song on one of the radio stations over here the other day. The "We Will Be Victorious." Down.
We was playing one of them songs.
Yeah, you know how it plays in the.
Oh,
I don't. Not me and you.
Yeah.
In the stories.
Yeah, I don't know how this works. It doesn't. What if I hit that button? No, I don't know. I'll have to ask Jake what record it was. I don't know. And TikTok is weird. It'll show you a video from like 8 months ago. Like, hey, De'Aaron Fox game winner. Like, what? When did this happen?
Instagram be trying to do that every now and then.
Oh,
too.
Instagram does that a lot.
Like, oh, big win for the Kings. You look down at the date, it's like April 7th. Like, what? It's May 30th. Why is this coming up right now?
Oh, okay. Here's the retweet section, the TikTok session. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Is this it?
That sounds like a.
Oh, look, they getting it. They look so happy. Look at my man, though. That looks like Jake.
I heard
that's
that
a jam right there.
Yeah, I've heard that song.
I don't know what it is, but I just want you to see the black guy.
No.
There he is. Oh man, it's tough to pull up, but my man was there. Here he is. He almost looks like Lance. Wait for it. Camera pans around. My
Look at
man's
this
jamming.
dude.
No, here it comes. There's my man. There's my man. Anybody? What's the name of this record? Do y'all know?
Yourself.
Did you see when Abe was on TikTok or Instagram trying to figure out the Post Malone, one of the Post Malone songs that we play? He's like, the song goes, I'm like, man, we play a lot of records. I don't know one that does that. But then he hit the melody on the second one. I was like, oh, that's Post Malone. All right, we got it.
You know, look, because you never know. Somebody might call in for $1 million. What's my I don't want to say it like that, but what's my song? You know my song.
Your
not hip hop and R&B song.
Nirvana?
Yeah.
Smells Like Teen Spirit? No, that's not how it goes.
Oh, that's how they break it down eventually.
Oh, no, that's how the song starts.
Yeah, that's how it starts, but they break it down eventually.
Yeah, I thought it's so funny. One of our stations was playing that the other day.
That's my song.
Look, that's the future of America right there. Look at that's the future of America right there. This brother's a year away from graduating at ASU. And this is the example we're setting for people. I hope we're all proud of ourselves. Look at this. That was a terrible rendition of It Smells Like Teen Spirit.
That's what I said. I'm sorry.
You know what I want to do every time I hear that record, though? Self high five. Hit him with the DDP. That's it. Hit him with the DDP.
Yeah, that's my joy. That's my joy. That come on at concerts in the park. I'm getting on the mic.
Smells. Oh, you turning out for that?
Yeah.
All right.
Like they say, I'm a rage. I'm a rage.
Well,
to
be fair, on the nights we're at concerts in the park, I don't think that song is being played.
DJ Oasis is gonna play
I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, we'll be at concerts in the park on June 14th if you want to come hang out.
Pull up
Cesar Chavez Park. Drew Down's right, though. I actually like Nirvana. Nirvana's pretty dope.
I don't know enough about Nirvana.
Nah, that album that has Smells Like Teen Spirit, I think it's called Nevermind. Yeah, it is called Nevermind. That album is fire.
They're from Seattle, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. They're a grunge band.
But they...
Yeah, they had an iconic unplugged. Yeah, Nirvana's dope. And then they have the legacy of death. You know, when you die, like you, well, no, like you, no one likes, like when you die, your legacy grows. And I think that happened with Nirvana.
Oh, I thought that was a song.
No, Kurt Cobain died. And
that's okay. I see. I wouldn't. Yeah. I know Kurt Cobain. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, my other song too is they
was playing a Queen song when I ran out to get my juice that I really like.
I forgot. Who does Wake Me Up When September Ends?
Why do you make that face when you sing songs from rock bands? Why do you make that face?
That's how you gotta sing it.
Is that
Wake
Green Day?
Me Up
I think that's
When September Ends.
I'll probably sound stupid. Does anyone know? I think that's Green
Patty
Day.
House says Green Day.
Okay. All right. Is that the only line you know?
Summer ends.
I swear to God.
Summer ends and one.
Casey is like, he's like 2 minutes away from singing a song by Creed.
I don't think I know a song by Creed.
I bet you do, because WWE did like 2 videos with Creed records during like the Attitude Era.
Was it the WrestleMania song? Remember,
No,
like
I
the
don't
WrestleMania 11 song? Like, remember the little theme song they had?
WrestleMania 11?
I think they had them for like multiple WrestleMania.
What's funny, you loved WrestleMania 11.
I did. It was a good one.
But
you'll be hating on it. Well, the last two.
You're talking about the cheesy WWE produced version.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah. I thought
whoa, it's WrestleMania. Then they just started. Yeah. Then I think they used Limp Bizkit for like 6 years. It was just a different Limp Bizkit song every year. That was Crack Addict by Limp Bizkit.
Now
What?
they're
What?
crack at it.
What? Okay.
Now their guy is The Weeknd. I think was
They
this
used
year
The
the first
Weeknd
year
twice.
they didn't use The Weeknd, or I think next year is the first year.
I think they used The Weeknd twice during the pandemic year. So I was like, hey, here's a make good, buddy. I don't remember what the WrestleMania song was this year.
I don't either. Oh, it was Meek Mill, I think, because they were in Philly. Meek Mill was on it at least.
Oh,
it
he
was
made
a version of Dream and Nightmare. I don't think it was Dreams and
Oh,
Nightmares.
he made something for them.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, yo,
No.
shout out Ben.
What do
shout out Ben. He said Luke had point guard Tyrese.
said about an hour 15.
I was gonna say hour 15.
Yeah,
About
he's
an hour
not far
15.
behind.
Yeah.
He's not too bad. Not too bad. So a couple of people. So Kyle Madsen sent us this. I haven't seen the.
Yeah, I heard about it. I seen the. He's
Is
got a
he
video.
talking about?
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's talking about it or not, but they say he got a fake Kelsey Plum in the video.
Yeah, supposedly it's a Kelsey Plum 2.0.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Darren Waller, he kind of tripping. He kind of tripping. Just work on your game, big dog.
Nicole's going to see Red Hot Chili Peppers this weekend.
Where they gonna be at?
Why'd you say that like you care?
Well,
you going?
I might.
You gonna pull up?
I might pull up, man.
It'll be easy to find you two. They're gonna put you guys in opposite sides of the building just to make it look balanced.
One time, a coworker of Jazz, he made like 3 CDs, like mixtapes of like, because I was like, yo, what's the alternative songs I need to know, like that are the best ones? And he made like 3 CDs, and I used to listen to. I used to like that too. I don't know if Red Hot Chili Peppers was on there, but they had songs on there that once I heard them, I was like, oh yeah, I didn't heard this, and I kind of like this song. So
I like all types of music. It's,
country.
Yeah.
Country sucks.
You like K Michelle? You heard K Michelle in this song?
Who?
K Michelle.
I don't think so. She's a country singer?
Yeah, she black. She the one that actually that I take.
I like Beyonce. Every time we play the end plays, it has to be the end. They play one of the, I forgot which one of the country records, the Beyonce records. And it throws me off because it's a country record. It's not one of those songs on the border. And every time it hits the overhead speaker, I look up like, where is this coming from? Oh, it's a pop song. Got it.
Now they K Michelle, she used to be an R&B singer, but she moved over to country.
Do you listen to K Michelle?
I don't, but I heard a snippet of the new song. I like it. I like K Michelle. K Michelle's famous. She was
okay. I wish you just like not. Why do you know who K Michelle is?
Well, first of all,
no, yeah, okay, no, this is all gonna make sense in a second. Why do you know who K Michelle is?
Well, because
don't hit me with a first of all. Why do you're on the witness stand right now? Why do you know who K Michelle is?
I'm not sure exactly when I first was introduced.
No,
to K
I know
Michelle,
exactly.
But
when.
it was Love and Hip Hop.
That's it.
But no,
that's why he knows who she is.
because the only reason I said I don't know exactly why, because K Michelle, she was known before that because she was an understudy of. I think she was an understudy of. Well,
no, well,
and she. I'm not trying to absolve, but she was like a clear adult. But I think she was like maybe on Dude's label. I think she might have been on Dude's label. She might have been like one of the
Atlantic
Jive
Records. I got her on Atlantic.
I think that's how I first got.
I don't see any ties yet to you know who. Yeah, I don't see her tied to you know who anywhere.
But she got really well. She also got famous.
Was Jive part of Atlantic?
I don't remember.
I can't remember.
But she also like she came out with she had an enhanced little backside.
Oh,
enhanced little backside, and that's
like Drake.
like Drake's song, or like he did, and like Metro says, Drake got going on.
Stupid ass up and make some drums.
But yeah, that's how she kind of got famous. She was dating I want to say she was dating.
Let's find out after the break.
Oh, okay. I know she was dating Des Bryant. I think she was dating Des Bryant. She dated a lot of people though.
Okay, well, salute. We'll come back.
Shout out
Jesse
to
sending us the break because I wasn't paying attention at all. We got a lot more of this because Matt's not here today. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. We'll do Matthew's mattress for you right after the break. I got a comp to make. You talking about you know who? I got a comp to make with all this Diddy stuff.
Speaking of comps, who is the Stone Cold of hip hop? I was thinking about this morning about how NWA like just massive or whatever, but their run was only about that album.
It was
or
one album.
Short, yeah,
it was one album. Red Hot,
just massive, but just only here
super
briefly.
short run. Lauryn Hill. Yeah, you had the Fugees, you had the Miseducation, and that was it. Yeah, Lauryn Hill. I'm trying to think of somebody else. That's a good one, though. That's good. Yeah, of course, bro. Appreciate you. You're welcome in anytime. Spot Track is releasing an updated trade machine to include updated CV. Oh, gross. Well, I know you guys will love it, so that's all that matters. That's all that matters. You guys love it. NWA, Spencer. NWA got more LPs than Lauryn Hill, but the NWA we know, they just got one. It's straight out of Compton, and that's it. Unless you count NWA and the Posse, which I guess you can. But the NWA that we know and romanticize is one album. Because after that, Cuba's gone. And then For Life came out, and Dre was gone after that. And that was it. I would argue one of the hottest 4-album runs in history was Cube when he dropped. But it's weird because he did NWA. He wrote most of We Want Easy. And then America's and Death Certificate. That is just a phenomenal 4-album run right there. I wouldn't put any of Tupac's. Are you relating Tupac to the question? Jesse? Nah, I don't think that works. What did Jesse ask? Who's like the Stone Cold of hip hop? Stone Cold had like a white hot run, but it was only like 4 years.
Somebody said DMX. That's probably it.
Oh, DMX is a good one. Yeah, DMX is a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Sexy Red.
Well, Sexy Red versus.
We could be living in the Sexy Red era, and we just don't know it yet.
Yeah, we might be.
Yeah, this dude Zabo put the chat on. This guy's a genius.
The new video's up.
He's got Matthew's mattress. This guy's a genius.
He did that on the last one. Yeah, he did that on the last one. That's
Shout out
big time.
Zabo.
That's big time. Oh, there it is. Say is killing it. I gotta get the I started to work on the video he sent us, one of the pocket watching videos he sent us to get it onto Instagram. Yeah, this is good stuff. I love
shout out to
videos.
Zach. And shout out to Devin who said, I'm out of here. This is trash.
He was like, "This is stupid."
He's like, "Yeah, this isn't what I thought. I thought you guys would be talking sports."
He got to the car and called his friend, like, these effing idiots.
It was so bad he bought a plane ticket back to Arizona State.
He's going back to Arizona State. He's got 1 year left, and he's like, "I need a new major. This journalism stuff ain't it. This is not it."
Yeah, all they do is talk wrestling. It's insane.
Talking wrestling and sexy red all day. Then for no reason they talked about Mark Jackson for 45 minutes. You can dictate the direction of our show just by jumping into the chatty house, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer, where, despite the fact that Memorial Day is behind us, the Memorial Day sale at Matthews Mattress is still going strong.
Come on, man.
Looking for a Sealy, Stearns & Foster? They got you. Tempur-Pedic? They got you. Beauty Rest Black? They got
Yes,
you.
indeed.
If you want a Matthews mattress from Matthews Mattress, they got you. They're all on sale, and you can get special financing right now.
That's right. With that Memorial Day special that they still got going on, you get a special 60 months special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. You can't beat that.
Absolutely not. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you, whether it's Elk Grove, Roseville, Arden, and Howe, anywhere in between. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com and let them know you're part of the Shaddy House.
That's right.
Let them know D'Lo and Casey sent you.
I was going to say sleep on the mattress, don't sleep on them, but that's not an official slogan for them, so I ain't trying to.
Well, Matthews Mattress, don't sleep on them. I don't know how that didn't get approved. I don't know why Scott and his crew turned that down. It was brilliant.
Don't sleep on our deal so you can sleep on our mattress.
Oh, man. Good stuff.
Can you imagine? Matthews Mattress, don't sleep on us. Who's booking this crap?
Vince Russo. Did you see that? Did you happen to see, because they just showed it on our screen, the guy from the Mets who got ejected and threw his glove into the stands?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he got ejected from the game yesterday after blowing the lead, threw his glove in the stands, and then the Mets designate him for assignment, basically, borderline release almost. And Boomer Esiason went on his show this morning in New York and was like, yeah, they should have done, he really got rid of him or whatever the case may be. And then he got a text that the guy he's dealing with, his son has some type of illness, and they're trying to, I want to say maybe find a heart transplant or something like that. And Boomer came back on later after he got that information, was like, I just want to apologize. He's probably going through a lot of pressure going on right now for him to, behave the way he did yesterday. And yeah, he's like, I didn't know, but I didn't know all that when he did that either. I was watching the game when he threw his glove in the stands. I was like, did he just throw his glove in the stands? That was crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. We have a hard time, I think. Sometimes looking at these athletes as just people who are going through stuff. I don't think I went too hard on him, but I remember the Joel Embiid press conference where he talked with his head down the whole time. It's like, Joe, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Bro, you're Joel Embiid. You can't do that. And I think it was revealed that night or the next morning that he was dealing with Bell's palsy. And it was like, I'd have no idea what he looked like, but I know what Bell's palsy does.
Right.
It's like, oh, he probably didn't want, because this wasn't a podium press conference. This was people standing around him 2 feet from him. It was like, he probably didn't want his face on camera like that.
Right.
Felt bad for him. That's tough. Hey, do you have the details of the Waddle contract?
3 years, $84.75 million, I believe.
What do you know what the real number is? That's what I was looking for.
The real number, I think the real number he's making 28.5 annually. That's the real number. I think it's around 75, 76 or something like that. But he will be making 28.5. That's what one of the beat writers said.
28.5 per.
Yes.
And you said 3 years?
3 years.
And then we had my man from the Texans is about 24.
24, yeah.
What's this look like for your boy?
I don't know.
You know who's pissed, by the way? Tyreek Hill's got to be fuming.
Well, that's the thing. They've been working on the deal too.
Because
They've been talking
Tyreek
since last season that was reported today.
Yeah, because Tyreek's contract was fake. Tyreek had the $30 million annual deal, but it got ballooned up to $30 million annually because in the final year it's like $45 million that he's never gonna see.
Right.
He's never gonna see that, and so it dropped his, like, when you get rid of that year, which is not real, it drops his annual salary down to like 21 or 2 or 3 or something like that. And is he the best player
on the Dolphins?
Yeah.
He's
still the best player on the Dolphins.
He's on a tier of his own. Like, the other guys are great. Tua is great. Waddle's great, but Tyreek is just playmaker.
That's a change in market and a bad strategy right there.
Man,
It's almost like they didn't expect him to kind of blow up how he did too.
Thought he was going to fall off.
Yeah, like maybe towards the end, like we'll pay Waddle and we'll get Tyreek out of here, but just Tyreek just gotten better.
When's his last year? Tyreek.
20.
I think 20, 27,
27?
26, one of those. I have to double check.
Well, let's see. 24, 25. Yeah, it's probably 26. That's probably the year.
And that's the
fake.
$45 million.
That's the fake year.
He might have fell off by then. We don't know. It's what, 2-3 years from now? 2-3 seasons from now?
2 more seasons from now.
Might have. They still might have played it right.
The Dolphins.
Yeah.
Yeah, not him.
No.
No, not him at all. The Dolphins might have played this right.
He still got to say he's the highest paid wide receiver and all this other stuff. Like he got that opportunity. He's getting a lot of money.
Yeah, he's not starving.
And he signed that when the market was what it was, right? That was what, about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when he did that deal.
Kind of said it, I think.
Yeah, I think he did set it.
Yeah.
Well, he said it, but I think he said it, and then he's like, "Oh, this isn't real."
Yeah.
So every agent was thinking we could crush this.
2026 is the 56 million year, by the way.
Oh, 20. So it's only.
So
2
2024
years, 2
he's
seasons.
2024 this year he's 31 million. The next year he's 34, and then 56 the year after that.
Yeah, and the only cash,
56.
the only cash, but the cash he's getting this year is like 19.
You're correct. 19 this year, 22 next year. Cash.
D'Lo, your Dolphins expert.
Hey, welcome to the club. Hey, we got things cooking this year. You, me, and Polo in the chat. Shout out.
I like it.
Hey, you asked what it means for Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't know what the 49ers are offering or what's on the table. It feels like it might be. I don't know if it's 25. I would tell Brandon Aiyuk, I'd be like, 25 is what we can offer. Like, I know you see all these other deals around the league or whatever the case may be. I'm not even saying that you won't get that anywhere else. But the way our stuff is set up, we're giving you the most of what we can give you and still being prepared for what's coming down the road.
That's cute, sir. Here's what you really have to do. BA, you're going to make $25 million per year. But what we're going to do is make it look like you're making 31.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll make you look good.
Yeah,
we're going
to make you look beautiful.
Yeah, I'll make you look good. But I'm just, when you talk about the real numbers, I'm being real with you. I can't. We can't give you 28.
As long as we're understanding this $59 million we're putting at the end of your contract, you're never going to see.
We can't give you 28 a year.
But we'll give you $30 million out the gate.
Yeah, we'll figure out a way to make you look good and make you look like you came out of this as one of those dudes. But I mean, if it's more than like the real money, if it puts in jeopardy Brock Purdy,
that's next year, right?
Brock Purdy's next year.
Yeah, give
Fred,
give Brandon Aiyuk,
Bosa, all this other stuff, and then you got this other little situation brewing up. People think McCaffrey might start asking for something. He didn't show up to OTAs, and nobody's saying anything yet. He didn't show up to OTAs. I think the report was he didn't necessarily have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily a big deal that he didn't show up to OTAs, but it could potentially be the start of a big deal. And now, if I'm the Niners and Aiyuk, and now CMC is saying he wants money, Aiyuk, this might come out of what we were trying to give you, because we got to keep this dude. This dude got to stay. If you're forcing us to choose Brandon, then we'll choose. We don't want to, but we'll choose.
I feel like there's ways around all of this stuff. If we're getting the $25 million annual or of real money for Aiyuk, can't you throw him 35 right now?
About Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, like
Maybe,
$35 million to set. Like, what did Waddle get? I have it here. Let me see if we know. Do you know off the top of your head what Waddle got when pen touched paper?
Like a signing bonus?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I don't see it here either. 76 guaranteed. Nothing about what he got. Like, can you sign a contract that's just for fun? Let's say this says 3-year 84.75. That's fake. So let's say 3 years 76 million. We'll use those same numbers for Brandon Aiyuk, but give him 30 million out the gate and you make $30 million years one. That's essentially what's happening to Tyreek. His money is dropping off, and his actual cash is dropping off per year because of the way that they structured the contract. Do that with Brandon Aiyuk. That puts you in a position to where you've got to sign Brock Purdy next year, but maybe you can't deal with Christian McCaffrey this season. But no, you would be able to deal with Christian McCaffrey. You could do it after you do the Brandon Aiyuk signing.
Yeah,
and then you've essentially front loaded Aiyuk's money for the first 2 years, and then now you have Brock Purdy signing his contract, which won't start after this season, right? It'll start the season after that. So he's he can sign whatever he wants to, but in terms of his per year money, it's not drastic. I mean, he'll get a massive influx of money the second he signs the contract,
right?
But the salary cap money, so to speak, that's still 2 years away.
Yeah. I mean,
or when he signs the contract, it's one more season away.
I agree. I would, there was an interesting discussion this morning with my guys, Bonte and Butch, our guys, Bonte and Butch, about, money and players playing for money. It came from Dak Prescott yesterday saying something to the effect of, because they asked him about his contract, and he's like, "Oh, the business is the business. It'll go to handle, something yada yada yada." He said, "I don't really play for the money. I play for, the love of the game and all this other stuff." And they asked the question, like, "Do you believe him?" And essentially there was a conversation that went all different places, but I do believe somebody like Dak when they say they don't play for the money. They are the ultimate competitors. They play because they love the game. The money is what comes of it. And once you get into the business aspect of it, you want to be compensated what you deem fairly for what you bring to the table. But that's not necessarily why they got into all this to do it. So I believe that. But they also talked about like how it becomes unrelatable to the everyday person. And I look at Aiyuk and, hey, get all your money. And we deal with this here with Malik and things of that nature. And it's like, get all the money you can for sure. But like in Aiyuk's case specifically, if the 49ers are offering you 25 and you're looking at Devonta Smith and now Waddle, and they're getting 28, and you're like, I need that 28. It's like, come on, man, what are we doing, man? Like, I understand $3 million or over the course of 4 seasons, it's $12 million, but come on, man. Like, and once again, if you really do want to be in San Francisco and with the 49ers, 25 compared to 28, like,
okay. You'd be mad if Alan Styles made more money than you?
I'll be completely honest with you. And maybe I'm speaking from, if I'm speaking from a spot that I'm not in that world. But if Alan Styles is making 28 million and I'm making 25 million, I'm good. It's cool.
But
it's cool. Like it's not like he's making 28 and I'm making 7,000.
Let's use like more real numbers. Like what if Alan and Chris are making 100,000, but you're making 70?
Then
knowing what you know, advertising dollars, ratings, and all that stuff, that wouldn't bother you?
It might bother me, but would I be willing to leave here to go make the 100,000. I don't know. I'll be like, let's figure out something here.
What if
Let's
the game?
figure it
What
out.
if 95.7 had 100,000 for you? Maybe even 110.
Now that's
See,
that's
this
also a little. I understand what you're saying. A little unfair because I wouldn't be able to live at 70,000 the way I could live at 100.
Oh yeah, you'd be on the streets. But that's real life.
But that's not these athletes. I can live virtually pretty much the same at 25 million or 28
But
million.
it's not about starving. It's never about
But
starving.
that's what I'm worried. I know I'm the best. I know what I bring to the table. I'm being paid, I'm being compensated fairly for what I bring to the table. I don't need to be compensated as the number one guy. I don't need to. If you want to do that and you can, that's great. I appreciate that sign of respect. But 28 and 25, like I'm living great at 25. I'm living better than I could ever imagine at 25. I don't need to upstage Waddle and Devonta Smith because I'm making $3 million less. My lifestyle does not change between 28 million and 25 million. My lifestyle changes at 100,000 and 70,000. It changes a little. So now,
you take a pay cut if you had either one of those
see,
salaries
don't
right
listen
there.
to this guy. Don't listen to this guy.
Does it look any different? Like, hear me out here. Like, Waddle's making 20. I think the receiver market's about like 30 million or whatever. Let's say Aiyuk signs for 25 and it blows up again in 2 years. It's like, oh, like Aiyuk is like 9 million off of what guys like around him are making rather than like 6 or 3 million. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like that number just rises and now you're just farther apart from it now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I understand it. I understand it. But like I said, I'm thinking about the way I live. Am I severely, not saying poor house or nothing like that, but can I not afford this house that I want because I'm taking a $3 million less? I don't think that's the case. If he wants to buy this house in Atherton, he can buy this house in Atherton for 25, making 25 million a year or 28 million a year and still live good. That's where I always talk about, like, it's a different thing, and I understand it's a status thing to a certain degree, but like I'm good. My family is great. My family is great. If I'm a Malik Monk or something like that, my family is great at 17.5. It's great at 22. If somebody's offering me 20, but I'm where I want to be. My family is great. My money is great at 17.5, and I like it here. I might stay here.
But I don't know. Did you answer my question? You wouldn't care if Chris and Allen were making 70, were making 100, and you were making 70?
Not if money-wise things were great. It's good because there is a difference between 100,000 and 70,000. Because now you're bringing in, life ain't the same as 70,000 compared to 100,000. How I can live is not the same. So that would matter.
But what you're thinking about, though, and this is where I think we get lost sometimes when we talk about, because most of us can't relate to making $28 million in a single year, a single lifetime for most people. And we think about our lifestyle at our current income, whereas someone who makes 28 million, which you can immediately slash in half and say 14 million, we don't think about their lifestyle and the people that they're supporting and the different things that are going on there. Now, is there a big difference if that, 14 million is 15 million or 16 million or 17? I don't know, but I do think there's a level of ego involved in this.
And that's the issue. That's what it is, not your lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. Like it's what we do is pocket watch, but like I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is saying, if you guys give me, he ain't going Latrell Sprewell, if you guys give me 25 mil, man, I got a family to feed. His argument is, I want the most because I'm better than him. And I understand it. I get it. I don't know if I go about the situation that way. If I was in the if it's not, my lifestyle is taking a hit, or like I'm not eating the same way. All right, you can make $3 million more. I'm good.
Yeah, you're wired different.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're wired different.
I'm not, but I'm not. I don't feel like I'm. To me, that sounds like ego driven.
If there were
not
maybe
ego-driven.
if there were 10 radio personalities in this market that made more money than me, I'd be pissed. For what we do and everything we have to back us, yeah, I'd be pissed. I'd be fuming. And
the money's different though. The money is different because that in the radio business that does change how you can live. So let's bring it. So I'll bring it to athletic contracts to the radio. If you were making $25 million a year doing this show, and there were 10 people that were making $28 to $30 million a year, you still be pissed about that? And you'd want to rip up the $25 million contract?
With everything else exactly the same except the dollars that you're talking about. Yeah, I'd be upset.
You'd want to rip up the $25 million.
I'd want a new contract because I'd ask you. I did this once during a contract negotiation down south. I said, give me $1 more than Dave. My show rate's better. Our audience is everything we have. I want $1 more than Dave. The only thing I don't have is you send all the endorsers to him and you don't send them to me and Jason. I want $1 more than what you pay him.
So, but here's
I didn't get it. Just to be clear, I didn't get it. But that was my thinking because I look at it like this. Again, we'll use there ain't 10 shows in this market better than ours.
No.
There ain't a metric that you could use that show that there are 10 shows in this market better than ours. That's what Brandon Aiyuk's people are saying.
But
he's better than Jalen Waddle. He's better than it was the brother in Houston who got the contract the other day. He's better than all of these guys. You got to pay him. He's a top receiver in the league. You've got to pay him like he is a top 5 receiver in the league or a top 3 receiver in the league.
So the alternative is,
I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk is, but I'm saying
the alternative is we don't have that for you, D-Lo. And the mix says we got it for you, D-Lo, and you leave 102.5 and go to the mix.
Oh.
Just so you could say
it's Damien here on Mix 96. That was Rod Stewart. Yeah. Oh.
So
I don't know.
So, but that
I don't know what I do.
That goes,
I just
that goes into it, right? Like if I'm not
kicking and screaming out of Stacey's office, I don't know what I do.
If I'm not happy here, and there's 10 guys making more money than me, then I'm open to the highest bidder. Because I'm not like married to this. I'm not crazy about it here. I'm going to the highest bidder. It's all good. But if I like where I'm at and I look at other places, I don't think I'd be as happy there, even if I'm making more money. I wouldn't be able to do the same things that I want to do. I wouldn't be able to have the same type of show. My happiness and my peace does factor into my decision. And I could have the $25 million deal as opposed to 28 with the mix to stay here.
Oh, that was Taylor Swift here on Mix. I don't even know what that station is.
I don't think I've ever listened to the
Christmas
mix
station, isn't it?
I've never listened to the mix a day in my life. I don't know what music they play on there. Been around for a long time, right? Forever, right?
It's been around forever.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's tough.
And to each his own. I
why
understand people who be like, nah, you got to pay me. You got to pay me what I'm worth. All right, I get you.
It's why in our world they always want contracts quiet.
Mm.
They don't want, like in sports, it's very, very public.
Mhm.
In most businesses, like at your work, at everybody's work, they probably don't want you talking contracts, salary. We talked about it with each other. We mapped our whole strategy together. Like we were like the rate. Like I'd read the story about the Friends, the Jennifer. They negotiated as a group. They were like, look, there's no writing one of us off. Like we're all going to make $2 million per episode or whatever the number was back at the time. It's kind of what we did. We had it mapped out to a T. But normally it's like, hey, all right, we're done. Call Kenny in here and close the door behind you. It's like, yeah, okay, bro. Whatever you say. I don't know.
Now maybe Brandon
It's
Aiyuk
tough though.
is
I don't
looking
know.
at he don't look at going to Pittsburgh is the mix. It's like, oh, I'm good there. That's a good team. Like I'll be happy there. I like San Francisco.
Going to the mix would be like if Brandon Aiyuk went to play rugby. We'll just keep going, Jesse. There's no point. We just keep going.
I didn't even see the time.
Yeah, I didn't either. We're vibing. Phone line's open for you. Bro, I swear to God, the most offensive tagline in history.
Oh my God.
The hits without the rap.
That was the mix?
That was it. No, that was I think it's called Now, or it was called Now. It's like 100.5 or something like that.
That's crazy.
It was called the hits without the rap, or something along those lines.
That is crazy.
All right, bro.
It's basically the club that say you can't wear Jordans.
Right.
Hard bottoms.
Yeah. That's just y'all got the nerve to come to D-Lo and KC and ask us to do your club. Like, no, fam, we can't help you. We absolutely cannot help you.
So I don't know what happened. I mean, there's a good number of people who say, like, look, even with all this going on, Brandon Aiyuk is under contract for this year. I think they'll get something done.
Brandon Aiyuk and Mike Brown might be on the phone with each other right now. We're like, hey, it's all good. Let these wide receivers keep signing. Let these coaches keep signing.
I was talking about that on the Insiders about how their situations kind of mirror each other a little bit.
Letting the market play out never seems like the right idea, though.
If I'm the other side,
it never seems like
the organization, and especially like you talk about Mike Brown, there's two potentially market-setting openings that can. Well, I don't know if Cleveland is a market-setting one, but
it doesn't look like
the Lakers certainly are.
The Lakers could be a game changer.
So wouldn't you want to get ahead of that?
At least for first-year head coaches.
If I'm the 49ers, I would have wanted to at least play Brandon Aiyuk before a guy like Waddle, because I think they're the same tier receiver and all that. And you could have paid him maybe around 25, 26.
Did we know that was going to happen?
I see. I didn't. I didn't know Waddle was going to happen.
Was he in the same boat as Aiyuk though? Like, yo,
it wasn't like as at the forefront. It's like Waddle's going to be needing his deal soon. I guess they just got it done sooner than later.
Yeah, I didn't. That wasn't on my radar at all.
But yeah, maybe.
Do you think that was I mean, I'll ask you, and you're probably understand the importance of him a little bit more than I do. Was that the right money to give him?
Yeah, he's I think 100 receptions each year he's been in the league, 1,000 yards, still producing with Tyreek. Yeah, you give him that. He's producing. Like I said, he's the same tier as Aiyuk, maybe better.
He got more money than Smith and AJ Brown, didn't he? Or did
he's
AJ
better than Devontae Smith. AJ Brown has more money.
He got like 30 something.
Yeah, AJ Brown has 30. That's what Tyreek is kind of working off.
Well, and this has created issues for the Bengals, right?
Because they got T. Higgins and Jamar.
T. Higgins was, those were the other two to watch. And Jamar, there's probably question mark. I don't even think there is a question. There's probably no question about. You're going to pay Jamar. You're going to pay them both.
And then there's the guy in Minnesota, Justin Jefferson. Hurry up, 49ers.
Well, look, and then a lot of people.
That's KC in all of this. He's the Justin Jefferson.
And a lot of people feel like, I think I was listening to somebody on the morning. I listen to Morning Roast a lot, but and they were.
How do you fit in the Morning Roast between all the Bill Simmons podcasts?
I didn't listen to Bill's last episode.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
And then I don't know if I'm gonna listen to it because now the Friday episode about to come out.
Well, that's like the Button podcast. If you fall behind, boy, you just gone. Yeah, you just gone.
I think they were like, "Yo, if you're not gonna sign Justin Jefferson, you need to make a move."
Oh yeah, I feel like that's first round pick.
And they said if you're not if you haven't done nothing now, you're probably not going to.
I was gonna say I feel like we're heading towards Justin Jefferson playing for someone other than the Vikings coming up. Not this year, maybe, but like he won't be a Viking for life.
He has
sooner rather than later. I think he's leaving.
Years, right? So because he's got, how do I put it? He's got 2 years. So this year and then next year. After this year, he's extension eligible, maybe? Or is he extension eligible now?
Not eligible?
Yeah.
I don't think he's eligible yet. Well, I don't even know.
He's a free agent next year. This is his last year.
Yeah.
So that was the whole argument. He's extension eligible.
This is his club year, all that. Yeah.
Done it yet?
This is his club year. It means this is like the last year. You should have extended him last year.
What if the Niners are seeing if they can make a deal?
Are you gonna pay Justin Jefferson like $33 million?
Well, you might be able
Yeah,
to.
he's gonna blow up the whole market.
You might be able to because reports say that Debo ain't gonna be there next year. Now the whole point is you got to pay Brock a bunch of money. So I don't know if you'd have the money to pay one receiver. But so if I'm being thinking about stuff, maybe that's why you draft the rookie wide receiver, because the whole thought right now is you can't pay Aiyuk and Debo. What if they're both gone? And you just got this rookie wide receiver, and you give all the wide receiver money to Justin Jefferson.
And we're able to pay CMC as well.
Well, we fixed it.
This GM stuff is easy. I don't know why you guys make it seem so difficult.
Problem is, let's get our man Brandon in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, B?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm like Casey too. I think it's a lifestyle balance as well as making money. But don't you guys think that it's also about the brotherhood of the NFL, and they see it as each new player's contract? It's up to you to keep the money dollar going up and up and up. And if guys start taking cuts to play where they want, then it just lowers the future value of the position. Or how do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, Tom did that.
Yeah.
Captain America just sabotaged the whole quarterback market for a while.
Well, they zoomed right by that. They
they
said we
did.
don't care.
Yeah. At some point,
Peyton Manning makes $25 to $30 million. All right.
But I think not only the brotherhood of it, I think the brotherhood of the agents were like,
oh yeah,
like, nah, bro, don't.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
We ain't letting nobody take $1 less.
Wasn't Peyton the one who, when he signed with the Broncos, he said, what's Brady make? And he said, $30 million. Okay, give me that. Can you look that? I swear Peyton said that, which is just an all-timer. Just give me that. And that's what he got.
Man, setting their own price out here. That's beautiful. That's what D'Lo does. He sets his own price.
I literally just described a contract failure. Like, to Carmichael Dave. Like, I want what he makes. No. All right. That's cool. I'll just go back to doing my show with Jason. I didn't know what Grant made, but I knew I wasn't going to get it. That wasn't even a battle worth fighting. So I was like, I know what he makes. Give me that. No. Get out of my face.
So with your Peyton story,
Idiot.
you're kind of along the lines of like being right, but it's the other way. He said, what does Brady make? Oh, Brady makes $18 million. All right. I don't want to make more than that, is what he said.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I think the line was, no, I don't deserve to make more, but I deserve to make what he makes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
What a joke. Give me more than that.
That was
What
like
are you talking about?
That was like 200. That was like $200 million into his career earnings at that point. So that's okay.
And like I said, it's all circumstantial, right? Like the biggest thing for me is if I'm not 100% sold on where I'm at, then hey, I'm open to the highest bidder.
This is also Aiyuk's first deal too, though. So he might be trying to get the most he can right now.
But it's also
very fair.
Yeah. I just think there's a lot more at play. Like to steal a line from our buddy James, the business, paraphrase a line, of football, the business of sports. You got to know when you sign these contracts, like this team could dump me at any point, especially in the NFL.
Right.
Like they signed me to a 4-year deal. I know that the fourth year is not real whatsoever. The third year only promises me a quarter of what the contract actually says.
Yeah.
And now I'm in a position where I essentially have 2.5 more years here.
Yeah, and that's why. And I'm sure these guys are well aware and are bright with the whole thing. That's why in football I'm really pressing for the signing bonus money in those first 2 years.
Yeah.
We can put this together however you want to for the media and for the Schefter tweet. We can put it together however you want to, but I need the signing bonus to be a certain number, and I need that the first 2 years guaranteed to be a certain number. Because, like you said, if they're paying attention, who cares if you're making quote unquote $28 million a year? You ain't seeing the last year anyway. So what's the point? What's the signing bonus looking like? And what's the guarantee on the first 2 years?
And that's why I just don't understand why they don't cut this whole charade and have guaranteed contracts. Because most of these contracts are essentially 3 years. Sign a 3-year contract that guarantees an individual money. But of course, I mean, I guess I get it. I don't know why. If players don't care, why the hell do I? And history shows the players don't care.
They don't give a damn.
Video has emerged, by the way, of Kenny Caraway's behavior.
Wait, what?
Following today's PWL matchup.
Seen that?
Yeah, so he will
You've been fined.
He will be fined.
Wait, why would I be fined?
Well,
after pointing out
he will be fined for openly criticizing the integrity of Pocket Watching League. The video is on Twitter right now. The fine is $50,000. That's a first-time offense, by the way. You asked for the board to meet. The board has met, and you will be fined $50,000 for your.
I know I'm going to get fined. I don't
behavior.
care. That boy got the podium with the NBA playoffs in the background. That's a wild boy.
He's on a run right now. He's on a run.
Oh boy.
You can see Adam Silver behind me. This is terrific. I'm never wearing a tight short sleeve shirt on this show again, though. That's for sure.
I don't see what's wrong with the shirt.
I just love that you're just. This is one of the best videos ever. You're just sitting there with that stupid logo below you, sitting at the
that
table.
damn logo. Oh my god,
that's so good.
It's got a money sign in the
Oh,
S.
that's so good.
I gotta say, Soren in the chat throwing it out there. The parallels are starting to be out there. Draymond Caraway thinking these fines are unfair.
Wow.
Every day it's something new.
Man. Next thing, you know, he's going to tell us how the Pocket Watching League it doesn't allow him to be wealthy when he retires.
The crazy.
And so that's I didn't hear that clip, but isn't that what he said to Shaq or something like that? Because that's kind of spawned the conversation too.
I think it was the Shaq podcast, yeah, where it was a pretty tone deaf remark where he's essentially complaining about. Making $20 million a year.
Fine system just doesn't allow them to be wealthy.
It doesn't
though.
allow it. It was pretty bizarre.
No, wait a minute. How about stop smacking people? When
No.
You
know how it works. You
can't
stop
do that.
holding me accountable for my actions. How about that?
Can't do that.
Oh man, that guy. We get to see him again tonight.
I thought he said he wasn't going.
Oh, I don't know. He's not there.
Well, I thought he said he's got to go home to his kids or something. I was like, yeah, go be a dad the rest of the playoffs.
Goodbye.
But to be fair, I can't.
Yeah, I haven't watched one.
Yeah,
bit of
I
it.
can't. So I could have, as I was leaving the room, and I could have misheard, misinterpreted, misunderstood. I thought I heard he's got to go be with his kids or something like that. I don't know, but. Whoever gets the TV deal, please don't hire that man.
Yeah, it didn't stop him when he was hiding out in the room and the kids couldn't get no cereal.
Dad, we're hungry. Dad, that's the man cave. You effing liar.
Yeah, I was in the gym yesterday getting shots up. This, and that.
No, you weren't.
Really? That's how you're gonna do me in front of everyone?
Yes, I was. Stop it. Looking at his this guy. We'll come back.
Oh man. Oh, there goes Commissioner Barling. Oh,
oh no.
Oh, this guy's wild, bro. This dude's wild, man.
Shout out to Zay. Shout out to Dr. David, Chris, Drew Down, Soren, the rest of the crew in the Chatty House. Brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you over at MatthewsMattress.com. And just because Memorial Day is behind us, the Memorial Day sale is not. You're looking for a new mattress? Now is the time to cop it. We'll come back with more. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320.
Hey, I think I don't think so. Oh no, it's somebody different. I thought somebody was I thought somebody else was Shy the Man, and they had a job somewhere else, and then it was like
Shy the Man has his government name on Twitter, doesn't he?
So yeah,
It's only Shy the Man on the chat.
Yeah, Shy the Man's name, James. I thought it was right.
I can't remember. I'd have to see it.
Yeah. Go to his bio. Go to James Woods' bio.
Wait, what's the handle?
It's J Woods RE_sports.
I can't even find it.
I'm just saying, I'm like, oh, what's the sign? You could have hollered at us.
Well, over there?
That's facts. Yeah, you think about it.
You could have
Yeah.
hollered at us, Shy.
Hey, salute.
Could have been with us,
But
man.
I think isn't Shy like a
I thought you
realtor or something?
yeah, I think he's got his license. That's what he was talking about.
Shout out Shy.
Shout out Shy. Big ups to him. I'm just looking at it like, yo, you could have been rocking with us, dog. It's all right. It's okay. We still got love for you. We still got love for Shada Man. Shada Man, I wish we would. I mean, obviously, I guess we can't see him more in the chat now, but I wish we would.
That makes sense.
No, maybe he's not allowed to love us
Yeah, I was
anymore.
gonna say.
Well, maybe he signed an agreement like the rest of them did. Don't talk to those guys no more. Unless you're annoyed with something they said, then text them out of the blue. All right.
That happened?
Yeah, I'm low key a little hotter about it than I originally thought I was. But yeah,
We didn't talk about this, did we?
No, we didn't. We didn't talk about it. I like the person. I'm just a little pissed off at the situation. Not pissed off. I'm a little annoyed at the situation. No, someone who's not allowed to appear on our show text me out of the blue because they had heard I had said something, which I didn't. And it didn't create anything. I was like, that's not what happened, but you can feel however you want. And then, like, as time went by, I was like, the fuck? Like, bro, you ain't said, hey, what's up, man? Or nothing in ever. But whatever. It's all love. Love our people. Always.
Go to 90s WWE. That's hilarious. I'll just tag you so you ain't gotta go.
No, do it.
That is the frog smash joint.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That's tremendous.
Frog slash, by God.
Good God Almighty. Someone trained the frog to jump off that ladder. That's the spectacular part.
Crazy. I don't like frogs either.
Man, that winged eagle belt is fire.
Nice. It's the best one, right?
Yeah.
I like the
that's
IC
nice.
belt. The original IC belt.
I like the World Heavyweight Championship one, the WCW one.
That's a good one too.
I think that one's my favorite.
One of my homies, he had that one. I got a picture at a party with it.
I think we had that one in the spinner belt at home.
The spinner belt.
You know that belt that Austin had for like 2 seconds after he won the title?
Smoking Skull joint?
No, before that. He had it. It was like
the blue
a
one?
bigger version. Yeah.
Yeah, with the blue strap.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Mm.
Yeah, short-lived.
They never went back
The
to it
least
either.
iconic belt in history. That's the one. My very loving friends and family got me.
Did he have that one the first time you got into it with McMahon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to your original point.
Vince literally gave it to him the night after WrestleMania 14.
So something you were talking about, Damien,
Mm.
on Safari, you haven't heard the computer once,
Mhm.
and the battery life seems to be lasting.
Yeah, it's happened with me. I haven't had
That's
an issue
crazy.
since switching. Just imagine being the dumbass that bought a new computer because you were using Google Chrome instead of Safari.
You use that word, I hear baller.
No, I hear effing idiot.
My poor computer was working overtime.
Oh my God. Thing wouldn't charge, just dying.
Computer's like, hey,
It's
maybe
like-
use the program that they built for me.
Just like
Maybe that'll help. Hey, maybe.
just literally screaming for help on a day-to-day basis.
Literally 100 degrees over here in the computer. Maybe just use Safari, please.
Struggle.
I'm dying.
And the funny thing is, when I found the article, it was so stupid I was convinced that couldn't be it.
Yo, we were talking about championship belts. Did you see that? Isn't like breaking news. I saw it at the beginning of the season, but did you see that Major League Baseball signed a deal with WWE? So every team can have a belt. Like I can buy a Giants championship belt.
Oh yeah, I think the NFL did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they.
I don't really like those like that, so I don't think. Maybe I would. I don't.
Because they had Snoop with the gold belt or whatever they were calling it, and they giving it to different celebrities and all that too. WWE's out there now.
Yeah, that I don't know. Like, what's happened to it since? I saw the Hamilton director had. I was like, what the hell is this? Then I started like tracing, and it was like, oh, Snoop had it. All right, well, who has it now?
Yo, this is crazy as I look up here. So I was just looking for championship belts. You can get the heavyweight championship that Jesse likes for like $250. This doesn't even make any sense. You know, I love my Niners. I do whatever I can. The San Francisco 49ers WWE Legacy title belt, $550.
Yeah.
And this thing looks trash.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No, I won't be.
Yeah,
these.
I don't know what belt you're talking about for $250, but these belts are
that's the heavyweight championship one is the cheapest one. That's $250.
Are you on WWE Shop?
I am now.
Oh.
I
see it. There it is.
Yeah, that one's $250.
But
everything else is like $500.
I'm not gonna get a title with NWO spray painted on it. Get out of here.
Remember how much the Fiend joint was?
Oh man, that one was crazy. Is that one still on here? Oh, they got that Cardinals baseball. That's not bad looking if you're a Cardinals fan. This Cowboys one. Oh, this looks like a discarded women's title. This looks terrible. Do you see that? Do you see the Cowboys title? Oh, that looks awful. That's like they almost made it as a joke.
That's a Lunger Blaze, bro.
I gotta get this on the screen. You guys gotta see this. What is it? Is it shopwwe.com?
Yeah, well, the one I'm looking at is on Fanatics.
You could just type up Cowboys WWE belt to pop up.
That one is whack. There goes Damien's blue belt.
Yeah,
it's $450.
It wasn't $450 when my loving family bought it for me. What's funny about this is you go to SmackDown on September 20th. You can win tickets right now, by the way, if you go to ESPN.com, ESPN1320.com, and click on the SmackDown banner. You can enter to win 4 front row tickets. Really 3, because you're going to take me, KC, and Jesse. You're going to see people walking around with like 5 of these belts.
Oh man, for sure.
Like there are people who drop the smooth $4,000 to $5,000.
Yes, and that's
on.
If you sit floor at like SmackDown stuff, do you get to take the chairs home for that too?
I think that I don't know if they do that at TV. I know they do it at pay-per-views. I don't know if they do it on TV though. Y'all got to see this. This is straight comedy.
The Yankees one.
Yankees one's
nice.
ugly. Just say.
No, the Cardinals one is kind of dope. I like that. That one is trash.
This straight up looks like.
Hey, if you got that one, you look like a clown.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm not even trying to get a cowboy joke off. Like that is garbage. Like look at that cowboy belt compared to like even the Cardinals.
One is dope. That one is fire. I think all the baseball ones are better than the football though. Look at the tag team champion.
This looks like the title Fabulous Moolah was walking around in. That is terrible. Somebody in the WWE hates the Dallas Cowboys and thought that would be funny. They absolutely thought that would be funny. I've never
the baseball ones are dope.
I've never seen.
Is that a Hogan joint?
That's a Hogan belt.
That's crazy.
$500.
Yeah,
Yes. Do you have championship belts on your wedding registry? Because I can get you
as
in.
of now, but I will tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll chip in.
Chris is gonna be so confused when she finds out, like, oh yeah, we have WrestleMania tickets and just hella belts now.
This belt's kind of dope.
No, that one is dope.
I don't Undertaker. I don't think I've ever seen this before. That's pretty dope.
That's dope. Where the sexy red belt at?
That's on the way. Shawn Michaels is getting one made as we speak.
They're probably still hanging out.
They're doing the Sexy Boy remix that Shawn's going to
That old school tag team joint is kind of dope.
We'll get Casey one of these Dodger
crap
belts.
out of here.
They got a Lakers belt for Kenny.
No, I don't care.
I
if
don't think
do
they
it.
have an NBA
What?
deal.
They don't have an NBA deal. They got the thing that the belts hang on. Did you see that? They selling everything in here.
So you can have your own ladder match?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
I like that. I like that.
Some of these belts are trash.
The baseball ones are better than the.
You gonna wear the Giants one to
the Cardinals one is the best one I've seen.
Yeah, that Cardinals one's pretty nice. This John Cena belt is ass. That's $622.
No, that's true.
Yo, that is what Trista say. That's buns. That is terrible. We need an NBA deal so we can have a Kings belt.
Yeah, I need that. That White Sox one is dope.
You know, you can put the beam and the Golden One Center on this joint somehow.
Shout out Rory in the chat, running theme for the day. Wonder why Devin left the show today.
No. Devin didn't know it was about to get worse. This is too much.
Oh, they got college.
Yeah, these are plates that you can put on the belt.
We need a D'Lo and KC belt.
We do need a D'Lo and KC belt. Come in every day with the belt. Maybe Odyssey will pay for it.
Right.
It's always funny.
Right. We should get the spinner one. Let's get a spin. What title which one would we want? If we had a D'Lo and KC belt, which one would we want?
You know, the new school joint is kind of fire.
This one?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, this is hot.
Kind of fire.
Jeremiah Price in the chatty house. Good idea though. Maybe get the $1 million title for the pocket watchers. We could get Odyssey to pay for that.
I saw it. Here it is.
There it is. Oh, that's a great idea. That one's got to be what, 6?
Everybody's got a price. It's $450.
We could find a knockoff at Walmart or something. I'm sure.
Well, I've got some from Amazon right now that look pretty fire. $100.
It's $1 million title for $1?
No, it's I think they have it right there. No, what's the one? Go up a little bit. That $69.99 joint. That might be the one that's on Amazon.
Oh,
because they got one for they got the.
That's a mini title. That's not a title. It's a mini title. No, you can't put that on your shoulder.
No, it's not a mini title here on Amazon. I'm looking at the Smoking Skull joint. It's an adult size replica.
This white one's kind of dope.
84.
We'll put it to a vote.
That one, the white one is dope.
Yeah, that's fire.
The yellow intercontinental title belt is pretty trash.
That's all. I think that's the old Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, it's the Ultimate
joint.
Warrior one.
Yo, I just can't. We got to get. You got to ask Guru. Like, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew Down. Hey, Drew Down. Would you?
Dr. David, press record, screen record right now. Hey, Guru, you want this Cowboys?
It don't even look like a belt.
That is terrible. Cowboy, man. I'm telling you, somebody's making fun of the Dallas Cowboys with that. That's funny.
Oh, look who's in the chat. Cheesy potatoes.
Cheap viewers on wrong station.
Well, can you get followers there, Cheesy Potatoes?
Oh man,
I don't know.
Does anybody?
We might need this NWO World title at Summer Jam.
Hey, isn't the tribal chief here today? Didn't he have?
I've been trying to find
He's
out.
here. I seen him earlier.
The tribal chief was getting in and out. The funniest thing was I was talking to Charlie. The tribal chief comes up while I'm talking to Charlie, looks right at Charlie and goes, "Hey, would you eat In and Out?" Charlie goes, "Yeah." It goes, "Okay," and then walks away.
Been no In and Out brought here today.
Like, am I not? I mean, I'm right here. Didn't even ask. Like, I would have said no, but he acted like I wasn't even there.
I think that means we're getting In and Out tomorrow.
I hope so.
I don't know what it means. I'm not. I know
We
that.
don't get animal style though. He got that last time.
Well,
it wasn't.
all right. I don't know. Something felt off about that.
Well, that's what it is.
It could be
No, pal, Damien. No, that's a flag on you somehow. that's an offsides.
But me?
Yeah, you jumped right there. That's offsides. 5-yard penalty.
Whatever.
In and Out sounds great though. I might get In and Out.
In and Out like secretly became like the cheapest fast food you can get now.
It really is. I went to McDonald's the other day. It was $13 for a meal.
Wendy's trying to charge me $15 for a Baconator meal. Insane.
Wendy's needs to go back to the.
They don't even do the $5 biggie bag.
No,
now,
they
if I want a
don't,
crispy chicken BLT, it's $7 for the biggie bag.
Wendy's is I'm so disappointed in them.
Do you know that you two complain about fast food prices at least once every other week?
Because they get worse once every other week.
It's an ongoing problem with the people and stuff like that. We're here for the people.
Maybe stop going.
I'll never get over Little
I don't go to
Caesars
fast food a
not-
lot.
Not having $5 pizzas no more. I'm never gonna get over that.
Yeah, you get fat.
That
You
got me
get a
through
hot
some
and ready
tough
and a little 20-ounce drink or whatever. That's $13.
Who had $5 pizzas? Little Caesars?
Yeah. I'll never get over
And
that.
it's $13 now?
You get a little drink now.
Wow.
And-
Crazy
and-
bread is about
I'm about to- yeah, I'm
17.
about to say.
I can't even get the crazy
Hey,
bread
look,
anymore.
And usually, you could do all that and splurge and get Italian cheese bread, and you still be at $10, maybe 11. Now we at $20.
Can you explain to me why people get pizza and cheese bread or pizza and what do they call it at Little Caesars?
Well, crazy bread.
Crazy bread. Yeah.
Crazy bread.
Yeah, get the marinara.
Because
See, I
isn't
don't
it?
put
It's
no-
not what it used to be
the
10 years ago
Italian
either.
Cheese bread though, that's the stuff right there. That's when all right, we live in high life today, baby.
Little Caesars 15 years ago was at its peak.
The downfall of fast food here on D'Lo and Casey. I just don't isn't crazy bread like crust?
No, it's like breadsticks.
Yeah,
It's like
breadsticks.
Dollar Tree, Olive Garden breadsticks.
It's like it's exactly.
But
You
it's
get it
Dollar
on-
Tree. Like you still
okay.
can get stuff there.
Oh, shout out to Elk Grove. The new Nordstrom rack opened this morning. My mom was there for the opening. My mom and her
I
friend.
thought you were
Gwen,
going
they
to
were
shout out
there.
PJ's restaurant who came through.
Oh,
BJ's
always
restaurant.
shout out to BJ's.
Who came through and
And I was surprised you ain't never had the Pizookie.
okay, so you know what? I have. I think I was confused when John brought the cookies in and he was talking about a Pizookie and he opens and there's these
Yeah,
cookies.
just
It was
'cause
like,
it's the re-
I don't think I've had these before, which I hadn't, but I've had when he was talking about what the Pizookie was, I had that. I'm sure like 15 some odd years ago. I'm sure I've had it before.
Pizookie is the
iconic.
LeBron James of dessert.
No, I'm with you on that. The
Glad you
Pizookie
agree
is
he's the GOAT.
Didn't you
iconic.
say Jasmine can make those?
He's not the GOAT.
You
But
just
yes,
agreed.
you can. I just said it's LeBron James. It's one of the greatest to ever do it. Yes,
Attaboy,
she can.
bring it back to sports. Well done, guys.
She can.
She can
I
make.
might
the
ask her to
Pizookie.
make one tonight.
I don't know how. Like that's spectacular.
Literally just like smash it down in the pan or whatever.
Is that how you
up.
do it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Throw some ice cream on there. I'm not even a big like dessert guy, but I love.
Oh,
the
I'm a
Pizookie.
dessert guy. Yeah, I'm a dessert guy, 100%.
Cake is overrated.
Well, all right. Well, you're kind of going a little overboard saying it's overrated.
I go to someone's birthday party, I have a slice of cake. I'm just fine.
No, because birthday cake is usually good because they usually have the what is it? Confetti icing. That's a good look.
So you guys know where I stand on that. Icing is trash.
Well, store bought icing, like when they make it at Costco, I don't like that icing. But just regular icing that you put on yourself, no, that's bomb. That's bomb.
It just dawned on me how out of control this show got.
Bro, this is Matt George's fault. If we're gonna keep being
No,
real.
that's
This is
who we
Matt
need to
George's
blame it.
fault. Yeah.
Like Draymond, we will not blame ourselves.
Yeah,
we
no,
will
I'm not
blame
taking
others.
accountability for this.
Well, this is a true sports show. Is we don't take accountability for our actions. We find someone else to blame. And it is Matt George's fault. Thursday, 3:00 is a big day. Matt's normally with us talking all King stuff. And he just decided he'd go to the happiest place on earth instead.
Yeah. I got to get to
This is a good question, though. Jesse, what are you going to do are you just going to force yourself to eat a piece of cake at the wedding, or
We're gonna cut a cake. Hey, we're getting cakes from Costco too. We're not doing like that crazy ass cake. We're getting a bunch of sheet cakes and we'll do like a fake one, cut a slice out. That'll be it.
Hey, ask me how much cake I got at my wedding.
Casey, how much cake did you get at your wedding?
None.
I'd be fine too if I
Not
didn't get cake
even-
at my wedding.
That cake was bomb too. I had like when we taste tested.
I don't
or
think I had
something, it
any
was
cake at your wedding
bomb.
either.
The cake was good, and then
Oh, it's because I was out smoking with Ace. That's why. I was like, wait, why didn't I get any cake? Oh, that's right. Me, Aunt Wanda, and Ace was out smoking.
everybody they had their own party out there.
We
and
absolutely
outside.
did. We absolutely did. And I got nervous because I had been out there with them three and they was smoking like crazy. I was like, man, I ain't seen Kenny or Jazz yet. I'm gonna smell like an ashtray when I finally see them. So I put because Ace had lit me a monster. I was like, hey, let me go see the bride and groom real quick. And I walked in and thank God you was walking towards me. And it was like, all right, get this out the way. Go back to smoking with my crew outside.
Him, James, and Auntie Wanda, they are the gurus.
Mm.
Of the
Yeah, he was telling me about the whiskey and cigar night that they have, and how they I think they do it. I don't remember if it was every week or every month, but one of them is premium. So it's only premium cigars and premium whiskeys. Like, whoa.
Angie wanted to hit me up about going to the humidor. I gotta link up with her. I gotta get back over to the humidor.
Mhm.
But yeah, Jesse, make sure you eat some wedding cake, man, because I didn't, and that cake was really good, and I was upset that I didn't get any cake.
I think we're doing a dessert bar too.
Oh, that's fire. It's gonna be the
Okay.
wedding of the century.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, dessert bar. It'll be a wedding of the century. We're gonna have Pazookies there or what? What are we doing?
We'll help us do brownies and stuff like that.
That's
That's
cool, too.
fire.
I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all.
Are you getting married at the Caraway Lake? Have we decided? Where
Couldn't
you're getting
afford
married?
that. I could not
Oh,
afford
yeah.
that. Hey, don't worry, Kenny. I couldn't afford Damien's place either.
Yeah,
All right, Damien was booked that weekend.
I really did plan a show out today. I don't know how this happened.
We could do it tomorrow.
Man, it's just
we're gonna be
clearly there was nothing pressing.
we'll be able to talk about all the things that we missed today around getting ready for Game 6.
So
I think Minnesota winning tonight. I want to see history. Now, don't mind me. I do hate the Mavericks, and it would be great to see them blow a 3-0 lead. But I really want to see history, and I think we might have a chance to see.
Can I say something? Okay. I got lots of questions too. I don't think you hate the Mavericks. Let me try that again. I don't think you hate this Mavericks team.
No, I don't. They're much like the Celtics. I don't hate the players. I just hate the Mavericks.
Has Luka turned babyface at all for you? Is he like more of a tweener now?
No, because I recognize nothing's changed. I recognize his skill. I hate his crying. And I've always thought Luka seems like a cool dude. Like in
Well,
real
he
life.
called Kyle Madsen out.
I keep forgetting about that.
For no reason.
No reason. He
No
says that a
reason.
lot too. He says that a lot.
He does. Oh yeah, you catch that on the screen all the. Pretty sure he called Rudy Gobert that. I'm nearly positive he called Rudy Gobert that.
But Luka, I mean, he seems like an all right guy. Outside of that, he seems
Well,
like
out of his
he seems like a
propensity to
good
call
guy.
people that word.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. So,
But why? So here's my real question. All kidding aside, as we'll get serious for the final 4 minutes of the show. Why it feels like everyone is really like in on Minnesota all of a sudden. It's 3-1.
I'll tell you why. They had an opportunity in all of those games. You could say they kind of gave it away. The other thing is, I think I'm a believer that if it's going to be 3-0, it's going to be this situation where mentality-wise, it feels like you just got to figure out a way to get Game 6. You got
The road game.
Yeah, when you were down 3-0, extend the series.
Mm-hmm.
So get Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you got that, just figure out a way to get Game 6. And everything else will fall into place. Now they could lose tonight and everything will be over. But yeah, I don't know.
It just feels like a lot of people are talking like you. Both of you.
Mm.
You're in on the
Jesse, you think
Timberwolves
that
too,
might happen?
right?
If they win today, I'll pay attention more. But
You're not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
I don't
You
think
got to
it's
win
gonna
today.
happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to blow it.
If I had to put money on, I'd
Well,
say maybe
we-
Dallas closes out in Game 6.
We saw Boston force Game 7. Do you think we get that? Boston was down 0-3.
That's crazy. Boston forced
Game
and
7.
lost at
Tatum
home.
sprained his ankle on the first play of the game.
Yeah.
Don't forget it. I think Towns has another stinker. Probably Game 6 or something like that.
Oh, I thought you meant tonight. I was like, oh,
no.
man.
No, if I were to pick, I'd say the Timberwolves win today, lose Game 6.
I could see that.
Lose back at Dallas. Okay. I was just fascinated by everybody like being they seem like not, it doesn't even feel like they're warming up to Minnesota. It's like, no, I think Minnesota's got this. You know what I really think it is? It's the confidence that Anthony Edwards has. I think you kind of get drawn into that. Like that team feels confident. They project themselves. He projects himself a certain way, and I think it gives off an aura around the team.
He had a Legends clip that was circulating yesterday, and I
really need to put
retweeted
them
it,
on alerts.
and I was like, "This dude, Anthony Edwards, is a psycho." Like he walked past Kyrie, and he goes, "Yeah, you thought it was over, huh? Yeah, bro, you're down 3-1." This guy's crazy, but like you just said, he projects that on other people. I feel like
it feels like he loves basketball.
and even more than that, he loves to compete. I think that's what I really love about Anthony. He just loves to compete. Like he's having the best time in the world competing at the highest level.
Oh man. Did you see the new Photoshop that Alfonso made?
Wait, what?
They got Jesse's face on Altuve.
Oh yeah. That's yeah.
Hey,
whoa. That looks about right.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh, what is going on? Oh no. They put Jesse on Altuve.
Disrespectful. No. I've been playing a clean game. All right, Rafael Palmeiro in front of the jury, in front of the people. I've been playing a clean game. I've not taken steroids once.
Well, they were hitting the trash can.
No, I've not done anything. I've not cheated.
87, they were hitting the trash can.
I got a tattoo. Okay, I got a tattoo, and I can't take my shirt off.
Oh man. Folks, the PWL is in shambles. We're out of time. La Femme Nikita is coming up next.
Pacific Blue. Oh, Pacific Blue.
Wow.
Vamos, T-Wolves.
Just to be clear, are we running this back?
We can't. Well, we have one more segment I got to cut, so yeah, we can.
Oh, man. Well, enjoy. We're headed over to 102.5. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. beginning with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, T-Wolves.
Oh, that Altuve. That is
crazy.
funny. Oh, that is comedy. The PWL is in shambles.
I think the chatty house is starting to go to Kenny's team now. I think I'm turning heel.
Is that my mama walking and dancing to get out? She looking like she back. Go, mama, go. Oh, she back.
Oh, this is comedy.
Oh, my baby walking again. She got a little lamp. She need to put some shoes on her because that's going to take back the impact. But she looking like she back. There we go.
Hmm.
No sprained MCL.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for an eventful day. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Why you gotta be man?
Because I'm not doing anything. I'm literally useless. That is a perfectly fair comp.
Couldn't be Adam Silver.
Yeah, Soren learned a lot today, guys. Oh man, that's one for the books. Shoot, we gotta go. We'll see you guys tomorrow.